Chapter 4:14. He could foresee how hard it would be, and this young major would know as well. Uncle Chen patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said encouragingly, "Perseverance is one of the qualities a soldier should have. Major, you've done well. I won't just do well. I will do so well that she will see me as a comrade who will walk hand in hand with her for the rest of her life, a comrade with double identities." Xia Jinyuan smiled and looked in the direction of the school building. The classroom was brightly lit. Yi Qian didn't know that someone was waiting for her outside until a boy behind her asked her a math question. She suddenly realized she had laughed for half of the evening self-study because of a baseless guess like, "Will Captain Xia climb over the wall to find me?" Classes were classes. Even during self-study, she couldn't think about things unrelated to her studies, not even Captain Xia. Soon, Yi Jian, who had sobered up, adjusted her state of mind. During the second half of the evening self-study session, she had completely calmed down. She no longer let her imagination run wild, and she no longer thought about Major Xia, who had inadvertently disturbed her state of mind. The bell rang and the originally quiet campus became a boiling cauldron of voices. Yi Qian carried her revision materials and walked towards the dormitory with Injusin and the 4 girls in her dormitory. They chatted and laughed. When they were close to Swan Lake, Yi Qian saw a familiar figure pass by under the dim street lights. She choked on her words and coughed. Even though he only passed by under the streetlights, Yi Qian knew very well that the person she saw was Major Xia, the person who made her unable to study properly during the first half of the evening self-study period. Xia Jinyuan, he really entered the campus. He didn't really climb over the wall, did he? Yi Qian coughed even harder at the thought of this possibility. "You were fine. Why are you coughing? Did you catch a cold?" And Jusin asked nervously. "My mom prepared some cold medicine for me. I'll take some when I get back to the dormitory." "Last night. You didn't come back last night. Did you catch a cold last night?" Yi Qian, who had finally managed to stop coughing, felt his heart pounding because of her words. Last night, she had slept with Captain Xia, in a hotel and had almost hit him. He hurriedly said, I'm fine. I didn't pay attention when I was speaking just now, so I choked. Oh right, I forgot to take the revision materials that I wanted to read tonight. You guys go back to the dorm first, I'll come back later." All right, go quickly. I'll get the hot water for you. You can take a shower when you come back." And Jusin could tell that there was nothing wrong with her voice. She had always been carefree, so she didn't think much of it. She just frowned and reminded her, "Then come back early. Don't forget the time when you're studying." After saying that, he pulled the girls in the dormitory and left while talking about some interesting things. There weren't many students strolling around Swan Lake at night. Only those students who were secretly in love would take the risk of being spotted by the patrolling teacher's flashlights. They would hide in a corner and talk about love while feeding mosquitoes. Yi Qian obviously didn't think much of it, but when he saw a flashlight suddenly shining from the darkness, he was so scared that his heart jumped and his scalp instantly tensed up. "What are you afraid of?" Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the dark, asked in a low voice. He was quite far away, so his voice sounded weak. His voice, which was much lower than it was during the day, was like the charm of the night. It was so low that it was full of magnetism that made people blush. It was like a lover whispering in his ear, waiting for him to say even sweeter words of love. Chapter 4:15. He didn't walk out immediately. Instead, he admired her cautiousness and observed her sly, fox-like side. He let the dark night become his natural cover, allowing his eyes to admire everything about her without any scruples. "Captain Xia, why did you really come?" As soon as he spoke, Yi Qian could find him accurately even though he was hiding in the dark. An excellent sniper was able to accurately pinpoint his target while observing his surroundings. Yi Qian was an excellent sniper who had entered the military academy as a special forces soldier. It was a piece of cake for him to find Xia Jinyuan, who was only 2 meters away from him. Xia Jinyuan, who was in a good mood, curved his sexy thin lips. As she got closer, his eyes flashed with a dark light. It was a dangerous light that made people wary, but it was also a light that attracted women. "Didn't I say that I would look for you tonight?" I will never go back on my words. The corners of his lips curled up as he stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian, who looked a little unnatural. Xie Jinyuan felt like a cheetah waiting to pounce, patiently sharpening his claws as he waited for the beautiful little fox to come over. When Yi Qian heard this, she looked up to ask him how he got into the school compound. Suddenly, a flashlight swept past her head, illuminating Xie Jinyuan's handsome face for about 3 seconds. She saw the faint smile at the corners of his mouth. She saw a man with elegant features staring at her with a dangerous gaze, as if he was staring at his prey. Yi Qian's heart suddenly tightened and she instinctively took a step back. Even in the dark, this man exuded elegance from head to toe. She saw danger emanating from him. Alarmed, Yi Qian only wanted to escape at this moment. When she took a step back, Xie Jinyuan instantly understood that something had happened when the flashlight flashed. He was very clear about the expression on his face and the light in his eyes. It was the expression of a hunter who wanted the little fox to have nowhere to run. His eyes were filled with the light of a hunter who was determined to catch the little fox. Xie Jinyuan muttered in his heart, "Bad news." He instantly adjusted his expression and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Let's go out tonight. I'll take you to a better place. From now on, you can go out for an hour and a half every night, and then my friend will send you back." Yi Qian, who was already on guard, didn't think too much about it and refused without hesitation. "No, I'm going back to the dormitory to study tonight. I didn't come back last night. My roommates didn't say anything, but they clearly didn't want me to stay out late." The look in his eyes just now was too frightening. It was as if she was his prey and he was the beast waiting for an opportunity to prey. She really didn't like this feeling. "How about this? I'll go ask Uncle Chen. If he agrees, do you agree as well?" It wasn't easy to close the distance between the two of them. Xie Jinyuan didn't want to ruin his plan because of a flashlight. Fortunately, he had already chatted with Uncle Chen for half an hour before she came. If she asked Uncle Chen's opinion now, she would definitely have to leave with him. Principal Chen's dormitory had a phone installed, so he could contact him anytime. But why did it sound like he was so sure that Uncle Chen would agree? Could it be that he was brought in by Uncle Chen? Yi Qian thought to herself. Since he dared to call Uncle Chen, the place he was taking her to must have something to do with training. As long as it was something related to training, Uncle Chen would agree. Chapter 416. Headmaster Chen, who had been waiting for the call, picked it up and said, "Girl, Captain Xie is here to bring you there. Since our target is a special forces soldier, you have to know how to fly in the sky and run underground. The way back is to run underground. Go, you won't be at a disadvantage." He even told Yi Qian to come back later. "Girl, this is a good opportunity. Go with Captain Xie. It doesn't matter if you come back later. Just give me a call before you come back, and I'll pick you up from the back door." Wasn't the training for motor vehicle soldiers in the army a good opportunity? The training for motor vehicle soldiers is different from ordinary motor vehicle soldiers. This batch of motor vehicle soldiers isn't just motor vehicle soldiers. After they got into the car, Xie Jinyuan briefly mentioned the training to Yi Qian. The regiment commander of Fujian town is also there. He'll be very happy to see you. Their identity wasn't just motor vehicle soldiers. This batch of motor vehicle soldiers was sent to serve leaders who often had to go abroad or to certain places for secret missions. They were both motor vehicle soldiers and bodyguard. The types of soldiers in the army weren't only known to the general public. What kind of responsibilities these soldiers might have in the dark were not known to the public. Xie Jinyuan didn't go into detail. Based on Yi Qian's understanding of the army, he could more or less guess. It was fine as long as he knew it in his heart. There was no need to say it out loud. Of course, she was happy. The corners of her eyes were raised with a faint smile the entire time. Finally, she wasn't thinking about what happened in the past. Xie Jinyuan, who had been watching from the corner of his eye, heaved a sigh of relief. He had to be more careful next time. He mustn't think that he could do whatever he wanted in the dark. Little Fox was a fox. He couldn't let her see any clues. It was 9:25 when they left the campus. After they got into the car, Xie Jinyuan increased the speed of the car to a speed that wouldn't allow the traffic police to issue a ticket. After they got on the ring road, they sped out of control for about 30 kilometers out of the city. At 10:20, they arrived at what looked like an abandoned factory from the outside. The southern province was in the midst of development and construction, and there would always be some investment projects that failed. This industrial park was intentionally failed and was enclosed by the government. Until now, it was still in ruins. There was no one within a radius of 40 to 50 miles. Even if there was a commotion inside, no one would be able to hear it from outside. As soon as the car came to a stop, Yi Qian turned off the engine and unlocked the car. His gaze was cold and sharp as he looked out of the car window. "Get off." Xie Jinyuan opened the car door first and gestured for Yi Qian to get out of the car. "The sentries are standing guard outside. This is a military-restricted area. To outsiders, this is an industrial park that failed to invest in. And inside, what you see is another world." A sentry who was hidden in the darkness walked over with a gun in his hand. There was no light, and he relied on night vision goggles to carry out his duty. Xie Jinyuan took out his military officer certificate and the pass he got from Uncle Chen. It was Yi Jian's pass to enter and leave the provincial military area. He passed it to the sentry and said, "Contact Regiment Liu and tell him that Xie Jinyuan is here with Yi Jian. Please pass." It wasn't just one sentry. There were at least 5 sentry nearby, and they were all hidden sentries. The atmosphere was rather cold, and there was a sense of oppression that would make people afraid. However, Yi Qian felt very comfortable. She knew that this sense of oppression came from the hidden sentries. They were watching her and were always prepared for battle. After the sentry saluted, he immediately contacted the inside. Soon, he handed the ID in his hand to Xie Jinyuan and saluted again. "Major, please give me the car keys. Thank you for your cooperation." Chapter 417. Outside vehicles were not allowed to enter, even if it was a car driven by Xie Jinyuan himself. It had to be driven to another location by the sentinel. The car keys were given to the sentinel. Yi Qian watched as the sentinel started the car and drove off into the darkness without even turning on the headlights. It was as if the car had its own headlights. There wasn't even a jolt as the car disappeared before his eyes. These sentinels also need to be sent to the higher-ups. They are all elite soldiers selected from the army. Xie Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who was stunned by the sentinel's display of skills, and smiled faintly. "You will be training until the end of the year. If you're not afraid of tiring yourself out, you can come over every night. I will arrange for someone to pick you up." Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's eyes lit up. They were as bright as the stars in the sky, shining brightly. "No. I'm not afraid of tiring myself out. The evening self-study session ends at 9 p.m. I will be at the back door at 9:05 p.m. sharp." This was the downside of living in a dormitory. There was no free time at night, so you had to attend evening self-study sessions. "Are you that interested? Let's go, little fox. The training is from 10:30 p.m. to 12 p.m. I need to send you back to school before 1:10 p.m. In the dark, Xie Jinyuan naturally held Yi Jian's hand and led her through the dark industrial park that was surrounded by steel bars and scrap iron. Step by step, they walked towards another world that Yi Jian was not familiar with. He had said that he would hold her hand and lead her to a path where they could walk side by side. Then, he would let go of her hand when the time was right, so that she could have her own space to explore and explore her own world. As long as he existed in her heaven and earth. Yi Qian's mind was already captivated by the mysterious training that was unknown to the outside world. She didn't even notice that her hand was being held by a pair of steady and strong hands. With him leading her, even if the path ahead was dark, there was no fear. There was only trust. They passed through 2 abandoned factories that were only 5 stories tall. Just as they were about to approach the 3rd building, Yi Qian suddenly felt a tremor in the ground. It was as if something was shaking underground. It was quiet outside, and there was no light inside. Apart from the tremors underground, could it be that there was another world underground? That's right, it's just as you thought. She paused slightly, and Xia Jinyuan could guess what she was thinking. All the training will be done underground. Firstly, it won't disturb the public. Secondly, it will avoid being noticed. Most importantly, it will prevent the news from leaking out. Otherwise, why would the country spend so much on the military? In such a great country, if you want the country to prosper and the people to be at peace, you must first have a strong army. Only with a strong army would there be a strong country, and the citizens living in a strong country would be able to stay away from the flames of war and live in peace. Major. A masculine voice came from the corner. Then, a light flashed. Yi Qian saw a soldier in a training uniform standing in front of an abandoned staircase, waiting. Xia Jinyuan gently squeezed Yi Qian's palm and said softly, "This is the entrance. Remember. If you have time during the day, you can come here and take a look. The hidden sentries won't appear during the day, so you can come here anytime." Then, he smiled and said, "Even homeless people won't come here during the day. There's no village ahead, no shop behind, and no food or drink. No one will come here during the day. It was even more impossible for a young woman to come here alone. If something happened to her, no one would know for a year." Chapter 4:18. That was what the commoners thought, but no one knew that this seemingly dangerous place was actually the safest place. It was a hidden military base. Although the hidden sentries would not easily reveal themselves, they would still appear in civilian clothes and send them away when they discovered any undesirable personnel. Xia Jinyuan did not say exactly how they were sent away, and Yi Qian did not ask. In short, they were not sent away in a polite manner. The soldier who came out to greet them was Liu Tuan's civil servant. He also knew Yi Qian. After saluting Xia Jinyuan, he said to Yi Qian, "Liu Tuan wanted to mention it to you several times, but it was not approved, so Liu Tuan could not say much." He did not say why Yi Qian was here tonight, but it was obvious that he had received orders. He smiled and told Yi Qian a few things that happened in the regiment. "After you left, those troublesome soldiers wanted to know the address of your school, but the political commissar scolded them and told them not to harm young girls." Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan felt that something was not quite right. He smiled faintly and said, "Troublesome soldiers? Why, are you in charge of dealing with troublesome soldiers?" He asked the civil servant coldly, "Who are these troublesome soldiers? They don't have much of a background. They didn't finish college, and their families have some money and connections. The adults couldn't control them and sent them to the army to be trained." The civil servant did not notice the coldness in the Major General's voice. He continued to smile and said, "After being taught a few lessons by Yi Qian, they all got heatstroke and became obedient after a few days." Yi Qian heard the coldness in his voice and thought that it was because of the troublesome soldiers. He smiled and said, "They are a few self-righteous fellows who are a little educated and have some skills. The political commissar asked me to handle them, so I thought it would be a good opportunity to practice my skills. After teaching them a few lessons, they became obedient." The entrance was right in front of them. Xia Jinyuan, who had been holding her hand all this time, heard this and his thin lips slowly curved upwards. He was a little jealous here. What about her? Her thoughts were on a completely different channel from his. He was thinking about how to get her contact information from the Thorn soldier. He was asking for a beating. She, on the other hand, was thinking about using the Thorn soldier to practice her skills. She didn't think about anything else. In that case, it would seem that he was being too calculative. "Be careful with your feet, don't step on empty air." When they went downstairs, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. He naturally raised his arm a little so that she could walk down the stairs steadily. "Go inside, there's no railing outside." There was a staircase that led to the basement. The steel bars in the cement were exposed. Stepping on them would cause dust to rise. Yi Qian wiped the mottled wall with one hand. It was covered in dust. He couldn't help but whisper, "Is there only one entrance? Are all the soldiers going in and out of the same place? I don't think it's possible. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Wen Ji, who was walking in front, laughed. In their eyes, Yi Qian was a little girl. She was very capable, but also a little girl who was curious about everything. "You're in a hurry. You have to go back to school later." This road is only open to you. Yi Qian also laughed. Then I have to thank Colonel Liu properly. Colonel Liu is waiting for you to thank him. Come this way. As Wenji spoke gently, he turned on the searchlight on his helmet. Since they were already on the first floor of the basement, there was no need to worry about the light source from outside. It was still pitch black in front of them. It was as if they had walked into the belly of a giant beast. The towering structure was not even filled with cement. The rusty steel bars swayed in the darkness, leaving behind a gloomy and cold atmosphere. Chapter 419. Yi Qian wasn't afraid at night. When she was chased by Yi Ying's men, she had even crawled through underground gas pipes and saw pipes. She could still feel the tremors beneath her feet. When Wenji pushed open a rusty fire door, just as Xie Jinyuan had said, a whole new world appeared in front of her. The roar of the engine was so loud that it made her blood flow faster. It was so loud that her eyes were drawn to the huge and complicated training ground. She couldn't take her eyes off it. Wenji closed the soundproof door again and locked it with a click. She said to Yi Qian, Liu Tuan is in front. He doesn't have time for now. You and Major Xie can go to the training ground in front. You can come and look for Liu Tuan when you're done. She saluted Xie Jinyuan again before leaving. Yi Qian said, thank you. She couldn't wait to look at the training ground. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired from inside the jeep. They weren't real bullets but blanks. Even so, they were still powerful. The soldiers in the jeep opened fire. No one was allowed to stand within range of the blanks. Used 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Failed. Bullet hit rate. Passed. Even though she was so fast, all she got was a failed. Xie Jinyuan saw that her eyes were fixed on the screen, and the word admiration was written all over her face. He leaned forward slightly, and his thin lips were almost touching her earlobe. He chuckled and said, you need 2 minutes and 50 seconds to pass. Yi Qian blinked in amazement. He didn't realize that Xie Jinyuan was standing so close to him. He turned around and looked at Xie Jinyuan with eyes as bright as stars. His usually calm voice trembled slightly. Can I practice with them tonight? Xie Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and curved his sexy lips into a half-smile. Yi Qian, your expectations are unusually high. Would he practice with them tonight? The Autobots here are all elite soldiers. There are elite scouts, elite fighters, and elite soldiers who have been selected by the army. My military experience is no less than 2 years, and my driving training is no less than half a year. Just like that, I train day after day. In the process of training, I get injured at best, and in the worst case, I die. Little fox, do you know what it means for you to take this step? Although he was speaking with a faint smile, his deep eyes were cold. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian, as though he wanted to see into the depths of her soul. He wanted to imprint every word of his into her soul. Yi Qian gradually calmed down from her excitement after hearing his words. Her racing heartbeat also began to calm down. Looking at his serious expression, Yi Qian took a deep breath and replied, I know very well. Similarly, I know even more clearly what kind of hard work it takes to become a Special Forces soldier. You will have a brush with death, and you will see the magnificent beauty of life and death. And I need this kind of life. I like this kind of challenging training. Now that she was reborn, she only wanted to seize every opportunity and live to her heart's content. She wanted to enrich herself and feel the beauty of being reborn under the sun again. Chapter 420. She absolutely wouldn't allow Yi Zhifan and his family to just casually move their hands and make her live like a street rat once again. She had to change the situation with her own hands. The serious Yi Qian, the fearless Yi Qian, the hardworking Yi Qian, the sly, smart, and grateful Yi Qian. This was his little fox, a little fox who relied on her own hands to win hope. Xie Jinyuan smiled, his deep gaze fixed on the little fox who relied on her own hard work. Looking at those clear and stubborn eyes, he gently stroked them with his slender fingers. I really like your determination. It makes me very, very happy. If he wanted to get close to her, he had to know what she liked. His little fox liked challenges, liked the military, and he would personally present all of her likes to her. Of course, what he wanted was not just to make her smile, but his gaze narrowed slightly. When he looked at Yi Qian, it was as if there was a huge beast hibernating in the depths of his eyes. What he wanted was to win the girl's heart. As a 23-year-old, he fell in love with a 16-year-old high school student. At least before he met his little fox, he would never have thought that he would be so patient as to wait for a girl to grow up. There was a dim light in his eyes, faintly discernible, like a halo, which made Yi Qian's heart skip a beat. I won't give up, Captain Xia. The opportunity was right in front of him. How could he give it up? I didn't ask you to give up. Come on, little fox, let's experience what extreme racing is like. Xia Jinyuan, who had retracted his hand, took the lead and walked to the left. Obviously, he was very familiar with this place. I trained here for 3 months and was injured 3 times. The most serious injury was here. Walking in front, he suddenly lifted up his shirt until his smooth waistline was completely exposed. Sexy, perfect, showing off a man's strength. However, Yi Qian could not see his sexiness in his eyes. She only saw a hideous scar on his waist. It was quite wide, and there were fine stitches around it. Yi Qian's pupils contracted slightly. She even held her breath as she looked at the hideous scar that seemed to belong to an Eastern dragon. If this injury is a little more serious, it will directly hurt the spine. Not to mention driving, even walking will be a problem. When he mentioned the dangers of the past, his tone was casual, as if it was nothing worth mentioning. Why did you build such a huge training ground only a few dozen kilometers away from the city instead of deep in the mountains? The reason is very simple. Once there is an accident, you can immediately send it to the hospital for treatment. By choosing it, Yi Qian, you have chosen to dance with death. I gave you a chance to give up, but since you followed me, there is no turning back. There is no choice for you to regret. His shirt was pulled down as he walked. His unique low voice mixed with the sound of the high-speed engine, like the evening drum and morning bell, penetrated Yi Qian's eardrums and went straight to the depths of her heart. Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was cold, and even his eyebrows were stern. When Yi Qian first met him, even a slight movement of his eyebrows was enough to make people feel afraid. Sitting in a modified jeep, Yi Qian lowered her head and fastened her seat belt. She met his gaze. I never change my mind easily. This is the Yi Qian that Captain Xia knows. Chapter 421. Xia Jinyuan started the car, pulled down the handbrake, and stepped on the gas pedal. Amidst his laughter, the car was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage, heading straight into the darkness. The training grounds you saw just now are not suitable for a newbie like you. Now, I'll take you to see a suitable training ground for you. Xia Jinyuan smiled amidst the rumbling of the car. His eyes were fixed on the front as he rushed out of the training ground with Yi Qian. He even took out a pistol from the car and gave it to her. Hold this. Shoot when you see a target. On the spectator stand, Liu Tuan was looking at the recorded results. He pointed at the results marked with a red pen and said in a deep voice, "So far, only 12 people have a 100% passing rate. Are these the results you're showing me? Have you calculated how many months there are left before 12 people pass? Do you think that there are still a few more years and a lot of time for you to train? All you talk about is training every day. Where are the results? Where are the results?" The political commissar was looking at another report form beside him. When he heard Liu Tuan's angry rebuke, he knew that he had vented all the anger he had suppressed for the entire night. He closed the file and gestured for the battalion commander who was criticized to leave. "You're always so impatient. There's still time. Look at the results from September to the end of December. Combined with the time, I think they'll definitely pass. You're so angry the moment you come. No wonder sister-in-law doesn't like to come to the base at this time of the day." The political commissar was the only one who dared to provoke the regiment commander when he was angry. He took the report form from Liu Tuan and stuffed it into the hands of the soldiers who were not even out of breath. He smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look. Yi Qian, that little girl, really has the guts to come. I just saw Major Xia driving his old jeep to basement 1. They were at basement 3, and basement 1 was the base level. We'll go later. That girl is very smart and learns everything quickly. I'm afraid she'll have finished her apprenticeship by the end of December. Old Yang, go and take a look at the front. We'll strive for a 100% passing rate by the end of October. At the mention of Yi Qian, platoon leader Liu's angry face softened a little. He then mentioned the training. There will be a few leaders from the provincial military region coming over at the end of the month. If we don't get the results, we will be too ashamed to face them. Yi Jian was sitting in the front passenger seat. As the car came to a stop, the entire training ground fell into a dead silence again. The white lights illuminated the potholes on the ground, allowing her to see the black tire marks left on the ground by the friction between the wheels during the intense driving. Her heart was beating with a thump-thump-thump sound, one beat after another, following the rhythm of her breathing. However, her complexion was extremely bright, as if the sky was filled with peach blossoms, gorgeous and boundless. Xia Jinyuan was driving, and she was shooting. At over 300 kilometers per hour, she aimed at the targets that appeared out of nowhere and fired one shot after another. The beast-like jeep only stopped abruptly when the 15 blanks in the pistol were all used up. The sound of gunfire and the screeching of brakes mixed together to form a magnificent melody. It was exciting, nerve-wracking, and made the blood in her body boil. This was Yi Qian's first experience of training other than sniping. Xia Jinyuan looked at her and slowly curved his thin lips. From tomorrow night onwards, you can continue training until December. It's only September now, little fox, you have enough time to climb to another peak. Special Forces? Little fox, since you want to become a Special Forces soldier, then, you should start learning how to run underground from now on, then slowly learn how to fly in the sky. Chapter 422. Yi Qian didn't know about Xia Jinyuan's good intentions, but she knew that he admired her. She returned the gun in her hand, and the beautiful smile on her face faded as her heartbeat gradually calmed down. In an instant, the calm and indifferent Yi Qian appeared in front of her again. I like it very much, Captain Xia. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Opportunities don't depend on others. You have to seize them yourself. Xia Jinyuan took the gun, which was still warm from her body heat. He put his hand on the steering wheel and put the gun back in its original position. The modified jeep had a special position, where the gun was placed. Get out of the car. Let's see how high the hit rate is. The car door opened, and Xia Jinyuan got out of the car first. There was still a hint of coldness in his eyes, and he looked at Yi Qian with a sharp gaze. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Let's see how much you've improved. If you don't improve, you'll fall behind. With Little Fox's ability, there was no such thing as falling behind. The car maintained a speed of 300 km per hour. Standing beside the black and white circle, Xia Jinyuan raised his head slightly. His exquisite and handsome side profile was cold under the white light, and Yi Qian couldn't help but take a second look. After he saw the results, his smile spread from his eyebrows to his dark eyes. You fired 2 shots here. Both blanks hit the same spot. Interesting. Yi Qian looked at the results, raised his eyebrows, and asked, how is it? Are you satisfied? Quite satisfied. I'm even surprised. I didn't expect Little Fox to be so good. He lowered his head, and his smiling black eyes were like ripples in the water. They contained a magical power that would make anyone who looked at him throw away all the impatience in their hearts. Surrounded by his gaze, Yi Jian's heart trembled slightly. This man's eyes were too seductive. If she wasn't paying attention, she would be distracted by them. She looked away in panic and said softly with dissatisfaction, What do you mean by Little Fox? You sound so familiar. That one sentence was enough to calm Yi Jian down. After that, she immediately raised her head and looked at the man who was smiling. She said seriously, Captain Xia, I'm not a fox. You don't have to be like this. After all, he was inexperienced and had never interacted with the opposite sex. Even though he had calmed down, his words still sounded immature. He had the instinct to be ruthless, but his words were still immature. These were two extremes that shouldn't be combined, but they were both present in Yi Qian. They blended together without any contradiction, creating a dazzling and gorgeous sight. He was like a blooming orchid. The more one looked at him, the more beautiful he was. The more one looked at him, the more one couldn't bear to part with him. Xie Jinyuan was like that. The more he looked, the more he felt that his taste was extraordinary. When he heard what Yi Qian said, he smiled and said, "Our focus is not on what you said, but..." He pointed at the targets that had not been checked yet. "Our focus is on these. There are still 13 bullets. Let's go see if the results are as outstanding." He took a step forward with his long legs and walked toward the next target. Yi Jian had no choice but to follow behind him. She felt every bullet that she fired. She didn't need to check to be sure that every bullet was as good as the one she fired. She maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far. She was far away from the mint smell on his body, and she was able to speak calmly. Yi Qian thought that he was calm and collected, but he didn't know that Xie Jinyuan had already seen through him. Chapter 423. If he wanted to get close to Yi Qian, no matter how smart he was, there was nothing he could do. Even though the 16-year-old Yi Qian was older than Major Xie in both lifetimes, he had grown up in a different environment, so he still needed to be sharpened. A sniper trained by a world-class sniper is indeed very skilled. Even in the army, he would be a sharpshooter. After looking at the last target, Xie Jinyuan smiled and sighed. "Every shot is like this. Yi Qian, when you go to the army, where do you think the male soldiers will be able to hide their faces?" He was telling the truth, not exaggerating at all. If it were him today, he might not be able to shoot as well. 300 miles per hour, the wind, the power, the bullet's speed, the trajectory of the target, all of these required precise calculations to shoot. He was very surprised. He could not imagine how she could shoot so accurately. Yi Qian bent down to pick up a bullet and looked at him with a faint smile. "Intuition. My intuition has always been good, and it's the same for shooting. With calculations and intuition, I rarely miss." Xie Jinyuan was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "This is talent, and you didn't waste it. You allowed it to be used to its fullest potential. Little fox, you were born to hold a gun. On this path, you will walk faster than anyone else. Talent." Yi Qian lowered his head. His obsidian eyes were as cold as ice. How could it be talent? It was all the training she had received in her previous life that allowed her to have a foothold in this life. "Can we go back now? It seems like a long time has passed." It was better to keep the knowledge of her rebirth to herself. It would be too shocking to say it out loud, so she did not even mention it to Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen. Sensing the change in Yi Qian's expression, Xie Jinyuan immediately stopped talking. She was already resisting, so there was no need to continue. However, did I mention anything sensitive just now? No, he was sure that he did not. Then, why did Little Fox's mood suddenly change? Xie Jinyuan, who was puzzled, did not ask further. He looked at the time and said, "We've been here for 25 minutes. The training is not over yet, so we can watch for about half an hour. Their training will start at 10:30. If you come early, you can find a soldier to teach you." "Yes, I'll have to trouble regiment commander and political commissar then." Yi Qian got into the car and thought of the 7-day holiday. He frowned and said, "It's a pity that we can't come on the 7-day holiday. Our school is organizing military training." The military training was not arranged in the school, and it was impossible for them to come out at night. They would not come for 7 days. It was a pity. The provincial first high school's response is very timely. They've arranged military training for Year 2 and Year 3 so quickly. Xie Jinyuan was naturally aware of the military training arrangements. The proposal to allow students to participate in the military training was actually on the agenda a few years ago, but it was only implemented this year. Seeing that she was not very willing to participate, Xie Jinyuan chuckled and said, "I don't have any holidays here, so I can't accompany you to practice driving. It's not a bad idea to go to military training. It's a good opportunity to destroy Yi Ying's prestige. Who needs him to accompany me?" Yi Qian thought to himself, but he said calmly, "There's nothing to destroy Yi Ying's prestige. She has a heart condition, so she can be exempted from military training with a leave request. I just think that it's not worth it to spend all 7 days on military training." It was not strange for him to know that she was in the same class as Yi Ying. He knew Uncle Chen and Principal Cao, so he just had to ask to know. Chapter 424. I really want to see you destroy her, but unfortunately, I can't accompany you during military training. If I was still in Fujian town, I could apply for it, but now that I'm not, there's no reason for me to apply. Xia Jinyuan, who saw through her thoughts, deliberately brought it up. Yi Qian didn't want to look at the back of his head. His skills had improved, and so had his temper. Xia Jinyuan didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled until Yi Qian turned his head away. Don't laugh, and don't say anything about accompanying me. He was always teasing her like this. Her heart skipped a beat, but he was calm. Okay, I won't laugh, I won't laugh. I'll listen to whatever you say. A gentle smile, a low voice, and a pair of dark eyes that were as deep as the sea. Yi Jian glanced at him quickly and saw the burning light in his eyes. She sighed in her heart and thought to herself, composure, composure. Don't let this dangerous man ruin my composure. When he drove the car back, he saw the regiment commander and the political commissar standing next to the parking lot. They had their heads down and were talking about something. When they heard the sound of a car, they looked over and saw that Xia Jinyuan's car had returned. Liu Tuan suddenly spoke faster. Old Yang, keep an eye on her later. Little Jen is smart. You have to make her interested first. I can do it. You cast the line, and I'll set the bait. If necessary, we have to disturb Major Xia. Political Commissar Yang also spoke faster. He wanted to end the unfinished discussion before the two of them came over. Old Liu, we have to make the little girl take the initiative to ask where the car soldiers are going. Liu Tuan didn't understand. Seeing the two of them walking closer, he quickly asked, why do you have to do this? What's so good about it? You can't react. This is called dragging her down. The more you know, the deeper you fall. The little girl is a disciplined person. Once she knows more, she won't run away. She'll choose to face it. Liu Tuan patted his head and pretended to be afraid as he listened to his old partner speak. I'm very lucky that we've always been partners and on the same side. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know if he had been tricked to death by his old partner. When they were about a meter away, Liu Tuan walked up to her with a smile and asked, what do you think, Miss Jen? Isn't it spectacular? There was a smile on his face, but there was a flicker of fire in his dignified eyes. You have always liked challenging, difficult training. This is not bad, right? Do you like it? Why not give it a try? I think you can do it. Yi Jian did not dare to boast about this kind of thing. She was absolutely confident that she could win a sniping competition or mixed martial arts. But when it came to driving, she had only touched the steering wheel once tonight, even in both her lives. Furthermore, why did she feel that when she came over, the regiment commander and the political commissar seemed to have discovered a treasure? Their eyes were shining. She pursed her lips and said honestly, I've really disappointed you. If it wasn't for Captain Xia, I wouldn't have touched the steering wheel. I can't be like the car soldiers here. They drive like they're walking. They can do whatever they want. This was the good thing about the little girl. She was honest. Liu Tuan laughed. His anger from the whole night seemed to have been extinguished by her. He said gently, I'll give you a month. See if you can master it. As long as she was willing to work hard, she would definitely succeed. Chapter 425. Seeing that Yi Qian seemed to be thinking about it, he added, the military training in your school will be conducted by our soldiers. You don't have to participate in the military training like standing at attention and singing military songs. As long as you can pass, I promise to bring you to a good place. Go to a good place. The National Day military training was indeed child's play for her. When Teacher Tong announced it, she wanted to apply for leave. Unfortunately, it would be recorded in the school records, so she could only give up. Now there was an opportunity to not participate, but Liu Tuan also mentioned his conditions. It would be a lie to say that she was not tempted. The military training was indeed a challenge for her. Liu Tuan's sharp eyes saw that Yi Qian was hesitating, so he added fuel to the fire. And you definitely won't lose out. Regardless of whether you meet my requirements or not, don't you have to come every night? Even if you don't meet my requirements, you won't lose anything. At most, You will participate in the military training for 7 days and let the instructor invite you to be a model soldier for your classmates. Indeed, she wouldn't lose out if she didn't meet the requirements, but if she met the requirements, she would gain. Not only could she compete with the military soldiers, but she also didn't have to participate in the military training. No matter how she looked at it, it was a good thing. Seeing that there was some progress in this matter, Liu Tuan secretly gave a look to the smiling political commissar. Then, political commissar Yang, who was always good at persuading people, stepped forward. As expected of a political commissar who used to be an instructor, he was very focused on persuading people. He smiled and said, "Not much, just 7 days of leave. Once the 7 days are over, you can come back. Also, I promise that it will definitely not affect your military training results from being recorded in the school records. On the contrary, when you apply for the military academy, your political score will be higher." This moved Yi Qian, but Liu Tuan was a tiger who ate people without spitting out the bones. Political commissar Yang, who was talking to him with a smile, was also a smiling tiger. Yi Qian's gaze fell on Xie Jinyuan, who was silent. He took a step back and gently touched Xie Jinyuan, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said softly, "Captain Xie, do you think I should agree?" For a regiment commander to say that he could bring the little fox out for a trip and even gain political points, this was no small matter. And little fox chose to let him be the one to check. Xie Jinyuan, who had gained her trust, gestured for her to calm down. He smiled and asked Liu Tuan, "You have always discussed things with the soldiers. We are not used to you suddenly discussing things with us. How about this, Liu Tuan? Yi Qian doesn't know what you're talking about, nor does she know what level you need her to reach before she can go with you. Why don't you let her see what kind of level she needs to be before she can work for you?" Liu Tuan glanced at Yi Qian, then looked at Xie Jinyuan. His eyes flickered, then he smiled and said, "Great, there's a chance. Major Xie, can you make a decision for Miss Jen? It's better to let Yi Qian make the decision herself. I'll help her check. It can't be helped. Liu Tuan, you're the Buddha in the unit. No one can escape from your control. Yi Qian is just a little girl. Look, you've only given her a little benefit, a benefit that she hasn't even tasted, and she's already believed you. I'm just helping her check and see what kind of level you want her to be at. Then I can make a rough judgment of what you want her to do." Xie Jinyuan was an expert when it came to beating around the bush with his superiors. He always had the initiative in his hands and would not easily let others lead him away from the topic. Chapter 426. Yi Qian laughed when he heard what he said. He really was a capable major. "No problem. Let's have an appetizer first. Let's show Miss Jen." After Liu Tuan finished speaking, he walked in front of a battalion commander and said a few words to him. The battalion commander nodded and replied with 3 simple words, "Okay, right away." Then, Yi Qian saw an inconspicuous car suddenly rush into his line of sight. He didn't know how the car soldiers inside did it, but the car that originally had 4 wheels on the ground suddenly had 2 wheels on the ground. At the same time, rows of bullets rained down from the back of the car. The bullets rained down, and after a few cracking sounds, several targets were directly broken in half. Is it possible to reach such a level? Liu Tuan, who had already walked over, said half-truthfully. His gaze fell on Yi Qian with a hint of anticipation. "If you can, I'll take you to a very good place. How about it? Do you want to give it a try?" Xie Jinyuan's expression was a little serious. What kind of place would require a young girl to go? Moreover, she had to have this level of driving skills. Regiment commander, political commissar, it's difficult to reach this level within a month. Also, it's too risky to let a young girl take such a big risk just to get some political points in the military academy. He was more worried that with this level of driving skills, the place she would go to might be a good place, but at the same time, it would be full of danger. Yi Qian also thought about it, but he didn't reject it immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "Regiment commander, political commissar, may I know which organization these car soldiers will be sent to?" She didn't want to reject it, but she also wanted to know how dangerous it would be. She could only use where they would be sent to determine how dangerous it would be for her to make a decision. After all, the more capable a person was, the more likely they would be sent to a place. Her words made the smiles on Liu Tuan and Political Commissar Yang's faces fade a little. This girl was honest, but also smart. She was thinking of ways to get information out of them. They weren't afraid of her trying to get information out of them, but they were afraid that she wouldn't. The two tigers in the army secretly exchanged a look and revealed a meaningful smile. Jian Yiling was smart, but she couldn't resist the seduction of the two of them. Xie Jinyuan's expression also changed slightly. He even raised his hand to grab Yi Qian's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Little fox, you've crossed the line." And, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly darkened. "Regiment commander." He wanted to stop Xie Jinyuan, but to his surprise, Captain Liu acted quickly. He took a step forward and grabbed Xie Jinyuan's wrist. He laughed and said, "Captain Xie, don't touch a girl in front of us." While they were chatting, Political Commissar Yang chuckled and said something completely unrelated to the topic. "Have you watched the movie Bodyguard of Zongnanhari? It's not bad. You can watch it. It's very educational." He understood everything that he heard. Yi Qian also understood. His expression became serious and he immediately said, "I'm sorry, Captain Liu, Political Commissar. I said too much." After a slight pause, he said, "I will do my best to become a part of them." Captain Liu, who had deliberately sabotaged the conversation, laughed softly. He whispered to Xie Jinyuan, who wanted to stop him after realizing that he had done so, "It's too late, Major Xie. Political Commissar and I both know Major Xie's ability. We can only make the first move." Chapter 427. Xie Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. He sighed and said, "No matter how capable I am, it's hard for me to fight against the trap set by the two leaders. Yi Qian still thinks that he knows too much and can't escape, but he doesn't know that this is all planned out by the two leaders. Liu Tuan, you and the Political Commissar are indeed a pair of tigers who eat people up without spitting out their bones. I'm impressed. You flatter me, you flatter me. Once you do something, you'll naturally get used to it. Why is Major Xie so protective of Yi Qian?" Liu Tuan was in his early 40s and had a daughter who was about the same age as Yi Qian. He took care of Yi Qian like a father would. He patted Xie Jinyuan's shoulder and sighed. "I've heard about Sun Xueqing's situation. Her mother was also a soldier in our team. Although I don't know how powerful martyr Sun Xueqing was, I can tell from Yi Qian's performance that she's inheriting her mother's legacy. Perhaps she's even more outstanding than her mother. Our country's leaders are going abroad for an official visit during National Day. The political situation there is a little sensitive. The military has already considered Miss Jian going as the student representative. Her English is good and she's good at adapting. More importantly, she can protect herself and the leaders around her." During the meeting, Miss Jian's name was placed at the top of the list. "I can't tell you which leader is going, but I'm sure you know which country he's going to. So, it's not unreasonable for us to consider letting Miss Jian go. The military would know in advance if a leader was going abroad to promote an exchange between two countries." Xie Jinyuan was the same. Liu Tuan's words weren't considered a leak. Yi Qian was so serious that there was no expression on his face. He listened to the Political Commissar's instructions calmly. Since she agreed, everything would be easier to discuss. Political Commissar Yang said gently, "Don't be so nervous. The military already had this idea. There are some who agree and some who disagree. Liu Tuan and I hope you can agree. Not for others, but for myself. I know that you and Liu Tuan are taking care of me, and I will do my best to live up to your expectations. But if you only come here to train at night, I'm worried." Yi Qian's concern was not that he could not learn well, but that he did not have the time. As long as she made the decision, time was not a problem at all. Political Commissar Yang laughed and said, "We will arrange this. Tonight, you can ask Major Xie to send you back first. It's already past 12. Go back and rest early. If there wasn't enough time, the army would naturally come forward to solve it." There was no need for Yi Jian to worry at all. "It is indeed a very good opportunity. I also wanted to accept it on your behalf. At that time, I thought too much about it. I didn't expect you to directly step into the pit dug by the two tigers. You can't climb out even if you want to. When they got into the car, Xie Jinyuan joked, I wanted to give you a hand, but Liu Tuan stopped me. Yi Qian rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. Actually, after I asked, I knew that I had crossed the line. I also knew that I had fallen into a trap. But it is indeed an opportunity. At least I can have direct contact with the leader. It can also be considered as a bargaining chip for myself. He had already shown his face in front of the leader and completed the mission given by the military. In the future, no matter how powerful the people behind Yi Jifan were, he would have to think twice. Therefore, this was an opportunity that required him to gamble with his life. Chapter 428. Because of Yi Jifan? Xie Jinyuan immediately understood what she was referring to. He frowned and said, because of you. Yi Qian didn't want to think about this. She stared at the man who was focused on driving and interrupted him. Did it hurt? At that time. It was such a deep and wide scar. Even now, she could feel her back throbbing in pain just by looking at it. It didn't hurt at that time. I fainted. He brushed over the danger in a calm tone. At the red light, Xie Jinyuan stopped the car. He held the steering wheel elegantly with one hand and rested his other hand lazily on the window. When he saw her frown, he chuckled and said, I really don't remember it now. I don't feel the pain anymore. Why don't I tell you if it hurts the next time you get hurt? Yi Qian's expression changed and she spat, don't spout nonsense. P2E P2E P2E. A child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm? Xie Jinyuan laughed heartily. His deep eyes glowed like a halo, which made Yi Qian's heart pound. She pursed her lips and looked away. She was conflicted, but her gaze was always attracted to him. Like a man of light, no matter how dangerous it was, he wouldn't want someone who had lived in the dark for too long to approach him. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when they reached the back gate of the school. Xie Jinyuan stood under the streetlight and watched Yi Qian walk step by step towards the back gate of the school. He put his hands in his pockets and watched her enter the school. His smiling eyes gradually turned cold. Little Fox knew very well that the person she needed to be wary of was Yi Jifan. Since she knew this, it was the right thing for her to win the chips for him. His heart ached that she had to face someone like Yi Jifan at such a young age. Her life was much harder than her peers. Who was the person behind Yi Jifan? It seemed that he had to find out. The car drove very fast and flew directly to the hotel. Xie Jinyuan's phone had been vibrating several times. He didn't call back until he reached the hotel. Q King, when do you plan to return to the team after tomorrow's holiday? I'll be waiting for you in the capital. J5, who was wearing short sleeves and shorts, stood on the balcony of the military guest house with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He teased, I heard someone talking about that little fox of yours in a meeting today. Not bad, even the leaders are paying attention to her. She has a bright future. Xie Jinyuan turned on the lights in the room and put his phone on speaker mode. As he took off his shirt, he said lazily, of course. This is the little fox that I have my eyes on. I even wanted to fight for her, but unfortunately, I have no place to show my talents. Are you being cocky? J5 couldn't stand it. His buddies were all single, and he was the only one who had his eyes on a high school student. Remember, our future is still in your hands. Don't just focus on your love life. Put our buddies aside. Everyone in the Snowfield Brigade knew that Q King had his eyes on a high school student named Yi Qian. Even Z7, who was a man of few words, said that she was a good girl. She was just a little young and was still in high school. But it was also fortunate that she was young. Otherwise, how could these 26-year-old old buddies endure it? They had to let Q King only think about her and not have any physical contact with her. Tell our buddies to wait. Wait for my revolution to succeed. After walking past the bathroom, Xie Jinyuan turned around. For the first time, he really paid attention to the wound on his lower back. The mirror clearly reflected the wound. It wasn't that bad, but Little Fox seemed to be frightened. Chapter 429. After taking a look, He walked out of the bathroom and picked up a pair of short sleeves and shorts that could be used as pajamas. How many of you have arrived in Beijing tomorrow afternoon? 5 came, and the other 5 left in advance. September in Beijing was much colder than September in the south. Standing on the balcony and enjoying the night breeze, J5, who had not slept, felt even more sleepy. There's a layout meeting with Zongnan Hari tomorrow night. You must come back. Xia Jinyuan, who was about to take a shower, turned on the shower. Amid the sound of running water, he said indifferently, "Okay, see you tomorrow afternoon." "I'm hanging up." "Wait, your little fox appeared in the meeting. Why didn't you ask?" J5 asked before hanging up. "Don't you care?" Hey, damn, he really hung up. Something was wrong. Why didn't he care? It didn't seem like the style of this wolf. There must be an inside story. There must be an inside story that he didn't know. Wait, just now, he heard the sound of running water. He picked up the phone very late, and then heard the sound of running water in the middle of the night. J5's expression suddenly became tense as if he had discovered something big. Did Q King already put his little fox on the bed? It shouldn't be, but he still felt uneasy. No, he had to find someone to talk to. He couldn't sleep tonight if he didn't. It was the after effects of working as an instructor. If he didn't understand everything, he would lose sleep. G3, who had already fallen asleep, didn't have any other reaction after being woken up. He directly threw J5, who hadn't slept in the middle of the night, into the corridor and closed the door to continue sleeping. Through the door, he heard J5's cold reply, "I didn't sleep for 3 nights. I rushed to Beijing today to finish the meeting. If you knock on the door again, I'll throw you directly from the 3rd floor." The next day, J5, who had not slept, was waiting for Xia Jinyuan to arrive in Beijing. At noon in the provincial capital, Yi Qian received a call from Xia Jinyuan in the dormitory manager's office. It turned out that he was already at the airport and specially called to inform her. Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief and pursed his lips with a smile. "Okay, see you next time." It was better to avoid it. At the very least, before she lost her willpower, she had to avoid it. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the departure lounge, seemed to have heard her long exhale. This little girl was probably dying to see him. However, how could he let her do as she wished? His thin lips curled into a faint smile. "You're such a two-faced little fox. You don't want to see me again, do you?" "No, you misunderstood." Yi Jian straightened her back subconsciously and heard his deep voice again. "So you want me to come often too? Okay, I'll come to see you as long as I'm on vacation. Be good and wait for me to come back at school." Yi Jian nodded and said, "So you want me to come often too? Okay, I'll come to see you whenever I'm on vacation." It was very gentle, like a feather gently brushing against her heart. It was just one sentence, but it was so easy to stir up her emotions, making her feel his ambiguous presence following her like a shadow. "Hurry up and go eat. I'm going to check in now. Goodbye, Yi Qian. Believe me, little fox, we'll meet again very soon. This is something that can't be avoided." The plane soared into the sky, and the rumbling sound came from the azure blue sky. Yi Qian, who was on his way to the cafeteria, stood under the shade of a tree and looked at the plane, which was as small as a matchbox, dragging a long white trail behind it. The plane headed north. "Is he sitting in it?" Yi Ying's voice came from behind him. During the first few days of school, she didn't forget to make friends with both old and new students. Moreover, she didn't care about their grades or their family background. Chapter 430. On the first day of school, she got along well with Jiao Hai. After all, he was the top student at the end of the first year of high school. However, when she found out that Jiao Hai's parents were just ordinary workers, she immediately showed a disdainful expression and no longer had the enthusiasm she had on the first day of school. Now, she knew how to make friends based on social status. Yi Zhifan had indeed taught Yi Ying everything he knew. "I can't participate in the military training, so I'll have to look after you guys. Fortunately, I'll prepare water. You guys can come find me if you're thirsty," Yi Ying said with a smile, full of gentleness and generosity. "If you guys are tired, I can give you a shoulder massage. One of the girls laughed. No, no, I'm afraid that someone will hit me. So, did you promise him or not? Yang Heng can play basketball, he's quite handsome, his grades are good, and his family background is good too. What are you hesitating for? When Yi Qian heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that Yi Ying's high school life was the same as her middle school life? Yang Heng, then she had to be careful. She couldn't let it be another Gao Yang. No, Gao Yang just didn't know how to judge people. Later, he turned over a new leaf. She quickened her pace and soon left her voice far behind until it was no longer tormenting her ears. The sun was high in the sky. After passing through the green shrubs, she arrived at the cafeteria. She heard a lot of discussion about the military training. Some people were very excited, while others were frowning. Everyone had their own opinions about the military training. I don't want to go. I really want to take leave. The sun is so hot. It'll make me tan. Forget it if you don't want to go. I heard that the soldiers in the army will be our instructors. It'll be great if they're handsome. Even if they're tanned, I'll be happy. Two seniors were whispering as they lined up. When they found Jiasin and the others, they were discussing the military training again. Seeing her sit down, Yang Yi, who was in the same dormitory, asked her, "Do you want to go? The entire high school will be participating. I heard that you'll have to sleep on the field. Won't you be fed to mosquitoes every day? It has to be recorded in the student records as a result. Everyone has to go, no exceptions." Yi Qian did not object at all. However, he felt that military training was child's play for him, so he said to Jiasin and the others, "It's a chance to train. There's no harm in giving it a try, right? Besides, I think it's quite interesting to spend all 7 days together." And Jiasin, who had been chewing on the ribs without saying a word, sighed heavily and said with a frown, "What's the big deal about military training? My dad wants me to enroll in some military school. Fuck, I've looked it up. How can a mediocre person like me get into a military school? It's better to be a female soldier after graduation. My dad wants me to go to the police academy, and your dad wants you to go to the military academy. Great minds think alike." Zhong Bin, who was passing by with a plate in his hand, laughed, "I think a tomboy like you should enter the military academy. You'll definitely be able to defeat all the male soldiers." And Jiasin was furious. "You said I'm a man. You deserve a beating. Zhong Bin makes a lot of sense. I think uncle is right. You should go to the military academy." Yi Qian was happy. After she left Fujian town, she had not contacted her classmates. She did not know what Jiasin's future was, but if she also went to the military academy, it would be a good idea. She was tall, had a good personality, and had good qualities. Her physical fitness could also pass. As long as she could get in, it would be fine. Chapter 431. You think so too? Then I have to think about it. And Jiasin pretended to be angry. She kicked Zhong Bin, who was laughing, and sat down. I have thought about it too. It's difficult. We'll talk about it when the time comes. It's still early anyway. The school's announcement of the military training did make some people want to apply for military school. But it was just a thought. It was not easy to get into a military school. Yi Qian and the others were discussing the military training. Teacher Tong was sitting in Principal Cao's office. She smiled and said, "Since it's your arrangement, then there's no problem. Yi Qian is quite good at self-learning. I don't have to worry about him. I have no problem with him leaving after school in the afternoon." "Okay, I'll let you know. Also, Yi Qian's situation is a bit special. If he asks for leave and the other students ask about it, just say that his family member is sick and he needs to go to the hospital to take care of them." Principal Cao arranged everything carefully so that Teacher Tong would not have any problems with it. He also made sure that Yi Qian would not be disliked by the other students because of his special situation. Yi Qian knew that he could leave the school with the other day students after the first class in the afternoon. He knew that the political commissar had arranged everything for him. "Principal Cao told me that you have a big ambition and he is already preparing for it. I have faith in you. I know that you are a very disciplined student. Work hard. I hope to see good news for you in the year after next. Teacher Tong had told Yi Jian about it in the corridor outside the classroom after class. Looking at the girl in front of her, who was like a pine tree, and knowing that Yi Jian's goal was to apply for the military academy and that she was already preparing for it, Teacher Tong suddenly realized why Yi Jian had such a unique aura. This was the valiant aura of a soldier. She was as proud as a pine tree and as cold as a winter plum. She was definitely not comparable to those students who still wanted to play. Yi Ying was not going to participate. She was going to participate in an English competition on National Day. As for what she said to those high-ranking officials and rich kids, it was just for show. After Teacher Tong found out, she wrote on Yi Ying's file, due to health reasons, it is not suitable for her to participate in military training. Not only did they have to learn how to drive, but they also had to learn how to repair cars. On Yi Qian's first day, he was introduced to a pile of car parts. How many parts are there in a car? That was 100 times the size of a sniper rifle. Everything from a screw to a wire had to be recognized. Yi Qian gave her a book, a pile of car parts, some photos, and a car soldier. Under Political Commissar Yang's smiling gaze, Yi Qian began to identify the car parts. Yi Qian was able to calm her mind, and once she calmed down, she would not be distracted even if a bomb went off beside her. If she could recognize the parts, then so be it. She could recognize the guns and ammunition of every country, so it was not difficult for her to recognize the parts of a car. Just as Liu Tuan had said, Yi Qian's speed of improvement scared the car soldiers around her. It was fine on the first day, but on the second day, when the battalion commander came to test her, she was able to identify the parts one by one. She even knew where they were installed. After that, when Yi Qian was teaching driving, the car soldiers were all terrified. Chapter 432. On the third day, the car soldier who was training with her was replaced by another car soldier who was heading to the capital this year. Identity, driver, special assignment, bodyguard. According to the changes in the mission situation, we will use a combination of indoor simulated driving and field driving. Normally, the most we need to use is flying. Watch carefully, like this. A car soldier who was about to enter Zongnanhari was teaching Yi Qian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. As he finished speaking, the jeep rushed out with a boom and rose into the air again. She stepped on the accelerator and started the car at high speed. Yi Qian could feel the entire car rise into the air. After passing through the broken section, it landed with a bang. At the same time, the car soldier fired continuously with his gun. The obstacles on the left and right sides were all blown away. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, felt what it was like to see a bunch of bullets fly past her eyes. Exciting. Absolutely exciting. Faint smoke swept past the tip of her nose. She couldn't see the bullets, but she could feel their power. Even if they were empty bullets, there was still some residual power. Whether it was the car soldier's driving movements or the way he fired the gun, the car soldier was so cool that Yi Qian had the word respect written all over her face. She had no choice but to accept it. She had to operate the steering wheel with one hand and look forward with both eyes. At the same time, she had to aim and shoot. She had no choice but to accept it. There was always someone better than her. Yi Qian had always known that the reason why she improved so quickly was because of her 2 lifetimes of experience. As for them, they had relied on their own abilities to get to where they were today. Yi Qian was so focused on training that she almost forgot to eat and sleep. Especially from Friday afternoon until Sunday, even the male soldiers couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw her ferocity. She started from touching the steering wheel to speeding around the circle at over 200 km/h. Bullets were fired continuously from both the front and back seats. The targets outside the circle fell one by one. The engine roared so fast that it covered the sound of the bullets. Yi Qian, who was driving, had a cold expression. She changed gears and stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. After coming out of the circle, she rushed directly to the broken bridge. Maintain speed, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1, fly. The instructor's stern voice came through the earpiece, reminding Yi Qian that she was close to the broken bridge and that she was about to complete, her first flight across the broken bridge in half a month. Amidst the instructor's stern voice, the Jeep's engine seemed to have reached its limit. The engine roared like a fighter jet. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not notice that she was about to fly the Jeep over the broken bridge. The car soared into the air and landed on the ground with a loud bang. After changing gears, the car shot off from the bridge like an arrow leaving the bow and rushed straight to the finish line. There were already people waiting at the finish line. One of them was holding a timer, while the other was waiting for the car to arrive. The car door was opened from the outside. Political Commissar Yang stood outside with a warm smile, clapping his hands. The results will be out in half a month. Girl Jen, we can see your results and we are very happy. Passing in 3 minutes. You used 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Passing. The soldier keeping time recorded Yi Qian's results in the scorebook. The scorebook recorded all of Yi Qian's training results, from failing to pass, to passing, and then to passing. Chapter 433. Her progress was so fast that even the veterans were full of energy. If they were beaten by a high school student who didn't even know how to drive, even if they entered Zongnanhari, they wouldn't feel good about it. However, some people were born to be worshipped by others. Yi Jian, who had only made one mistake in her previous life, had been reborn. She was like a golden scale in a pond, which would turn into a dragon when it encountered a storm. Yi Qian, whose back was already drenched in sweat, raised her hand to wipe away the sweat that was about to drip into her eyes. She took the scorebook from the soldier and read it carefully. Her face was expressionless, but the corners of her mouth were tightly pursed. Not enough. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. You failed. Little girl, if I remember correctly, tonight is your first time flying over the broken bridge. How can you say you failed with this result? Commissar Yang knew that the girl in front of him, whose eyes were as bright as stars, was strict with herself after every training session, but he didn't know that she was this strict. Commissar Yang, who was afraid that going too far was as bad as not going too far, immediately comforted her. You only touched the car for 12 days. Look, you passed the subject training in 12 days. Girl Jen, it's good to be strict with yourself, but you can't set too high a goal. If your goal is too high, you will not be able to surpass it one day. Sometimes, it's not a motivation, but a dispirited feeling. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Let the instructor say it. If he says you passed, then you passed. Yi Qian saw that the commissar was trying his best to persuade her and was afraid that she would go to the extreme. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her eyes curved like crescent moons. Commissar, don't worry. I know. I think you don't know anything. Take a rest first. If you continue to train like this, I'm afraid of you. Soldiers were too outstanding. As a leader, there was a lot of pressure. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen during the training. Yi Qian saw that he was really worried about her, so she didn't refuse. She obediently followed him to the side to rest. The instructor who taught her jogged over and answered the commissar's questions one by one. You're improving very fast. You have a strong sense of direction. You have a fierce spirit that's not afraid of death. That's why you're practicing very fast. The instructor's evaluation of Yi Qian was based on the fact that she was not afraid of death. She had no fear of death, so she could easily pass through the door of life and death. Even the male soldiers did not have her guts. But political Commissar Yang was afraid. He couldn't let anything happen to such a good seedling. He said seriously, remember to put safety first during the training. She is stubborn. You can't be stubborn with her. After reprimanding the instructor, he sternly swept his gaze over the two of them and said in a deep voice, you two better remember this. We have to produce results, but we can't lose our lives. If I lose my life, what's the point of having a pile of results? The instructor was simply being lectured by Yi Qian. After the political commissar left, the instructor from Xiong province laughed and said, you little girl, when you worked hard, even I was motivated to work hard. This time, we were all lectured. However, what the political commissar said does make sense. We have to produce results, but no matter how good the results are, if we lose our lives, it will just be a pile of dead results. Yi Qian felt bad for implicating the instructor. He said softly, "How about this? In the future, when Political Commissar and Regimental Commander Liu are here, we can relax a little. After they leave, we can work harder. What do you think?" "No way. I'm scared of you, Yi Qian. Even third brother Daredevil would not work as hard as you," the instructor rejected directly. Although he said that, Yi Qian was the kind of person who could easily inspire soldiers on the battlefield. When she worked hard, the other male soldiers did not dare to fall behind. When she worked hard, they also worked hard. Everyone's results were on the rise. Chapter 434. After receiving the results, Regiment Commander Liu said to Political Commissar Yang, "Whichever battalion this girl is placed in, the standard of the battalion will rise like a rocket. Her results in the past 10 days are almost as good as the results of an automobile soldier for half a year. Friday night happens to be night driving. How about this? Assign a co-pilot to her car and let her try." Night driving was also part of the training. It was an essential training for every bus station soldier. Driving on mountain roads? Political Commissar Yang's face showed a trace of seriousness. After a long silence, he gently shook his head. "No. Driving on mountain roads is unpredictable and risky. It is all winding roads with 180-degree turns. There are no railings on the sides. She also has to maintain a certain distance from the cars in front. Old Liu, I don't agree with her driving on mountain roads. After all, it had only been 10 days. Practice on the training ground was like practice making perfect. Practicing a few more times and completing a series of actions under the instructor's instructions was a layer of protection. But it was different on mountain roads. It was all about experience. It was not just about courage. Not enough experience. I don't recommend night driving." Regiment Commander Liu sighed. After a moment of silence, he replied, "You're right. She does lack experience. Let's see how her results are in the next 2 weeks. If possible, she should try it before going to the capital. She still has to try. If she doesn't try, she doesn't know what to do. The leader's itinerary will be out soon. Once there is night driving, as one of the accompanying bodyguards, the girl must pass the night driving training. Otherwise, we can't assign her to the leader's side." Regiment Commander Liu's concerns made Political Commissar Yang finally nod in agreement. "Okay, let's test it before going to the capital." Yi Qian didn't know that she had become a frequent topic of discussion between the regiment commander and the political commissar. It also made Political Commissar Yang hesitate to talk to her a few times. Until Friday of the 3rd week, Yi Qian didn't know that she might need to undergo night driving training. She steadily started the car, changed gears, changed speeds, and turned. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. There was not a trace of strangeness. There's a bumpy road ahead, a single-sided bridge, and a double-sided bridge. Yi Qian, maintain your speed and cross it quickly. The instructor's cold voice came through the earpiece, instructing Yi Qian to complete the training test. Yi Jian drove forward, made a right-angle turn, and crossed the single-track bridge. Yi Jian maintained the speed and drove the car as if she was walking on her own. She passed the bridge smoothly. Political Commissar Yang looked at the jeep on the training ground, which looked like a veteran driving a jeep. She finished the entire training course only 20 seconds later than an outstanding veteran. "What training will there be later?" He walked over to Yi Qian's instructor and said in a low voice, "It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She still needs to catch up with the evening self-study." The instructor flipped open the training chart and said softly, "This is a subject that we started practicing last night. Cross a one-sided bridge and move forward in 2 wheels." Moving forward in 2 wheels meant that one of the wheels moved forward quickly and completed a drift. "Okay, let her rest for a while after this. I saw her take a bandage from the hospital just now. Her palms must have been rubbed until they had blisters." Yes, from Friday to Sunday, she practiced until 1 o'clock in the evening. She woke up on time at 6 o'clock the next day to train. The young lady's skin is tender. Plus, she had to turn the steering wheel quickly during the past 2 days of training, so she developed blisters. The instructor's explanation was still a little vague. Yi Qian's palms not only had one blister, but both of his hands had blisters as well. It just so happened that the blisters formed a line between his fingers and his palms. Chapter 435. A few blisters popped, revealing a layer of pink skin tissue. After spraying anti-inflammatory medicine, she wrapped the bandage around her hand and continued to practice. The political commissar asked the instructor to inform Yi Qian through the headset and then went to discuss with Liu Tuan. After a week, Zhen Yiling's driving skills had improved. This could make up for her lack of experience. It was time to rest. Other than Yi Qian, who was still training, all the soldiers, including the soldiers who were in charge of maintaining the vehicles, had already rested. There was only one vehicle rumbling on the field, which was particularly eye-catching. Where did this little girl come from? She's training so hard every day as if she's going to the battlefield tomorrow. Just looking at her gives me the creeps. Maybe she's some leader's daughter who joined the army in winter. Otherwise, she wouldn't be training so hard. Nonsense. That little girl isn't even 18 years old. She's still a high school student. Why would she join the army? Besides, which leader's daughter would be willing to suffer with us soldiers? Didn't one of the leaders bring his daughter here last time? I saw that she even had to ask the guards to bring her water. Lower your voice. Do you want to be punished? You even dare to talk about your leader behind his back. A few soldiers in the resting room sat together and chatted softly. When they saw that the training vehicle had not stopped, they looked over and more or less talked about it. Most of these soldiers were soldiers who joined the army last year and were assigned to the vehicle company in June of this year. They weren't in the same position as the soldiers who were going to Zongnanhari immediately. They were in charge of repairing and maintaining the vehicles in the company. They arrived on Friday, and Yi Qian happened to be here for the next few days. Those who didn't know would inevitably talk about it secretly. But more of them were envious. The soldiers who touched the vehicles directly in the company were all elite soldiers. When they started training here one day, they would really be able to make a name for themselves. You guys are sitting here chatting like gossips, aren't you? A powerful baritone voice came from behind them. The male soldiers stood up in a row and turned around. Regiment commander, it was Liu Tuan, who walked past them. He stood in front of them and glanced at them with a serious expression. The male soldiers immediately felt a burst of pressure. Even so, they had to raise their heads and stick out their chests. They couldn't move. Do you all have nothing better to do? Repair all the wheels in front of me. Paint the wheels for me. Do you hear me? Liu Tuan's prestige in the unit was extremely high. Every word he said represented the military's prestige. The soldiers could only obey and absolutely could not resist. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. As long as it was correct, they had no reason to refute it. Just like now, they were caught by their regiment commander discussing right and wrong behind their backs. He only told them to do what they were supposed to do. Who would dare to say they didn't want to do it? If you don't want to do it, then wait for your punishment. The soldiers did not dare to utter a single word as they replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then, they immediately jogged to the front of the mountain-like wheel and started doing maintenance on it. The tires were neatly stacked one after another. They needed to be taken down and carefully maintained. Some tires were worn out and needed to be scrapped. For newbies like Yi Qian, it was easy for the wheels to wear out when they first started driving. If they braked too quickly, they would leave tire marks on the ground. But not now. The steering wheel was like an obedient child in Yi Qian's hands. It would move no matter how she moved it. Chapter 436. Yi Qian, get ready for a one-sided flight. Accelerate, rush onto the one-sided bridge, and complete a one-sided drift. The instructor instructed Yi Qian to complete the last exercise. He stood not far away and waved a flag. Ready, begin. With the wave of the flag, Yi Qian began the last training exercise of the day. Driving onto the one-sided bridge, the center of gravity of the car shifted to the driver's seat. Yi Qian stepped on the accelerator and quickly changed gears. The car, which was originally four-wheeled, suddenly shifted to two-wheeled, and began drifting at high speed. Driving diagonally from one side, it drifted forward in an arc. Liu Tuan, who was observing from the side, laughed and said to his old partner, "This level of skill can make up for her lack of experience to a certain extent. In the 4th week, arrange a car for her on Friday and Saturday nights. Let her drive during the day on Sunday. Treat it as a break for school on Monday, and leave for the capital on Tuesday." This time, I didn't mean to. Political Commissar Yang, who was still smiling a second ago, suddenly changed his expression and rushed towards the car. Liu Tuan was next. His expression changed as he threw away the scorebook in his hand and ran a few meters away. A wheel came out of nowhere and rolled directly towards Yi Qian's drifting car. Yi Qian's field of vision was very limited due to her lowered vision. It was impossible for her to notice such a sudden appearance and rolling towards the right side of the car. The instructor also noticed the danger, but he didn't panic. Instead, he spoke quickly and calmly, "Abnormality on the right side, avoid it." There was no time to tell him how to avoid it. It was all up to Yi Qian to deal with the situation on the spot and resolve the danger. Abnormality on the right side, draw a wide arc and accelerate to avoid the danger. However, if the arc was drawn out, the rear of the car would inevitably hit the barriers on both sides. But it was better than losing both the car and people. Inside the car, Yi Qian, whose eyes were cold, sped up and dodged the rolling wheel at lightning speed. Then, he turned the steering wheel. Bang! A loud sound was heard, and the car that was drifting to one side was forced to land on all 4 wheels. He didn't step on the brakes in a hurry. Instead, he slowed down rhythmically, and the rear of the car drifted backward. Under everyone's tense gaze, the car once again made a loud crash sound. In the capital, Xie Jinyuan, who had taken off his military uniform and was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, was memorizing some foreign culture and customs that he needed to remember during the exchange between the 2 countries. Suddenly, his heart started to panic. It came so suddenly that his face turned pale. He couldn't help but press his hand against his chest. His back arched as he pressed down on the dozens of pages of information with one hand. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Hey! What happened to you?" J5, who was also memorizing the information, frowned and said softly, "You have gastric problems? Is your stomach acting up?" K7 raised his head and glanced at him. He said emotionlessly, "Is your stomach in your chest? Have you ever seen a man with a stomach in his chest?" Then, he looked at Xie Jinyuan and frowned slightly. "Stand up and take a walk. Drink a glass of cold water to calm it down. It's nothing serious. It's just a normal heart palpitation. Normal heart palpitations don't need to be treated. Let's take a walk and get some fresh air. Also, Q King, are you afraid that you can't finish memorizing all this information?" The panic came and went quickly. It had already disappeared while K7 was talking. Xie Jinyuan looked at the dozens of pages of information he had memorized and frowned. "No, it's just that my heart skipped a beat. It's very uncomfortable and flustered." Chapter 437. It was as if something big had happened and he was panicking. Suddenly, Xie Jinyuan seemed to have thought of something. He stood up and said to the 2 of them, "I'm going out to make a call. Go ahead and take a look. I'll be back in 5 minutes." After rushing out of the meeting room, Xie Jinyuan immediately called Liu Tuan. As soon as the call went through, he quickly asked, "Liu Tuan, how's Yi Qian's training?" He did not hide his anxiety at all. He was anxious to know the situation. You don't usually call. Once you do, you run into trouble." Liu Tuan sighed heavily. With a gloomy expression on his face, he said, "A minute ago, Miss Jen had an accident during training. The military doctor is checking on her now. If she feels any discomfort, send her to the hospital immediately." In an instant, Xie Jinyuan felt as if his entire body had been plunged into a cold lake. He felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly torn in half and hung in midair. His deep, cold eyes suddenly darkened. The alternating cold and pain made his breathing become labored. His voice was chilling. How could there be an accident? How is she now? Are there any obvious and substantial external injuries? There are no external injuries. There was a wheel during the side driving training. Liu Tuan's expression became increasingly gloomy as he briefly explained the situation. There are no external injuries. Miss Jen was fearless in the face of danger. She minimized the danger and hit the barrier with the back of the car. He glanced at Yi Qian, who was cooperating with the military doctor. Apart from her slightly pale expression, she was calmer than everyone else present. A trace of a smile accompanied with a sigh. She's very clear-headed. She can even comfort me and old Yang. The military doctor said that she was very calm. Even her heartbeat did not change. It didn't scare her. It scared us. Hearing this, Xie Jinyuan felt as if he had just walked out of a cold lake. His entire body was trembling with fear. There was a wheel during the side-driving training. Just thinking about it made Xie Jinyuan start to break out in cold sweat again. If his little fox had reacted a little slower, the car would have been destroyed. Liu Tuan, I want to talk to her. Sorry to trouble you. He could only relax when he heard her voice. His gaze was cold as he stood by the window outside. His entire body was emitting cold air, and the surrounding air seemed to have turned into frost. Yi Qian raised his arm and swung it back and forth under the military doctor's instructions. I'm fine. There's no dislocation or fracture. His chest didn't hurt, nor did it feel stuffy. Doctor, I think I should be fine, except for the abrasions on my arms. When the rear of the car hit, the front airbag popped out. The head hit the airbag, but the upper body was protected. Only his left arm had rubbed against the car door, and a large piece of his skin had been rubbed off. It looked terrifying, but it wasn't a big deal. Liu Tuan handed the phone over and looked at the girl who was relaxed and bold. He smiled and sighed, "You're so lucky. It's Major Xia. He wants to talk to you." The military doctor who had taken Yi Qian's blood pressure confirmed that other than the abrasions on his arms, there were no other major injuries. He put away his stethoscope and said to Liu Tuan, "Other than the abrasions on his arms, there are no other problems. Spray some disinfectant and apply some purple iodine for 2 days. It should scab tomorrow." It was good that she was fine. Xie Jinyuan heard her gentle voice, like a wind chime swaying gently in the drizzle, gently knocking against his chest. "Your call is too coincidental. I've been fine for more than 20 days, but something happened today and you called." Yi Qian stood up and moved her wrists. Under the gaze of Liu Tuan, and many soldiers, she coughed lightly and hinted, "Everyone is worried about me. Captain Xia, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm hanging up." Chapter 438. Yi Qian really wanted to hang up the phone as soon as possible. She was completely not used to doing private things in public, such as answering the phone. After saying that, she felt a little uneasy. She pursed her lips and said softly, "How about I contact you when I get back to school? Is it convenient for you to give me your number? How about I contact you when I get back to school? Platoon Commander Liu and the political commissar are both there." She didn't expect her call to come at such a timely time. The coldness on Xie Jinyuan's face gradually faded as he chuckled softly. This feeling was actually really good. It was as if their hearts were linked. Even if they were thousands of miles away, he could still sense whether she was safe or not. The second he felt his heart palpitate and panic happened to be the second she got into an accident during training. It turned out that the mysterious feeling of having telepathy really existed, and it existed in his heart. "Little fox, where do you think you're going to escape to? Even if you were thousands of miles away, he would definitely be able to find you." Hearing his laughter, Yi Qian laughed as well. "I'm fine here. The military doctor has left. You don't worry." He really did care about her and was willing to help her. In short, she could only repay his kindness after she entered the military camp. As long as it wasn't against the military rules, she would definitely help him as long as he asked. In her previous life, Yi Qian had always used this method to repay those who had helped her and shown her kindness. She was such a girl. No matter how difficult life was, she still had kindness in her heart. Kind and magnanimous people could survive no matter how difficult life was. Yi Qian was like that. "Are you afraid that I'll be angry?" As she explained, Xie Jinyuan's lips curled up slightly. His gaze deepened as he looked into the distance. "I'm not angry. I just want to hear your voice, little fox. But I'm really worried about you. When I heard Platoon Commander Liu say that something happened during your training, I couldn't wait to be by your side immediately. His low voice was like the richest and most intoxicating red wine. Not only was the color rich, but the smell was also intoxicating. She felt intoxicated even through the phone. It seemed like she was a little drunk. It was so noisy all around, but she could only hear his voice. Because in her heart, only his voice existed. Every word was like a musical note, coming slowly with the rhythm of her heartbeat. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that she could only hear his voice whispering in her ears. However, there was a voice in her heart that kept reminding her, stay strong, bring out your determination. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I have something to do here. Take down my phone number first. She seemed to be so nervous that she even held her breath. Xie Jinyuan, who was reporting a set of numbers, narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you nervous? That's right, what he said just now was indeed a little over the line. His feelings for her were always somewhat uncontrollable, so he could only try his best to control it. Xie Jinyuan was a man with strong self-control. As a soldier, there were times when he had to cast aside his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He was also very clear that his feelings for Yi Qian were derived from admiration. He was still one step away from falling in love with her. Therefore, he had to be careful when he spoke. He couldn't make Yi Qian feel troubled, but he also had to let her feel that there was a hint of affection between him and her. What Xie Jinyuan wanted was this kind of ambiguous relationship that was faintly discernible, with a hint of affection that would never cross the line. Chapter 439. Fortunately, Yi Qian was already used to it. He repeated Xie Jinyuan's number again, and after confirming that it was correct, he smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I'll contact you when I get back to school." It was best to remain calm when interacting with Captain Xie. That would also improve one's composure. The fact that Xie Jinyuan was able to quickly regain his composure and reply indifferently made the corners of Xie Jinyuan's lips curl up into a meaningful smile. If this went on, those little boys would want to flirt with little Fox. Hair, in her eyes, they would be nothing more than clowns. But he was different. He was the one who held her hand and could walk side by side with her. They walked the same path, walked towards the same goal, and fought side by side. Therefore, he was destined to be different. You're still smiling after hanging up. TSK, that expression of yours is giving me goosebumps. J5's voice sounded lazily from the side. His eyes darkened as he looked at the phone line in the distance. Q King was still flirting with Yi Qian, and there was a hint of darkness in his indifferent expression. Brother, you have to remember what you said. For yourself and for Yi Qian. Now that you're in such a hurry to make a move, you might end up harming Yi Qian. J5 did not need to beat around the bush when speaking to his comrade. Instead, he chose to say it at the right time. Xie Jinyuan raised his eyebrows, and a smile spread from the corners of his eyes. When he spoke to Yi Qian, his elegant and noble demeanor did not fade away. The sharpness in his words was restrained. Standing in front of J5, dressed in a suit, he looked like a refined and gentle young master. Thank you for the reminder. Yi Qian is still young. No matter what, I can't end up harming her. After Xie Jinyuan finished speaking, the gentleness on his face faded and was replaced by a trace of coldness. J5, I will deal with my personal affairs. I know that you are still an instructor in the Snowfield Brigade, but I can tell you clearly that I will obey your orders for combat missions, but please don't pay too much attention to my personal affairs. In the unit, Xie Jinyuan rarely showed his cold and sharp side. He even consciously restrained his arrogance, because everyone knew that joining the Snowfield Brigade was equivalent to abandoning your previous identity. No matter who you used to be, you were a professional soldier in the unit and would absolutely obey orders. But even so, Xie Jinyuan had his own bottom line, such as personal matters. It didn't matter if his comrade made fun of him, but he couldn't accept it if it was too deep. I'm very sorry, Q King. I was being presumptuous. I have a bad habit of worrying, especially when something happened in the unit in the past. So, whenever a member of the unit is tempted, it's as if I'm facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this, J5's expression turned serious and he immediately apologized. I'm very sorry. This is the last time I mention your personal affairs with Yi Qian. Xie Jinyuan waved his hand and smiled. You don't have to apologize. I don't like it when the unit pays too much attention to my personal affairs. I'm Yi Qian and you know that she's still a high school student. You've seen her with your own eyes, so you know that she only avoids me. But there are still some brothers in the unit who don't know about it. I don't want to ruin that girl's image because of me. There was a deeper meaning to his words. J5 looked at Xie Jinyuan thoughtfully and saw a hint of a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. After thinking for a while, J5 suddenly realized something and said in surprise, "You have such thoughts. Does she know? Also, don't you know that our unit never recruits female soldiers?" Chapter 440. She doesn't know yet, but I'll make sure she sets her sights higher. So what if she doesn't recruit female soldiers? I dare say that her marksmanship isn't any worse than any of us here. Don't scare me, I'm not that easily scared. J5 was so shocked that he took a step back. He couldn't believe his comrade who was so proud of his little girl. He couldn't accept that a high school student's marksmanship wasn't any worse than their Snowfield Brigade's special forces. Xie Jinyuan took a step forward. His eyes were burning with passion. He patted J5's shoulder with a smile and restrained his pride. He said calmly, "When have I ever exaggerated? Didn't you guys see her marksmanship when she was sniping the #1 target in the no man's land? It's already been more than a year. Do you think my little fox is still stuck in the same place? No, she's improving at lightning speed." His little fox was a warrior who relied on her own 2 hands to create a world for herself. She used her strong will and perseverance to overcome difficulties time and time again. Her roots were deep, her steps were steady, and her marksmanship wasn't any worse than a special forces soldier's. What was so surprising about that? Uncle Chen and Uncle Jen's training for her was strictly based on the training methods of the Triangle State Army. She was a special forces soldier without a military uniform. Xie Jinyuan had been out for more than 5 minutes. He still had a few pages of documents to read. After admiring J5's unsettled expression, he walked gracefully towards the conference room. Look, even a special forces soldier was surprised by his little fox's ability. What kind of commotion would she cause when she joined the army? By then, his little fox would be like a bright moon. Although quiet, she would be the brightest light in the darkness, attracting everyone's attention. It was a wise move for him to make his move in advance. Hey, wait. He brushed past J5's shoulder. J5's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He turned around and chased after him. Did they mention Yi Qian's name in the meeting because she's also on the list? The pistol that Duo prepared was also prepared for her. Fuck, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you explain yourself? Xie Jinyuan turned a deaf ear and pushed open the tightly shut door of the conference room. He then closed the door again, blocking out the J5's voice. G3 looked up from the information and frowned. He said calmly, "He likes to worry. He did in the past, and he still does now. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, just tell him. He'll understand." He kept thinking about the incident between Q King and that female student. He was afraid that history would repeat itself. As long as Q King went to the southern province, he would be anxious every day. It was normal to be concerned about your brother, but it was not right to be overly worried. It's fine. He didn't say anything. It's just that he doesn't understand something in his heart, and I didn't tell him. He's just throwing a little tantrum now. Xie Jinyuan sat down calmly and crossed his long legs elegantly. He concentrated on reading the information that he hadn't finished reading. His little fox was fine, and his reading speed increased. Life was indeed full of ups and downs, but it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Yi Qian returned to the city at 4 p.m. with Liu Tuan, who happened to have something to do at the provincial military base. She could not miss the evening self-study on Sunday night. She had to be back before 5 p.m. "I'll be back on time tomorrow afternoon. I've made you and the political commissar worry today." After getting out of the car, Yi Qian stood by the open car door and smiled at Liu Tuan, who was sitting in the car. "I'll go in first. See you tomorrow." Chapter 441. Liu Tuan waved his hand at her and said with a serious but caring smile, "As long as you can hold on, you're welcome to come at any time. Now, you're my soldier, so I have to be strict with you. You can't be lazy just because of a small injury." "I won't be lazy, don't worry." Yi Qian closed the car door with a smile on his face. He waved his hand and watched the car leave before walking towards the school gate. On the other side of the road, Yi Ying quickly wrote down a license plate number on her notebook with a fountain pen. Looking at Yi Jian, who was walking towards the school gate, a sharp sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yi Jian. No wonder her classmates said that she didn't go to the evening self-study class since school started. It turned out that she had a car to fetch her every day. This was a discovery. She had to tell her family the license plate number and find out who it was. Yarrow Jing, who was good friends with Yi Ying, walked over and patted Yi Ying's shoulder. "Wasn't that Yi Qian? Who drove her to school?" Yi Ying, who was deep in thought, was startled by the tap. She quickly closed her notebook, patted her chest, and turned around. With a look of lingering fear, she said angrily, "You scared me to death. Why are you here so early today? Don't you usually come when class is about to start? My mom is attending a banquet tonight. No one at home asked the driver to send her to school early. I asked you a question. Did you see who drove Yi Qian back? Didn't they say her family is so poor that they can't even afford her school fees? Why would someone drive her to school?" Yarrow Jing was a woman of her word at home. Seeing that Yi Ying didn't answer, she urged, "Hurry up and say it. You're mute." Yi Ying put her notebook back into her bag and smiled. "I don't know. My family doesn't have any relatives who drive her to school. Maybe she met someone outside." "Met someone outside? Who would drive her back?" "I don't know. I was just guessing." "Aya, let's not talk about her. It has nothing to do with us." Yi Ying, whose eyes were shining, carried her bag and said with a smile, "Is Lamai's birthday coming soon? What are you going to give her?" The topic then turned to the birthday gift for a good friend. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Qian was surrounded by her classmates, and Jussin, and the other girls. When they saw the hideous scar on her hand, they all gasped. "It's just that I was hit by someone's bicycle and fell to the ground. It's just a little scratched. It's really nothing else. Don't look at me like I've broken a bone. It really doesn't hurt." And Jussin raised her arm and looked at it again and again. Then, she said to the students whose expressions had changed, "It's fine." The purple iodine solution covered a large area and looked scary. "I used to fall on my butt and look worse than her. Don't worry, the scab will form tomorrow." She herself was a person who was resistant to falling. Her father was a geologist. Every summer, who knew how many times she would fall and get injured? A small injury like this was nothing to her. When the girls in the dormitory heard this, Yang Yi said angrily, "Do you think Yi Qian is a tomboy like you? Look at you. One look and you can tell that you grew up from a young age. Yi Qian is different. Her skin is soft and tender. Her skin is as white as snow. She can't fall and fight like you." When she said this, Yi Qian pursed her lips and laughed. The one who could fall and fight was not Jussin, but Yi Qian. Her fair skin really had an advantage. It left a delicate impression. Chapter 442. On the other side, Jussin was unhappy. She laughed and chased after her. "Yang Yi, you know too much. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to destroy you on behalf of the universe." Yang Yi and Jussin were classmates in the first year of high school. She knew more about tomboys than the other three. They talked about what happened in the first year of high school. Jussin fought with a boy from the third year. She rode on the other party's waist and beat him up all by herself. It was obvious how strong she was. Yi Qian, who was packing up her textbooks, heard this and kept a calm smile on her face. Her high school life was very comfortable, except for Yi Ying, who appeared from time to time. This kind of high school life was not in vain. When they were eating dinner in the cafeteria, Zhongbin came over and invited them to watch a basketball game. The second and third years of high school had a basketball competition. Today, it was Zhongbin's turn to play a warm-up game. Yi Qian had never watched a basketball game between students before. Hearing this, She agreed readily. Little girls loved to watch it, not because they liked watching basketball, but because they liked watching boys play basketball. Even Enchanting was excited. They're playing against the third year's second class today. The boys from the second class are playing basketball. Handsome. Hurry up and eat, we'll watch it after dinner. It was not because of Bin, but because of the other boys. This made Bin, who had not gone far, angry. He had not even played yet, but he was already angry. When Yi Qian and the other girls arrived, the front row of the basketball court was full of students. The first year of high school had returned to school 2 weeks ago. Once they came back, the school became more lively. Even the cheers were much louder. Over here, over here. Bin, who had been paying attention, saved a seat. When he saw the 6 of them, he immediately ran over from the court. The boy was tall, almost 1.8 meters tall. Standing in front of the petite girls, he was full of youthful energy and also showed off the charm of a boy. I saved a good seat for you guys. Tonight's self-study session starts at 8 o'clock. You guys have to watch until the end. As he spoke, his eyes kept glancing at Enchanting's face. She could see through the little boy's thoughts at a glance. However, Enchanting did not look at them at all. Her attention was completely focused on the boys who surrounded a few girls in high spirits. Then, Yi Qian said, Look, it's that Yang Heng. It was that Yang Heng. He's my fucking Prince Charming. Yi Qian felt like he was being struck by lightning. Yang Heng was Enchanting's Prince Charming. Yang Heng is average. He looks skinny and not as strong as Bin. Yi Qian felt that Enchanting's Prince Charming had to be changed. Enchanting's Prince Charming who liked Yi Ying. TSK. It must be the Zebra Prince. His entire body was covered in flowers, and he was blind. When Bin heard that, he purposely puffed out his chest and directly blocked Enchanting's unbridled gaze of admiring Yang Heng. Look at how discerning Yi Jian is. You've known her for so long, why haven't you learned anything from her? Stop, make way. It was really difficult for a thick-skinned person like Enchanting to realize that something was wrong. She glared at Bin and wished she could run over to show her enthusiasm. He's so handsome, I like this type. Yi Qian, you haven't seen him in a school uniform before, right? Look at our blue and white striped school uniform. He's just like a model. He's so handsome. Enchanting did not stop praising Yang Heng. She was not the only one. Yi Qian listened until the end and was full of praises for him. Chapter 443. In the eyes of other girls, Yang Heng was indeed a pretty good boy. His grades were good, and his name was definitely in the top 5 of the cohort. He looked delicate and pretty, and his frame was not bulky, which was exactly what girls liked. When he was thin and muscular, he looked skinny in the school uniform, but when he put on a basketball uniform, he looked strong. This type of boy was the best at winning girls' attention. But in Yi Qian's eyes, he was just a little boy who was still wet behind the ears. Was that what he called strong? It was thin, okay? Captain Xia's body was strong. Good-looking bones. The proportions were obviously not. Captain Xia's body was the real golden ratio. Was he good-looking? At most, he would act handsome from time to fool girls. Captain Xia's facial features were exquisite, like a jade carving. Was he handsome in the school uniform? She didn't see him. Only soldiers in the army would walk out with handsome and mighty soldiers in their uniforms. Every one of them was a good boy. In comparison, Yi Qian felt that Yang Heng was not good enough at all. She hadn't realized that her taste in boys was so high that she was using Xia Jinyuan as a template for comparison. She had to admit that Major Xia's strategy was indeed effective. Compared to Major Xia, the little boy was completely incomparable. There were still 5 minutes before the start of the game. The boys on the court were all warming up. While Enchanting was happily watching, Yi Qian saw Yi Ying and a few other girls walking directly to the court. Their target was very clear. It was Enchanting's Prince Charming, Yang Heng. Enchanting, look at who's on the court and who's walking towards. Don't be angry, you must stay calm. Yi Qian had just wanted to change the Prince Charming in her heart, and now the opportunity had come. Yi Qian gently reminded Injusin, who only had eyes for him and did not see Yi Ying. At the same time, she braced herself for this person's anger. After taking a closer look, Injusin felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her. Her eyes widened, and a loud fuck came out of her mouth, attracting the attention of countless people. How can this be? That little bitch Yi Ying knows Yang Heng. Not only do they know each other, but Yang Heng also took the water from her hand. It was rare for Yi Qian to take the initiative to pat Injusin's shoulder. He said to Injusin, whose eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, "Don't you think that the boys who like Yi Ying are all blind? It's just like how a scholar is only interested in the female ghost's appearance, but he can't see through the white bones underneath." Injusin rubbed her face. Her personality was like a boy's, so her way of dealing with things was different. After cursing, she wailed, "Are you kidding me? I always thought that I had good taste, but now it seems that I was blind." She only thought that the other party was good at basketball. Now that Yi Ying had appeared, she was disgusted. Instantly, she had no other thoughts, let alone the Prince Charming in her heart. Zhong Bin only felt that the unhappiness in his heart was finally gone. It was resolved so quickly. Ha ha ha, he originally wanted to compete on the court. Yi Qian didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Yang Heng and the other man's gaze had turned in their direction a few times. There was a group of people behind them, so he couldn't be sure who they were looking at. "Leave this to me. I'll make sure that she can't speak of her suffering. She won't be able to find trouble with us." A boy wearing jersey number 8 patted his chest and said to Yarrow Jing, "If I had known that Yi Ying would be taken advantage of by her, fuck, I would have dealt with her long ago." Chapter 444. Yarrow Jing laughed. Although her facial features weren't as delicate as Yi Ying's, she had confidence that made her seem radiant. Looking at the guy who stood up for Yi Ying, she raised her voice and said, "As long as you stand up for Yi Ying, we'll have fun next Friday night." "Yi Ying, can you say it yourself?" "No." Yi Ying rejected directly. She was a little angry. This Yarrow Jing was the most scheming. She was the one who suggested it, but in the end, she blamed it on her. When Yarrow Jing heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched. She glanced at Yi Ying and smiled. "If you don't want to, then forget it. To think that I stood up for you." Forget it, she loved to save face. She was obviously angry, but she still had to suppress it. "If I say it's okay, then it's okay. We'll start in 2 minutes. Go sit at the side." Luo Rant's family owned a furniture factory. His family had some money. He was interested in Yi Ying, so he wanted to show off. He patted his chest and made the decision. Yi Ying frowned and looked at Yang Heng. She did not want to offend Yarrow Jing, so she could only ask him for help. "Luo Ran, don't mess around. Just play basketball. Don't make trouble." Yang Heng, who was playing with a ball, saw this and said lightly. He told Yi Ying and the rest to go back to their seats. The whistle had already been blown. Yang Heng's gaze swept across the stage. There was a flicker of light in his eyes. So the girl he saw at the traffic station that night was her. At the beginning of the game, the girls screamed the loudest. The provincial number 1 middle school was developing well in sports, and the students' enthusiasm for sports was also much higher. Yi Jian was probably the calmest. Listening to the deafening cheers and watching the vigorous figures on the field, there was only a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. After watching for about 20 minutes, Yi Qian felt a little bored. Just as Uncle Chen said, she liked the training ground in the army the most. She wanted to leave early and wait for Zhong Bin's class to score consecutively. She wanted to go to her side to cheer and share the joy with them. Yi Qian raised his hand and waved at her, then sat down again to watch. Yi Qian picked up the questions for the evening self-study session and laid them on top of the physics textbook. Amidst the noise, she calmed down and picked up a pen to start the questions. Yi Qian was definitely the first person to be able to solve the questions in this kind of situation. During the halftime break, the players of grade 12 all leaned on their side to rest, while Zhong Bin and the rest switched to the other side. Yi Jian, who was almost done with a test paper, did not notice that she was doing the last question during the halftime break. Her roommate, Li Qian, was the first to return to his seat. He noticed Yi Jian, who was engrossed in doing the questions. He then looked at her completed test paper and sighed. Yi Jian, you're so smart and hardworking. After writing down the final analysis process, Yi Jian pressed down on the spring ballpoint pen and looked up with a smile. You don't have to admire me. I just don't like watching football matches, but I was too embarrassed to leave early. I did the test paper because I was bored. She looked at the backs of the other 4 who had yet to sit down. And Jasin was still shouting at the top of her lungs. She couldn't help but laugh. She's so crazy. I suspect she'll rush down. Yongheng and the rest are here. They're resting in front of us now. It would be strange if they weren't crazy. Li Qian was very quiet. His grades were below average. When he spoke, he was gentle. Occasionally, he would reveal a shy smile. Because he was on the chubby side, he didn't always hang out with Jasin. Instead, he liked to hang out with Yi Qian and humbly ask questions that he didn't understand. Then, she picked up the textbook that she would bring to the self-study session later and lowered her head to read. Chapter 445. Yi Qian didn't disturb her. Instead, he tidied up his textbook. He would read it seriously later. Watching basketball games was also part of high school life. Yi Qian, and Jasin, whose face was red from shouting, turned her head and saw that Yi Qian, who was standing beside her, had already sat down. She quickly sat down and said happily, "He's really handsome. If Yi Ying didn't know him, I would have chased after him." The other 3 girls from the same dormitory also sat down. Just shouting "do your best" made them sweat profusely. When the 3 of them sat down, the resting third-year players immediately saw Yi Qian. Yi Qian was talking to Jasin with a smile on his face. Feeling that someone was watching him, he raised his head and looked over coldly. He saw a boy wearing an old silver necklace staring at him. Her brows furrowed slightly. Her originally calm gaze suddenly turned sharp because of the boy's impudent gaze. When she looked directly at the boy, her originally elegant gaze suddenly gave off an extremely cold and oppressive feeling. Suddenly, the boy was so scared that he took a few steps back. Luo ran, "There's still the second half. You can't let your legs go soft." The boys who didn't notice saw him take a few steps back and looked like he was about to fall. They all laughed out loud. Yang Heng, on the other hand, glanced at the stage and saw a sea of black heads. "Fuck you, I just slipped." Luo Ran, who was trying to be brave, would never admit that he was scared by Yi Qian's gaze. Although he was cursing in his heart, he didn't want to admit defeat. He straightened his neck and said, "I haven't had my fill yet. Today, I'll definitely beat this group of second-year students." Yang Heng threw the empty mineral water bottle aside and sneered at Luo Ran. "Luo Ran, don't stand up for others. Be careful that you don't even know how you died." During this period of time, the Transportation Bureau was secretly investigating the girl who helped the criminal police solve the case that night. He had seen her before. When 2 police officers led her and another man into the Transportation Bureau, he was just coming out of his office. The next day, his father warned him not to mention that he had seen the girl outside. She had almost forgotten about it, but after having dinner in the cafeteria today, Yarrow Jing suddenly remembered it. Luo Ran wanted to stand up for Yi Ying, but his head was caught by the door. "Just play around for a bit, and you really want to stand out? Do you think that school is a society?" In the second half, Grade 12 Class wanted to win while Grade 12 Class 2 wanted to tie. It was even more intense than the first half. The entire basketball court was about to be lifted by the screams. Yi Qian felt his eardrums hurt. Come on. Good luck, Grade 12 Class 12. Yang Heng, do your best." The only uniform shouts in the audience were either cheering for Yi Jian or cheering for Yang Heng. Yi Jian, who was used to hearing uniform cheers, felt like she was in a magic spell. She decided that she would never come to watch any competitions again in the future, unless she was asked to. Li Qian didn't really want to watch anymore, so he whispered into Yi Qian's ear, "Why don't we go back to the classroom? I feel a little dizzy hearing this. The competition is about to end. If we don't leave early, it will be quite crowded later." His words touched Yi Qian's heart. He said to Jasin, who was so excited that it was as if she was playing the game herself. "Look, I'm going back to the classroom with Li Qian." And Jiaxin only reacted after he said it a few times. "The competition is about to end. You're leaving now? Why don't?" As she spoke, a black shadow suddenly came from below the stage. The students sitting in the front row were shocked and instinctively dodged to the side. Chapter 446. A few screams were drowned out by the cheers. The ball, which was supposed to go in, was snatched away by someone. It lost its aim and flew towards the audience. The students who saw it all knew to hide, while the students who noticed the situation all looked over. They didn't know who was the unlucky one to be hit by the basketball. It had happened before. Their faces were covered in blood. It was too horrible to look at. Yi Ying, who was sitting to Yi Qian's right, could see the situation. She subconsciously gripped the corner of her skirt and stared at Yi Qian. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She didn't need to do it herself. There would always be someone who would teach Yi Qian a lesson for her. This was what her father said, only the right person can use it. Yarrow Jing, who was sitting next to her, glanced at her. There was a faint coldness in her eyes. Yongheng liked girls like her? Girls who could be killed with one slap. Were they that good? Yi Qian felt that she was indeed a basketball player. Her aim was quite accurate. The ball flew directly towards her face. If her entire face was hit, she wouldn't be able to face anyone tomorrow. Yi Qian, who had already stood up, caught the ball directly towards her face with both hands. Under the gaze of the surrounding students, the corners of her mouth curved into a slight smile. She weighed the ball in her hands in front of her opponent's stunned gaze. She definitely had to return this ball. Otherwise, how could she compete? "This ball isn't very obedient. You should change it." As Yi Jian spoke, her eyes were bright and clear like the moonlight. They seemed clear, yet they were actually hazy, and they were separated by a layer of mist that couldn't be seen through no matter what. Her features were beautiful like water, and they were extremely elegant. But even if she wasn't elegant, her smile was a little cold. At first glance, it looked like a blooming flower. But if you looked closely, you would realize that it was actually a sharp sword. In Luo Rant's eyes, Yi Qian's smile was like a sword hanging over his head, about to fall. He couldn't help but take a step back. Unexpectedly, Zhong Bin, who was standing behind him, blocked him. He heard Zhong Bin angrily ask behind him, "Luo Ran, whose face did you hit with the ball just now? Whose face could I have hit?" Luo Ran roared. He used the volume of his voice to prove his innocence. "Who the fuck can control this kind of thing? Do you think I want to? Fuck. Don't you know how to talk?" Boys were not good at quarreling. When they quarreled, they would settle it with their fists. Seeing that Zhong Bin was about to throw a punch, Yi Jian quickly raised her voice to stop him. She smiled and said, "Hey, the senior wearing the number 16 jersey, I know you were careless. I didn't blame you. Why are you angry, cat?" As she spoke, she swatted the ball in her hand, as though she was playing a volleyball. Volleyball is so soft. 2. From the shock by the flying ball. "By Yi. You. Does it hurt?" And Jiaxin asked blankly. The entire basketball court. It was a little quiet. Yi Qian looked at her sideways and smiled. "I'm not in pain. It's that guy who's in pain. I have to go down and apologize. After all, I slapped his nose full of blood." Yi Qian used both hands to support himself on the railing that separated the audience from the court. With a light leap, he flipped over the railing that was 1.5 meters high and walked in front of Luo Ran, who was looking up to stop the bleeding. "I'm sorry, senior. I'm a volleyball player. My hands are strong. When I got the ball, I unconsciously used it as a volleyball. I'm also standing high. I didn't expect it to hit your face. I'm sorry." She had hit his face with the ball. She had to apologize. Chapter 447. Yi Qian would never allow herself to be taken advantage of. If the other party had really been careless, she would have laughed it off. But the other party was obviously not. Since the ball was aimed at her, there was no grudge between them, and they didn't even know each other before this. Only Yi Ying had been on the court. "Ha, If this had something to do with Yi Ying, then sorry, she would return the favor the way you hit her. Yang Heng took a towel filled with ice water and placed it on Luo Ran's nose. Looking at the, obediently apologizing, beautiful Yi Qian, he pursed his lips and said loudly, "It's okay, you can go back to your seat." When Yi Qian raised the basketball, Yang Heng felt something was wrong, but he never expected that the power of the shot would be so great. It made Luo Ran's nose bleed. Also, he couldn't cause trouble for her. After all, Luo Ran was the one who hit her first. The other party was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. He didn't even have the right to ask for an explanation. His answer made Yi Qian raise his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that he didn't know her? Or that Yi Ying didn't mention her to him? Both were possible. Yi Ying now wished that everyone didn't know her and didn't go against her openly. Compared to junior high, she was much more experienced. "Then I won't disturb your game. Sorry." Yi Qian apologized politely again. He didn't return to the spectator seats. Instead, he gestured for Li Qian, who was dumbfounded, to take her book and return to the classroom together. Luo Ran was hit by the basketball. Not only did his nose bleed, but his entire brain was buzzing. He was seriously injured. After using the towel filled with ice water to apply to his face, he heard Yi Qian's apology and left. He was like a little tyrant at home, so how could he let Yi Qian go so easily? He pushed away the man who was supporting him and stood with the towel in his hand. He glared at him fiercely. "Fuck, you hit me and you want to leave? No way. Luo Ran, do you think this is your fucking house?" Surprisingly, the one who was angry was none other than Yang Heng. He grabbed Luo Ran's arm and warned him in a low voice, "Luo Ran, don't fucking throw a tantrum here. You know what you've done. Who can you blame? A girl playing volleyball hit the ball over and you didn't catch it. You blew all over your face, and you still have the face to shout." Yi Qian had already stopped. She was waiting for Luo Ran to say no way. After hearing Yang Heng's words, she narrowed her eyes. Why did it feel like Yang Heng was avoiding her? "Junior, you should go back. He's just being silly. We'll explain when the teacher comes." Yang Heng was indeed avoiding Yi Qian. He did not want Yi Qian to notice them. A group of students who pretend to be obedient in school but are no different from hooligans outside of school. This was a warm-up match organized by the students themselves and supervised by the student union. The teacher stayed in the first half of the match and only left in the second half. As soon as she left, she received news that a student had been hit in the face by a basketball and had a nosebleed, and it was a girl in the audience who was returning the basketball and had accidentally hit him in the head. This was the first time the teacher had heard of such a thing. Yi Qian brushed past the school doctor and the teacher, then met up with Jiasin, Li Qian, and the others outside. When they saw her coming out, they all gathered around her, their faces full of admiration. Chapter 448. The 5 people in the dormitory looked at Yi Qian with stars in their eyes. One hit of the basketball and someone's face was covered in blood. How valiant. Li Qian was about to take Yi Qian's textbook over when he saw her outstretched hand. He asked softly, Does it hurt? It hurts quite a bit, right? Do you want to go back to the dormitory to get some hot water? It hurts. After all, it was a basketball and not a volleyball. It's all right. I didn't have any other thoughts when I hit it. I just wanted to return the ball. I didn't expect to make someone bleed. Yi Qian explained with a smile. She took the textbook and saw Yi Ying and the other girl walking over with dark expressions. At that time, the sky was already slightly dark, and the street lamps were already lit. The dim yellow light left on the 2 faces, as if there was a layer of dirt that could not be scraped off. It made the 2 faces look gloomy, revealing a sense of hostility. The basketball court was in a corner of the school and there weren't many street lamps on both sides. Yi Qian and the other girls happened to be standing in the dark. Yi Ying and Yaro Jing, who walked out, were both preoccupied and didn't notice. I didn't expect your sister to be so capable. Yi Ying, why didn't you remind me in advance? Yaro Jing walked quickly. Compared to Yi Ying, who had caught up, there was an additional layer of frustration in her eyes. Why couldn't she handle such a small matter well? In the end, Yang Heng had to clean up the mess. Yi Ying was furious when she heard this. She caused this trouble and now she didn't remind her. What did she remind her of? She clearly didn't agree to do this on the court. Why didn't I remind you? I didn't agree at that time. Yang Heng didn't agree either. Yi Ying indeed gave in to Yarrow Jing, but today on the court, she couldn't do so. Yarrow Jing would take a mile after taking an inch. Hearing this, Yarrow Jing stopped and turned to glare at her. She sneered. "Ha, you mean it's all my fault now? Am I wrong? I'm just standing up for you. You were the one who told us that your sister bullied you. If you didn't say it, would I stand up for you?" In short, the fault was all on others. It had nothing to do with her. Even if she was wrong, she had thousands of reasons to explain herself. In the end, it was still someone else's fault. If others didn't do anything, she wouldn't do anything. If she wouldn't. It was a formula to find excuses for herself. Yi Ying had always been a meticulous person. She vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Yarrow Jing's attitude toward her, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. A dark light flashed in her eyes, and she carefully probed, "Don't you know Yang Heng the best? Would he have agreed to such things in the past?" Yarrow Jing was still in a fit of anger, so she let Yi Ying sound out a little. "I went to the same school as him since we were young. He's never liked to do such things, so it's normal for him to stop it." Suddenly, Yi Zhenjian understood why Yarrow Jing had been treating her differently. It turned out that she liked Yang Heng. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Look at you. You know him so well, but you still said those words to Luo Ran in front of him. How about this? When Yang Heng comes out later, I'll explain to him that I was looking for you and wanted Luo Ran to stand up for me. You should have been like this back then." Yarrow Jing glanced at her and her mood instantly improved. She held Yi Ying's arm and lifted her chin slightly. "I knew you were the best. Don't worry, you're so good. Yang Heng will definitely write you a love letter soon." Chapter 449. Ha, if Yang Heng really wrote a love letter, Yi Ying would be in trouble. Yi Ying cursed in her heart, but she said, "Don't tease me. How could Yang Heng write a love letter to me? I got to know him because of you. In the future." As she spoke, she saw Yi Qian and her classmates standing not far away. This meant that they might have overheard her conversation with Yarrow Jing. It didn't matter if Yi Qian heard it, but her classmates couldn't. "I have something to discuss with Yi Ying. Jiasin, you guys go back to the classroom first." Yi Qian glanced coldly at the two people who had already seen him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yi Zhifan must have told Yi Ying not to cause trouble for her in school, but Yi Ying came looking for her. Since she came looking for her, how could she avoid it? Coincidentally, she also wanted to know who the guy who had a bloody nose was. "I'll stay. Li Qian, you three go back to the classroom." And Jiasin rejected. She was afraid that Yi Qian would be at a disadvantage. "You didn't interact with Yi Ying for a year in high school. Now, she only knows people from families with some status. Don't think that I'm staying because I'm afraid of her." After all, Li Qian and the other two had only known each other for a month. Unlike in Jiasin, they whispered, "Be careful." Then, they left. Once the three of them left, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Are you really going to cause trouble with me? No need. You can just stand by my side and watch. Let's listen to what they have to say first." Yarrow Jing, who had also recognized him, narrowed her eyes. She grabbed Yi Ying's arm and walked over with a half-smile. "You're Yi Qian, right? You made a senior in high school bleed with a basketball. How impressive. Do you know who you're hitting?" She had a gloating expression on her face. Her smile was also full of interest. "It's Luo Ran, the most troublesome student in school. He's good at fighting, drinking, and smoking. You hit him, you'll be blocked after school." Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had helped Yi Ying vent her anger. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Yi Ying and said, "We didn't hit her with the ball today, but she was courting death by hitting Luo Ran. We still managed to vent our anger." Yi Ying knew that Yarrow Jing's heart was at ease now that Yang Heng's matter was brought up. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid my sister doesn't know Luo Ran yet. I have to introduce him to her." What's there to say? I'm just waiting to be blocked after school. Feeling comforted, Yarrow Jing intimately leaned against Yi Ying and smiled sweetly. Ying, if you get bullied in the future, it's not wrong to look for Luo Ran. It turned out that the boy who was beaten up by him was called Luo Ran. Would he stop him after school? Yi Qian thought about it. It had been a long time since he had been blocked. Raising his eyebrows, he smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll wait to be blocked." Didn't he often get blocked in the past? So what if he was blocked by a few students? In the past, He Jiamin, Tan Wei, and Xie Sifeng were your helpers. Now, it's changed to someone else. Why are you so timid? You don't show up yourself and always look for others. And Jiaxin crossed her arms and looked at her mockingly. If you have the guts, come out yourself. Why do you always use others as your tool? Yarrow Jing, who had a smile on her face, heard this and her expression changed slightly. She had always known that Yi Ying was a smart person who knew her limits. However, she didn't know what kind of person she was in middle school. Her hands unconsciously wanted to loosen. She liked to play smart, but that didn't mean that she would see others play smart with her. Chapter 450. Yi Ying remained calm, as if she didn't notice Yarrow Jing's strange behavior. She said coldly, "Yi Qian, you said that it would be best for us to coexist peacefully in school. I didn't understand in the past, and the things I did were childish and laughable. But have I done anything to you since the third year of middle school? Coexist peacefully, whether in middle school or high school, it's best if we don't quarrel or embarrass each other. What happened tonight was an accident. I couldn't control that boy's actions. He wanted to stand up for me. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone else. I did stop him, but he didn't listen." How could she not notice Yarrow Jing's strange behavior? Yi Ying was trying her best to make it up to her because she noticed. And she did make it up to her. Yarrow Jing's expression softened. Although she didn't pull her arm back, she didn't feel as intimate as before. She smiled sweetly and said, "Yi Ying, why are you talking nonsense with her? So what if she's my sister? Do you think she'll hit you?" She looked at Yi Qian and said arrogantly, "I didn't like you today, so I asked Luo Ran to do it. If you have the ability, come find me and Luo Ran. This has nothing to do with Yi Ying." Birds of a feather flock together. Yi Qian sensed that the girl standing beside Yi Ying had her own thoughts and didn't really want to stand up for Yi Ying. Her lips curled up slightly, and her eyes flashed with mockery. Yi Qian didn't mind Yi Ying finding more friends to stand up for her, but if there was a chance for her so-called friends to cause trouble for Yi Ying, Yi Qian found it quite interesting. As her eyes moved, a cold smile appeared in her star-like eyes. She slowly opened her mouth and said, "You can't stand the sight of a student you don't know, so you asked someone to attack her. If it wasn't for Yi Ying, would you do this?" The distance between the girl and Yi Ying widened again. Just now, they were shoulder to shoulder, but now there was a gap of a fist between them. She glanced at Yi Ying, who still wanted to destroy the piece in front of her, and said with a smile, "So, whether or not tonight's incident has nothing to do with you, Yi Ying, you know what you did. I also know that you know many classmates from good families in high school, but if you want to use them to make trouble for me, Yi Ying, then you're wrong. Firstly, I won't be afraid. Secondly, the school is the school after all. If you guys go overboard, the school will come forward and invite the parents. I believe that the one who will end up embarrassed won't be me. Number 3, don't forget that there is only one way to deal with students who cause trouble: expel them. Even the student records will be cancelled." Yi Ying still had a smile on her face, but when she heard the last part, her heart skipped a beat. She instinctively looked at Yarrow Jing, who was beside her. When she saw that Yarrow Jing was expressionless, she glared at Yi Qian and said sternly, "Yi Qian, how dare you threaten me?" Just as she said, once her family found out that they were causing trouble at school, they would definitely not tolerate it. Threat. These are the school rules. Didn't you read the school rules? Yi Qian laughed. All of them were just trying to intimidate others. In the end, they still had to rely on their parents. "Yi Ying, if you want to cause trouble for me in high school, be careful that you don't implicate your friends. They won't be able to get into university." When he said that, Yarrow Jing and Yi Ying's expressions changed. While they were talking, the game had already ended. The spectating students began to walk out. From a few people to groups, the quiet stadium instantly became lively. Chapter 451. Yaro Jing took the opportunity to withdraw her hand from Yi Ying's arm. She studied Yi Qian for a while before saying, "You're right. Yi Ying and I would never violate the school rules. Naturally, we won't find trouble with you. But..." She pointed at the boys in their jerseys and smiled. "Naturally, someone will find trouble with you." This Yi Qian was indeed smart and knew how to talk. He never faced her directly and only targeted Yi Ying. Yang Heng had said to never find trouble with a smart person who could distinguish between the severity of the matter. Thinking of Yang Heng's words, Yaro Jing had no intention of standing up again. Yi Qian only raised his eyebrows and smiled at Yaro Jing's threat. "I don't know any of you. I only know Yi Ying. If you dare to take the risk of being expelled to stand up for her, I can only say that Yi Ying has made the right friends. Classroom, cafeteria, platoon, such a simple life. If Luo Ran had the guts to bring people into the school and the platoon, she would definitely respect him as a man." Her indifference made Yaro Jing's eyes darken, not because of Yi Qian's words, but because she knew that Yi Qian had seen through her intentions. Because she would never stand up for Yi Ying. Without another word, she ignored Yi Ying and walked away with a cold face. This time, Yi Ying did not chase after her immediately. She looked at Yaro Jing's back and sneered in her heart. Sooner or later, she would make Yaro Jing not dare to treat her like this again. But facing Yi Qian, she refused to admit defeat. She lifted her chin and smiled proudly. "You're right. I have made a group of good friends. All of them are willing to stand up for me. Yi Qian, what about you? Who will stand up for you? If you go against me, just wait for them to teach you a lesson. Luo Ran is not a good student. Just wait and see." Yi Qian was too lazy to say anything more. Yi Ying's intelligence was too narrow. Even her judgment was the same, and Jiaxin, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't hold it in anymore. She laughed out loud. She could tell something was amiss, but Yi Ying was still pretending. How could she not want to laugh? "We'll wait and see. Yi Ying, hurry up and complain to Luo Ran. After all, the unlucky ones won't be me and Yi Qian." With that, she raised her arm, which had been tightly linked with Yi Qian's, and laughed. "What are friends? Friends should never leave each other, you know that." It was so piercing that Yi Ying's eyes suddenly became sharp, and her face turned pale from anger. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Is that so? Let's see how long you can be proud of yourselves." He didn't stay any longer and left aggressively. Yi Qian smiled coolly. Then, with a serious expression, he said to Jiaxin, "Don't leave school so easily. I'll take care of Luo Ran's matters." He didn't confront Yaro Jing directly just now. Instead, he only mentioned Yi Ying time and time again because he wanted to let her know that the matter between him and Yi Ying had nothing to do with friend. It had nothing to do with Jiaxin, who was standing beside him. "Don't worry about me. But you have to be careful. Luo Ran is indeed not a person to be trifled with." And Jiaxin lowered her head and rubbed her forehead against Yi Qian's shoulder. "Zhongbin told me that I must listen to you and can't make my own decisions. Don't worry, I'm not a day student. I won't leave school." Even so, Yi Qian still secretly kept an eye on things for the next few days. He found that Luo Ran didn't make any moves, and Yi Ying also didn't make any moves. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy Yi Qian felt. Chapter 452. On Friday afternoon, Yi Qian went directly to the army for training. As soon as she walked out of the school gate, she felt a few malicious gazes coming from different directions. This made Yi Qian feel more at ease. At least, she knew that Luo Ran had not given up and was looking for an opportunity. Yi Qian walked forward with light steps with a slight smile in her eyes. Usually, she would leave at night for training. Since Luo Ran did not know, no one would come looking for trouble. However, on Friday, they only had to ask Yi Ying to know that she would leave the school. The army's car was parked about 500 meters away from the school. Yi Qian walked quickly in her school uniform. She was agile and knew how to avoid being followed. It only took her 2 minutes to shake them off. What? She's gone. Luo Ran, who was sitting in the canteen and drinking a soda, jumped up and glared at the students from other schools. None of you followed her? Fuck. Outside, there were a few young men from the underworld who were close to Luo Ran. Hearing this, one of the young men with yellow hair on his forehead walked in while chewing on a betel nut. I told you to let us do it, but you didn't believe me and insisted on finding a few students. Isn't it normal that things didn't work out? How about this? We'll deal with it for you. Look at your nose. It's been a week and it's still bruised. How can you take it lying down? Clang. A soda bottle cap was pried open. Yang Heng, who was leaning against the counter, said to Luo Ran, whose face had turned ashen, I don't have any opinion if you want to make the trouble bigger, but to let outsiders bully your own female classmates, Luo Ran, I look down on your guts. He took out a $50 note from his shirt and put it on the counter. He said to the canteen owner, give them a soda bottle each to calm down. He picked up his bag and walked out leisurely, leaving Luo Ran alone with a pale face. He slammed his fist on the counter. After thinking for a while, he grabbed his bag and chased after him. The young man with yellow hair looked at the $50 note on the counter and then looked at the boy who walked out first. He whistled and said to his friends, so he's also a rich student. The few young men standing outside all laughed when they saw this. What are you laughing at? Go and find out where that boy is active. Luo Ran's family has been strict recently, and money is tight. We brothers need to find another family. The yellow-haired youth held the 50 yuan between his fingers and said to the quiet shop owner, 3 packs of cigarettes and as many bottles of soda as you have left. There were only a few days left until National Day. The tiger of autumn was still showing its prowess. It was so hot that everyone wanted to drink a mouthful of ice. The soldiers all brought their own kettles. They didn't drink ice water, but tea with honeysuckle added in a large stainless steel bucket. They could drink as much as they wanted. After a bucket was placed on the training ground, it didn't take long for them to see the bottom. The basement was cool, but after a training session, it was still hot enough to make one sweat. When Yi Qian arrived at the underground training ground, he saw that all the car soldiers were packing up. They looked like they were about to leave. Why are you all packing up? You're not practicing tonight? She asked the soldier who drove her here in surprise. Didn't you say that we'll be practicing every night until the end of December? The car soldier who picked her up pursed his lips and smiled shyly. The political commissar is here. Do you want to ask the political commissar? Political Commissar Yang was waiting for Yi Qian to come over. He signaled the car soldier to go about his business and smiled warmly. There's a special mission tonight. You've been practicing for almost a month. We've all seen your results. We all agree that you've improved very quickly. Chapter 453. Right now, you only have one night training course that you haven't started yet. I discussed it with Commander Liu, and we will start tonight. You will drive a car and be accompanied by your instructor. You will depart from your province for cross-province training. Yi Qian was stunned for a few seconds. After hearing this, he said in disbelief, Political Commissar, I don't even have a driver's license. He was worried that he didn't have a driver's license, not that he couldn't do it. Don't worry about that. We have our own arrangements. Go and see the car you will be driving tonight. The instructor is doing maintenance for you. Political Commissar Yang admired Yi Qian's confidence in himself. It wasn't arrogance, but a down-to-earth confidence. He wasn't exaggerating, nor was he overly modest. Yi Qian immediately had no more worries after hearing this. He responded crisply and walked towards the parking lot. At 11 o'clock p.m., the surroundings were cleaned up. After all the preparations were done, jeeps drove out of the underground parking lot one after another. They drove to the side of the road in an orderly manner before turning on their headlights and driving into the mountains. All the cars were jeeps instead of armored vehicles. From the outside, they looked no different from the jeeps in the city. Yi Jian followed in the middle of the convoy and began the night training that would last until Sunday. She would only be back on Sunday. At 3 o'clock a.m., Political Commissar Yang's voice came from the walkie-talkie. He asked the instructor accompanying Yi Qian, "How's the situation on your side?" "Reporting, Everything is normal. The instructor, who also didn't sleep, kept his mind awake and reported the situation of their car. Change at 4 a.m. The co-driver will take over. The co-driver was the instructor himself. At this time, they were already on the mountain road. The long mountain road seemed to spiral into the sky. The headlights shone in front of them. On one side was the vast mountain range, and on the other side was an unprotected cliff. The entire mountain road was bumpy and uneven. Yi Qian's whole body was shaking. There wasn't a single minute of silence. After making a 180-degree turn, they continued to climb up. One moment, they would make a 180-degree turn inward, and the next moment, they would make a 180-degree turn outward. They continued to drive forward until the co-driver took over. Yi Qian had already completed the 4 stages of basic driving, practical driving, long-distance driving, and graduation assessment. At 5 o'clock in the morning, all the motorcades stopped by the roadside. After resting for half an hour in the wilderness, they continued to move forward. At 6 o'clock, the motorcade no longer followed the mountain road. Instead, they turned into another section of the mountain. Attention all vehicles, attention all vehicles. We will arrive at the simulated battlefield in half an hour. All vehicles, please prepare for battle. Even though it was Yi Qian's first time driving at night, she knew what the tests were. When the car turned out of the mountain road and headed into the mountains, she knew that they had arrived at the test area. There were a total of more than 10 simulated battlefields. The simulations here covered almost all the common situations that one would suddenly encounter while driving. The artillery blockade was the first simulated section. Amidst the sounds of explosions, Yi Qian drove through it. Flames rose in front of her eyes. She could feel the firepower even from inside the car. The steering wheel turned so fast that her hands turned into after images. After dashing out of the car, they arrived at the bullet hole road. The car was bumpy, and the body was shaking. Like a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, Yi Qian courageously trained with the male soldiers on this completely unfamiliar training ground that was set up based on the terrain of the wilderness. There were dozens of wartime courses, and Yi Qian couldn't miss a single one. Under the conditions that were similar to actual combat, she trained her driving skills. This was also a foundation that no one could surpass when she officially wore the military uniform in the future. Chapter 454. After the assessment, the entire mountain was filled with thick smoke. When the walkie-talkie said over, even the strong-willed Yi Qian slumped over the steering wheel after the car came to a stop. The instructor sitting in the front passenger seat laughed when he saw this. He joked, "So you can get tired too. Some time ago, all of us male soldiers were shocked by you. Every one of us trained with all our might, afraid that we would be outdone by a girl who hasn't even graduated from high school. Many of the male soldiers were left in the dust by this young lady. As soldiers who were about to enter Zongnanhari, they felt disgruntled when they saw the intensity of her training. Platoon Commander Liu and the political commissar had arranged for them to be her instructors. The pressure was immense. Now that they saw her slumped over the steering wheel in exhaustion, it was really a first for them. They couldn't help but make fun of her for a moment. "Instructor, don't make fun of me. We were almost burned to ashes by the artillery just now," Yi Qian said in a low voice. He wasn't afraid, but he was shocked. It was even more shocking than the gunfight in Australia. No wonder Platoon Commander Liu and the political commissar insisted that she take part in a night drive. It was obvious that they wanted her to participate in actual combat. They wanted her to experience the dangers of war. While she was shocked, she also understood why a country needed a strong military. Only a strong military could prevent you from being homeless, from being caught in the flames of war, and from having your family destroyed. The instructor sitting in the front passenger seat was also panting. When he heard this, he laughed heartily. "Yi Qian, this is nothing. It's just a small-scale, team-based simulation of actual combat. It's only for our group of people." It was just a small-scale simulation of actual combat, but it made Yi Qian truly feel what war was like. It could destroy heaven and earth. It could destroy all families, countries, and lives. It was a real feeling. It was a shock that went straight to the heart. It was as if she had walked into a circle of death and come into close contact with the Grim Reaper. This was Yi Qian's first time taking part in actual combat training. Even though it was just a small-scale simulation of 20 people, it was so real that it shook her to the core. Compared to the gunfights she had experienced in Australia, the shock the artillery gave her was directly smashed into her heart. Just a small simulated battle had such a huge threat. The soldiers who were not afraid of sacrificing themselves on the battlefield faced death directly. Facing the smoke and gunfire of war, they bravely defended their country with their iron-blooded bodies. They were the most admirable people of this era. With her hand pressed against her chest, Yi Jian, who felt her heart palpitate, gently closed her eyes. There was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. No matter how fierce the artillery fire was or how dense the bullets were, she would walk in this direction step by step. She would not look back, and she would not regret it. Yi Qian, whose mental state had improved once again, exhaled a mouthful of foul air. Just as she was about to get up, the instructor gently patted her back and said with a smile, "Take a break. Calm down. Actually, ours is not bad. Take the brigade that specializes in training military driving teams, for example. The technical soldiers there are really well trained. Other than learning how to drive sedans and flat-top firewood transport vehicles, many of them also learn how to drive artillery tractors, heavy transport vehicles, and other special vehicles. Their training is strict and rigorous, and they have more actual combat experience than us. Every single one of them has godlike driving skills." Chapter 455. Seeing that Yi Qian had not moved, the young instructor became a little restless. He took off his training cap and scratched his head, not knowing what to do. He said, "Are you okay?" I don't really know how to comfort people. Do you want to talk to the political commissar?" Picking up the walkie-talkie in the car, the instructor prepared to contact the political commissar with a serious expression. Yi Qian raised his hand and pulled the cord of the walkie-talkie. He raised his head from the steering wheel and said with a smile, "I'm fine. It's my first time passing through artillery fire, so I'm a little shaken up." "Hey, it's fine. This is considered a very small simulation of actual combat. It's not the kind of large-scale simulation where there are all kinds of simulations." Hearing this, the instructor's smile deepened. He looked at his comrades who were getting out of the car one by one outside and said to Yi Qian, "Get out of the car, get dressed and rest. We'll set off in about 2 hours." After getting out of the car, she sat under a tree with the instructor to rest. Both of them were covered in sweat. After driving for a whole night and nearly an hour in the simulation of actual combat, they were so tired that they did not want to talk. They looked at each other. The instructor saw that the little girl in front of him only had a little tiredness on her face, but her eyes were bright and full of spirit. He could not help but smile bitterly and say, "I'm a big man, but my energy can't even compare to a little girl like you. Yi Qian, you're planning to apply for military school and go to the front lines after graduation, right?" After graduating from military school, students were directly assigned to the army. The choice of direction was also determined by the school and the army. The students did not have the freedom to choose. However, if the individual's professional qualities were good enough, under normal circumstances, the leaders would still inquire about the student's intentions before making the appropriate arrangements. For a student like Yi Qian who had excellent qualities even before entering military school, many troops would definitely recruit the best after graduation. In contrast, Yi Qian could state his intentions and make his choice accordingly. However, this kind of thing was too far away from her. Whether or not she could get into military school was another matter. She smiled and said, "I'll have to get into military school first. When the time comes, we'll see what the arrangements are. I still quite like the front lines." The front lines were not a certain division, but a certain special forces unit. In the end, any army was meant to serve the war. The special forces were the pioneers of the army, ready to carry out missions at any time and throw themselves into the fierce war. Yi Qian's goal was to enter the special forces. She wanted to grow and train in the war. This was the only way she could live up to Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen's teachings. Only then would she live up to her second life. Joining the frontline troops is tough, but it would be a waste if someone like you didn't join the frontline troops. The young instructor sighed with emotion. He leaned his head against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. His ordinary facial features showed the toughness of a soldier. Although he was tired, he was still mighty and upright. Take the time to rest. The training is not even half over yet. If you don't rest well, it will affect the second half of the training. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not feel tired. Training like this always stimulated her adrenaline and kept her in a state of excitement. She did not feel sleepy at all. Even if she did not feel sleepy, she had to force herself to rest. Yi Qian leaned against the tree and covered her face with her training cap. Like the other soldiers, she raised her head and used the cap to block the sun. She closed her eyes and rested. There was still smoke lingering in the mountains. Surrounded by the steep mountains, it would not take long for the smoke to dissipate with the wind. The 20 or so soldiers entered a short break. Political Commissar Yang, who was traveling with them, said a few words to a soldier whose arm was slightly injured. He lightly patted the soldier's shoulder and then went to look for Yi Qian. Chapter 456. The first thing he had to do was look for the car. Once he found the car, he found Yi Qian resting against a tree. Before he could say anything, Yi Jian, who seemed to have fallen asleep, moved her head, and her hat slipped off her face. Political Commissar Yang saw a pair of bright, clear, and determined black eyes staring at him. He could not help but laugh. He waved at Yi Jian and gestured for her to go to the side to talk. Yi Qian also laughed. She stood up and patted the leaves off her body. She followed Political Commissar Yang to a place where they wouldn't disturb the rest of the soldiers. "Aren't you resting? We're only halfway through the training." This girl. He hadn't even asked her why she wasn't resting, but she was asking him instead. "Aren't you not resting either?" Political Commissar Yang had always been easygoing in front of Yi Qian. He was never intimidating and always had a friendly smile on his face. "How is it, Miss Jen? How do you feel? Isn't it more interesting than the training ground?" Yi Qian pursed her lips and laughed. "You're treating me like a child. Simulated combat is also a war. There's nothing interesting about it. There's only feelings." After laughing, his eyes gradually darkened, and even his voice became cold. The deepest feeling was seeing war, and also seeing blood, and seeing death and life. When I was in the car just now, I couldn't calm down for a long time. I felt like the war was right beside me. The simulated combat was just a trigger. Political Commissar, I didn't find it interesting. I just felt that I still have a lot to improve on before I can become a real soldier. It was rare for a high school student to have a sense of crisis and a sense of mission that only a soldier would have. And it was even rarer for her to learn that war was inseparable from blood in a simulated combat. Her peers were still struggling with textbooks and studying hard to get into university, but Yi Qian was already thinking deeper and further. He originally wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her and let her understand the meaning of simulated combat. It was a way to train the soldiers' bodies and minds. But now it seemed like there was no need for that. After returning to the car, Political Commissar Yang contacted platoon leader Liu and said with great emotion, "Yi Qian will be a bright star in the army in the future. Her existence will not only illuminate the other soldiers, but also push her unit forward." Old Liu, this girl's awareness is quite high, and her perception is also extraordinary. I heard from her tone that she intends to go to the front lines, and she will definitely achieve something in the future. Every time I see her progress, I can't bear to let her go back to school. If a female soldier were to compete with a male soldier in the army, she would have to endure more hardships and fatigue than a male soldier. However, Yi Qian was extremely talented. Just like the male soldiers, he was able to endure hardships and fatigue. His improvement in ability left the male soldiers in the dust. Faced with his old partner's exclamation, Liu Tuan laughed and replied, "Otherwise, why would she be chosen by a world-class sniper and a rank 1 sergeant major? Don't worry too much. That girl is easy to worry about. Even 20 soldiers can't compare to her. A fine horse can't run out of a stable. You must bring this girl to the wilderness to train more." When I came back from winter break this year, I made a report to the higher-ups. If they agree, We will let her join the army to participate in winter training. She will follow the male soldiers up and down the mountain to train her. Even if she goes to another unit in the future, ha ha ha, she will still be a new recruit under my command. Political Commissar Yang felt that his partner was a little shameless. He laughed and said, "Old Chen has already made arrangements. We can forget about it. We have to wait for him to finish his arrangements before Miss Yi can join our unit." Chapter 457. Everyone wanted Miss Jen to stay, but it was not up to them to decide. Political Commissar Yang was only thinking about it in his heart. He thought about Principal Chen's training and said, "She has been trained according to the special forces. It would be a waste for her to come to our team. However, we can let her participate in field combat. After all, she will be fighting solo with Principal Chen." The new semester had only started less than a month ago, but the regiment commander and the political commissar were already thinking about the winter vacation training. 2 hours later, all the vehicles started the zipper training that they had done during the day. When the sun gradually disappeared and night fell, more than 20 vehicles once again plunged into the winding mountain road. All the soldiers were still dusty from the training and started the second night's long-distance driving training. The mountain road was rugged and narrow. Yi Qian, who had rested well during the day, kept his eyes forward and did not dare to be careless. In the latter half of the night, he was hit by sleepiness. The accompanying instructor took out the good stuff that was used during long-distance driving training and gave it to Yi Qian. Yi Qian threw 2 raw chili peppers into his mouth and chewed. The spiciness made his grip on the steering wheel tighten. "Instructor, are your stomachs made of iron? This spiciness, will your stomachs hurt?" It was too spicy. Yi Qian, who felt like his mouth was spitting fire, tried to distract himself by talking. Eating raw chili, raw cooling oil, raw onions, these are all common. However, it's only for long-distance driving. It won't affect the stomach too much. We don't eat spicy food in our hometown. Now, I can't eat anything spicy. The instructor saw that Yi Qian's face was red from the spiciness. He glanced at him and immediately averted his gaze. Although the person beside him was a high school student, she was still a girl. It was embarrassing for him to keep staring at her. After passing the Death Valley, the winding mountain road, the steep cliffs and other dangerous roads, they continuously drove for hundreds of kilometers and successfully completed the long-distance driving mission at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. The continuous high-intensity driving training tempered the driver's fighting style. It also made Yi Qian understand that every soldier was not easy. The night training also changed Yi Qian a lot. He stood in a row of soldiers and was like a growing eagle, rapidly and fiercely moving towards his goal. Yi Qian still had to rush back to school in the afternoon. After a simple freshening up, she immediately rushed back to school. This time, she came back a little late. The car driver didn't need her to remind him. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed all the way to school to see a girl. "Fuck, I couldn't tell." Another rich student. Brother Huang was the young man who was close to Luo Ran. He squinted his small eyes and looked over. When he saw that the girl was still standing beside the car, his eyes darted around. He threw the cigarette between his fingers to the ground and walked away, swaying his skinny body. He sneezed twice after walking a few steps. He rubbed his nose with his fingers and looked uncomfortable. Yi Qian stood on the path back to school. Classes started at 7 o'clock. It was 6:46 when she arrived at school. Yi Qian only had time to say thank you to the soldier who sent her and ran all the way to school. She needed to finish the 500 meters in 4 minutes. Then she needed another 5 minutes to run from the school gate to the classroom. Time was tight. She didn't have a minute to waste. Chapter 458. After running for a few meters, Yi Zhenjian saw that the people who were leaning against the wall with cigarettes in their mouths had all walked out. One by one, they stood in the middle of the road and looked in her direction. Under the light of the street lamps, Yi Zhen could tell that they were young men from society who always hung around the school. Seeing that they had blocked the sidewalk, Yi Zhen turned to the road without changing her expression to avoid these people. She didn't have time to waste. She should hurry back to school. Brother Huang, who thought that blocking the way would scare the students, immediately ordered his men to get off the road and block the way. But how could they catch up with Yi Jian's speed? They could only watch her run past them. She was more than 10 meters away before Brother Huang and his men realized what was going on. Fuck. She ran so fast. Is she a sports student? How can we catch up with her? They were dumbfounded as they watched Yi Qian's figure disappear from their sight like a whirlwind. Brother Huang glared fiercely at his underling who was praising Yi Qian and belittling him. He scolded, "What the fuck are you all standing there for? Find Luo Ran and ask him what that girl's name is. That young guy can't block her, but that girl can." After scolding, he sneezed a few times in a row and then yawned again and again. His footsteps swayed as he left. The school gate was already closed. Yi Qian took out her student ID and rushed into the school while the guard nagged her. She ran to the classroom door just as the bell rang. Teacher Tong was already in the classroom. Seeing Yi Qian coming in on time, she didn't say anything. She gestured for her to return to her seat and continued. "The military training will start the day after tomorrow. Gather at 7 in the morning and set off from school. Everyone, remember to bring your own daily necessities. Bring all the necessities I wrote on the blackboard. The class will prepare some anti-heatstroke medicine. Students who go home can also bring some. If you need anything, you can ask me first. If the class can prepare it, we will prepare it for you." Just as they were talking about the military training, the holidays were getting closer and closer, and their expectations were also increasing. Previously, they thought that they were taking up the holidays, but now, they couldn't wait to go for the military training tomorrow. And Jiaxin gently nudged Yi Qian's arm and said in a low voice, "Yi Ying's not going." "That's great. I'm not going either. It's great too. You don't have to be envious of me. Train well and we'll meet again in 7 days." Yi Qian smiled at her and said softly, "I think you'll like military training." And Jiaxin gritted her teeth and said, "I can understand if Yi Ying doesn't participate, but I can't understand if you don't. Principal Chen needs me to take care of him. I've already applied for leave." Yi Qian could not tell her that he was going overseas. He could only tell her that it was for Principal Chen. "The school has already agreed. It won't affect my graduation." As her deskmate, and Jiaxin could accept this reason. Teacher Tong had finished her lecture. After that, there was only the sound of pages being flipped in the classroom. The occasional discussion was for the sake of learning. Yi Qian finished the evening self-study session with an empty stomach. After class, she greeted Jiaxin and ran to the snack bar to buy some bread to fill her stomach. Since class had just ended, there were not many people in the snack bar. Only a few boys were buying soft drinks. Yi Qian walked in and saw Yang Heng holding 2 soft drinks from the fridge. When he saw her, Yang Heng took the initiative to ask, "Class is over. What do you want to eat?" "My treat. By the way, I have something to tell you. It's about Luo Ran." Chapter 459. Yi Qian didn't like boys who pursued Yi Ying, but when Yang Heng scolded Luo Ran on the basketball court, she couldn't bring herself to dislike him. She felt that the boy in front of her didn't seem like the type to be charmed by Yi Ying's looks. Of course, the biggest reason was that she wanted to know Luo Ran's exact whereabouts, so she didn't reject him outright. She raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. "It's a little strange. Why are you the one telling me about Luo Ran?" "It's not strange because I know him. What do you want to eat?" "Soda. Popsicles." Yang Heng followed her back to the convenience store and took out 10 yuan from his pocket. "It's exactly 10 yuan. Soda or popsicles are fine." More students came in one after another. 2 girls even took a second look at Yang Heng before shyly lowering their heads and walking past him. They probably heard what he said and glanced at Yi Qian out of the corner of their eyes before going to the shelves to get something. Yi Qian, who had bread and milk in her hands, didn't respond to their stares. She paid for the bill and walked to Yang Heng's side. "What do you want to tell me? Let's talk while we walk." Yang Heng put the money in his pocket and took a sip of his soda. His words made Yi Qian frown slightly. "Yi Qian, I saw you at the Transportation Bureau." "I see. No wonder I felt like you knew me." Yi Qian took a bite of her bread and said faintly, "What do you want to tell me about Luo Ran?" A warning like the one Yaro Jing gave him? About being blocked by him after school? Yang Heng saw that she wasn't interested in how he met her at the Transportation Bureau. He couldn't help but look over. It's only been a month since school started. Haven't you heard about Luo Ran? I heard about him. He got into fights and caused trouble. He knows young people from the underworld. In short, he's not a good student. Yi Qian threw the plastic bag containing the bread into a trash can and smiled faintly at Yang Heng. If you're here to tell me this, you don't have to. The whole school knows about him. I won't tell you anything that the whole school knows. I have something to tell you about Luo Ran. Yang Heng reacted quickly. His straightforwardness made him not want to hide anything from Yi Qian. Luo Ran got a student from another school to wait for you at the school gate on Friday. The person who told him that you would be going out on Friday was Yi Ying. Be careful. Luo Ran holds grudges. You made him bleed with a basketball in front of so many classmates. He won't let it go so easily. Yi Qian stopped in his tracks when he heard this. He stood in the shadows of the street lamps that shone through the leaves. There was a hint of interest in his eyes. So he was the one who sent someone to follow me on Friday. Thank you. I'll remember that. If this guy really liked Yi Ying, he wouldn't have directly said that it was Yi Ying who reminded Luo Ran in front of me, and he wouldn't have stood out to remind me. He was a boy full of contradictions. Well, he couldn't be considered good. At the very least, he would also cause trouble outside and hang out in internet cafes. To put it bluntly, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, a school was a school and not a place for them to cause trouble. A boy who was neither good nor bad. Yi Qian's impression of him was neither good nor bad. You're welcome. I think it should be Luo Ran who can't afford to offend you. After all, you spent a few hours to find a suspect in the Public Security Bureau and allowed them to successfully arrest the criminal within 12 hours. My intuition tells me that he should either keep a respectful distance from you or get along with you peacefully. Yang Heng wasn't Luo Ran. He didn't mix around with the underworld and spread his wealth everywhere. He was a person with principles. He didn't cause trouble, didn't cheat or bully the younger students, and definitely wouldn't bring students from another school to beat up his own students. Chapter 460. Coupled with the influence of his family environment, he knew very well what his bottom line was and what kind of person he shouldn't provoke. In his heart, Yi Qian was someone he definitely shouldn't provoke. Yi Jian laughed. This little boy was quite interesting. No wonder so many girls in the school liked him. Even Jiasin, who was thick-skinned, liked him. He did have some redeeming qualities. She reached out her hand and said clearly, "Hello, I'm Yi Qian. I'm a junior from sophomore class 1. Please take care of me in the future." Yi Qian would never be stingy with people with principles like Yi Qian. Besides, Captain Xia once said, people need friends no matter where they are. Her intuition told her that Yang Heng was indeed a friend worth making. Yang Heng was stunned by Yi Qian's outstretched hand. After he recovered, he laughed and shook Yi Qian's hand. "Hello, Junior. I'm a senior from sophomore class 1, Yang Heng. If you have any problems, you can look for me anytime. As long as I can solve it, I won't refuse." He smiled and said, "I don't think you'll look for me if it's about your studies. But if it's about something outside, it's no problem at all." He was really interesting. Compared to girls like Yaro Jing who looked cheerful on the surface but had a lot of thoughts on the inside, he was much more interesting. After returning to the dormitory, Yang Heng still had a smile on his face. No wonder all the boys in sophomore class 1 were full of praise for Yi Qian. When they talked about him, it was like they were good brothers. Yang Heng really liked him. During this week, Yang Heng had also secretly inquired about Yi Jian's affairs and more or less understood a little. "Yang Heng, Luo Ran from class 6 has been looking for you a few times. He said you should go to his dormitory when you come back. It's urgent." When he heard Luo Ran's name, Yang Heng's eyes flashed coldly. He thanked his roommate and went out again. Well, even if he didn't come looking for him, he would have gone looking for him. Just based on Yi Qian's actions just now, he couldn't let Luo Ran mess around. 5 minutes later, The originally quiet male dormitory was suddenly filled with the sound of something being smashed. Then came Luo Ran's angry roar. Yang Heng, you fucking wait for me, wait for me. I won't let you go. Just you wait. Yi Qian only found out about the fight between Yang Heng and Luo Ran the next day. It was said that they were called to the sports field by the dean of teaching that night and were punished to run 3 kilometers before returning to the dormitory. Both of them are from the Year 3 team. They seem to have a good relationship. Why would they fight? I don't know. Someone said that Luo Ran was looking for Yang Heng. While they were talking, Luo Ran started a fight. He even shouted that Yang Heng wasn't loyal. Yang Heng and Luo Ran's fight had spread like wildfire throughout the school after the morning self-study session. Luo Ran didn't come to class that day, but Yang Heng went to class as if nothing had happened. He wasn't affected at all. Yi Qian frowned. Did Yang Heng beat Luo Ran up because of him? It wasn't that she was overthinking things, but it was just too much of a coincidence. When the 4th period ended, Yi Qian knew that she wasn't overthinking it. The fight between the two of them was indeed related to her. Yi Qian, don't you have any shame? Don't you have any shame? It's only been a month and you let 2 boys fight for you. Yaro Jing stormed into Year 2 Class 1 with an angry face. She lifted her leg and kicked Yi Qian's desk. She said fiercely, you let Yang Heng solve your own problems. I don't understand how you managed to charm Yang Heng into beating Luo Ran up. Chapter 461. Yaro Jing was quite popular in school because of her family. She had quarreled with other girls before, but this was the first time she had lost her composure like this. Yi Ying, who had been standing at the side, had no intention of coming over. Now that she heard this, she pretended to be anxious and walked over. What's wrong, Jing Jing? Let's talk things out. You know what kind of person she is. Sit down and talk things out. Let her apologize. She then said to Yi Qian, Jing Jing has a very good temper and rarely gets angry. Yi Qian, what did you do to let her down? Hurry and apologize to her. Before the teacher comes, let's settle this peacefully. Just like before, she would think of ways to put the blame on Yi Qian at the slightest sign of trouble. It was still the same even after a few years. After hearing her words, the classmates who were about to eat couldn't help but stop and wait for Yi Qian to explain what was going on. When Yaro Jing heard this, the anger on her face became even more fierce. She shouted, why is she apologizing to me? Why do I need her to apologize? Bitch son of a Before she could curse viciously, Yi Qian slapped her across the face. The slap was crisp and clear. It was like slapping a cucumber, leaving a 5-fingered imprint on her face. Yaro Jing cried out in pain and covered her face in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she was actually slapped. Moreover, the slap was directed to her mouth and face. Yaro Jing, watch your fucking mouth. Yi Qian's mother is a martyr, and Jiaxin was already furious. If Li Qian and the rest hadn't been quick enough to hold her back, she would have slapped Yaro Jing a second time. Her angry roar silenced the entire class. No one in their class knew that Yi Qian's mother was a martyr. Thinking of Yaro Jing's unfinished scolding, the expressions of the students who hadn't left changed slightly. They looked at Yaro Jing with a hint of disgust. Yaro Jing, this slap tells you that no one is someone you can insult as you wish. Yi Qian's expression didn't change at all after he slapped Yaro Jing. He stared coldly at Yaro Jing, whose eyes were burning with anger, and said in a low voice, I'm warning you. Don't cause trouble for me. In class, Yi Qian had never lost her temper. She was polite and easygoing to every student. But now, her gaze was as cold as a cold sword. The air around her was filled with a sense of oppression because of her cold voice. There was a sense of tension and pressure in the hearts of all the students. This Yi Qian was so unfamiliar, yet so revered. Yi Ying seemed to have thought of something. She bit her lower lip and a trace of panic flashed across her face. She stood beside the furious Yaro Jing and did not dare to say another word. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Yi Qian's piercing gaze. Her shoulders shrunk. Her knees gave way and she fell on the chair beside her. Yaro Jing didn't notice Yi Ying's fear. Her eyes were red from anger. She covered her face and glared fiercely at Yi Qian. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, Yi Qian, just you fucking wait. I won't let you off. Her threat was much more serious than Yi Ying's. She removed her hand from her face and said fiercely, give me a slap today. Just you wait. Okay, I'll wait. Yi Qian didn't back down in the face of the other party's threat. He replied even more fiercely, you insulted my mother first. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 462. When Yaro Jing saw this, she was furious. Instead of getting angry, she laughed, you've got guts. You're the first one who dares to go against me. Yi Qian, if you don't want to stay in the province, I'll send you off personally. This sentence angered the students of Class 1. A boy stood up and scolded, Yaro Jing, this is our Class 1, not yours. What are you trying to do? So what if Yi Qian hit you? Your mouth wasn't clean just now. If it were me, I'd hit you too. Exactly. Is it because your parents are officials? So what? You're right to insult a martyr. You'll send Yi Qian off personally? Who do you think you are? Tell the teacher. We can't just let this go. She still thinks she's wronged. She still wants to take revenge on Yi Qian. When the students of Class 1 heard that Yaro Jing not only refused to admit her mistake, but also acted so arrogantly, they couldn't stand it anymore. They all stood up to scold her. Under Teacher Tong's leadership, Class 1's sense of teamwork was very strong. Some students immediately closed the door at the back of the classroom. 2 boys ran out to look for Teacher Tong while the rest of the students blocked Yaro Jing, not allowing her to leave. Yi Ying, who was frightened by Yi Qian's gaze, panicked even more when she saw this. Damn it! She made a mistake again. She meddled in something she shouldn't have. When the teacher came later, she would also be in trouble. Looking at Yaro Jing, who was still stubbornly holding her head high despite the students' scolding, Yi Ying gritted her teeth and stood up. She pulled Yaro Jing to her side and said, calm down, all of you. Yaro Jing didn't know that Yi Qian's mother was a martyr. She didn't mean to. She remembered Yi Jifan's advice and had no choice but to stand up. Yi Ying, you're so disgusting. You call Yi Qian sister, but when something happens, you can't wait to jump out and step on Yi Qian. If you really wanted to help Yaro Jing just now, you should have pulled her away when she was scolding Yi Qian. You shouldn't have stood aside and fanned the flames. And Jiaxin struggled until her eyes were red. She glared fiercely at Yi Ying. You're up to no good. You've made things difficult for Yi Qian time and time again. Are you still human? Even if Yaro Jing doesn't know, how could you not know? Yi Qian's mother is your aunt. Following that, Li Qian and Yang Yi held her back, afraid that they would blow things up if they didn't catch her. Yi Qian was afraid that she would break free and rush up to hit her, so he walked over and put his arm around her shoulders. He said softly, Jiaxin, calm down. I'll take care of it. When have I ever let myself be taken advantage of? This time is no exception. Yi Ying, who scolded until she almost couldn't raise her head, stared at the strange gazes of her classmates. Her face was already red from embarrassment. He didn't say anything else, but he didn't leave either. Since he had stood out to protect Yaro Jing, he couldn't let his efforts go to waste. Yaro Jing was also a smart person. Since someone had stood out for her, she didn't say anything else. However, she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. It wasn't a big deal to come over and scold Yi Qian, but she shouldn't have called her a son of a bitch. If she had known that Yi Qian's mother was a martyr, she definitely wouldn't have scolded him like that. A miscalculation. She had wanted to make things difficult for Yi Qian, but now she had embarrassed herself. The students of Class 1 all stood beside Yi Qian. Before the teacher arrived, they couldn't speak again. Yaro Jing should have been the target of public criticism, but Yi Ying had stepped forward and replaced her. Instead, Yaro Jing was temporarily spared from the students' saliva. Teacher Tong arrived quickly. She had already heard the whole story from the 2 boys. When she walked into the classroom, she saw dozens of students gathered together. Just from their backs, she could feel their anger. Chapter 463. She was relieved that although the children were angry, they remained calm. There's no need to gather together. Let's all go for lunch. Yi Qian, Yi Ying, Yaro Jing, the 3 of you come with me. Teacher Tong, who was standing outside, said sternly, "If you have anything to say it in the office. Yarrow Jing, I've already informed your parents to come over. If you feel wronged, you can ask your parents if it's you or Yi Qian who's wronged." When Yi Ying heard her name being called, her body swayed slightly. Her eyelids trembled slightly as she stepped forward to follow. Insulting a martyr was not a small matter. Yarrow Jing's parents quickly put down their work and rushed to the school in the car assigned to them by the department. Yi Ying was no longer in the office. After being scolded by Teacher Tong for a few minutes, she was asked to leave. Even so, her image in the class plummeted after she stepped forward. In the office, Yarrow Jing's parents first criticized their daughter fiercely before personally apologizing to Yi Qian. They also said that their family of 3 would definitely go to the martyrs' cemetery to apologize to Yi Qian's mother with flowers. However, they did not mention a word about Yarrow Jing being beaten up. Even when Yarrow Jing's mother saw that her precious daughter's mouth and face were swollen, she did not say a word. They did not dare to speak up for their daughter because there were 2 colonels in the office who rushed over from the provincial military. One of them was a colonel, while the other was a political commissar. The 2 of them sat in the office like door gods. Yarrow Jing's mother, who originally wanted to talk about this matter on its own, immediately stopped. The people from the provincial military were not just anyone. One of them was Colonel Liu, and the other was political commissar Yang. Principal Cao knew that Yarrow Jing's parents were officials with real power, so he immediately asked Principal Chen if anyone from the military was coming over. He then made a phone call and invited the 2 of them to come over to watch over Yi Qian. Deputy Director Yarrow, Yi Qian's mother is a martyr of our country. Before she died, she returned home with national etiquette. The Prime Minister personally covered the flag and lowered it to half-mast to welcome the martyr's return. Deputy Director Yarrow, we will pursue this matter legally. If something like this happens again, we will inform you directly in the form of a military letter to fulfill our responsibility as a guardian. Political Commissar Yang was not bluffing. It was true. His words caused Father Yarrow and Mother Yarrow to break out in cold sweat. The 2 of them quickly exchanged glances and lost all interest in the matter. The flag was lowered to half-mast to welcome the return of the martyrs. Just what was the background of Yi Qian's mother? Even after being dead for so long, he was still able to honor his daughter. Moreover, even the Prime Minister had personally come forward to cover the flag. Don't worry, we'll definitely control Yarrow Jing well. We'll definitely put an end to such situations. There won't be a second time. Mother Yarrow made a solemn promise and said to Yi Qian, "Classmate Yi, we will definitely take good care of Yarrow Jing. Please forgive her this once." Liu Tuan looked up and said calmly, "This child has always been honest. We watched her grow up. Deputy Director Yarrow, your family shouldn't make things difficult for her if you want her to forgive you. Do you want to get Miss Jen's forgiveness?" He was already being merciful by not slapping the girl until all her teeth fell out. It was obvious that he would not forgive her. Father Yarrow and Mother Yarrow's expressions changed slightly. There was no way to get her forgiveness. It would be troublesome if it affected their daughter's college entrance exams. Yarrow Jing, who knew that she had kicked an iron plate, stood up. She could not even stand straight under the gaze of the 2 military officers. She walked over to Yi Qian and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Yi Qian. I was too presumptuous. I'm sorry." Chapter 464. If Yarrow Jing hadn't apologized to Yi Qian, then Yi Qian would have just laughed it off and wouldn't have cared too much about what she had said. However, she had apologized and didn't say anything similar to Yarrow Jing's mother, asking for his forgiveness. This showed that Yarrow Jing was more scheming than Yarrow Jing's mother. She knew that she had to apologize immediately if she had done something wrong. She wouldn't let a single mistake get her into trouble, and she wouldn't make another mistake just because of a small mistake. She apologized because she knew she was wrong. She wouldn't force Yi Qian to accept her apology. However, as long as she apologized, no matter how angry Yi Qian was, would he still find trouble with Yarrow Jing? No, Yi Qian wouldn't find trouble with Yarrow Jing again. If he did, he would seem narrow-minded. On the other hand, Yi Ying's every plan and scheme was simple and crude. As long as she thought that she had the slightest chance, she would immediately jump out. In the blink of an eye, she would forget Yi Jifan's advice. She didn't know that she had to carefully plan after seizing the opportunity. Even though she had become more scheming over the years, she still failed because of her family background. She could be proud of herself for a while, but she would end up in a difficult situation afterwards. However, Yarrow Jing wasn't like that. Now that she had stood up, Principal Cao and Teacher Tong's expressions softened. Teacher Tong, who hadn't spoken, looked at Yi Qian and said gently, "Since Yarrow Jing took the initiative to admit her mistake, and she really didn't know your mother was a martyr, please forgive her this once." "Yes, yes, yes. Yi Qian, Yarrow Jing has a bad temper, but she has never offended any of your parents. Please forgive her this once. Uncle and Auntie promise that something like this won't happen again." Yarrow Jing's mother was a kind mother. Her heart ached that her daughter's face was swollen after being slapped. However, she did make a mistake first and spoke arrogantly. She could only accept this slap. Commissar Yang glanced at the girl who was apologizing in the middle. He sighed softly and stood up. He walked to Yi Qian's side and patted her shoulder gently. With a heavy expression, he said, "Good girl, just forgive her this time. We all know that no matter how bad someone is to you, as long as they don't mention your parents, you will always be tolerant and magnanimous. Liu Tuan and I both know that it was indeed Yarrow Jing who hurt you. But child, you have to remember that the most hurtful thing in this world is the sword made of words. You have to protect yourself well and calm your mind. That way, even the sharpest sword made of words won't be able to hurt you." That was why it was said that it was difficult for children without parents to walk. Without the protection of an adult, they had to rely on their thin and weak bodies to resist those who wanted to harm them. If the army did not take care of her more, this child's days would be even more tiring. Yi Qian, who was sitting with her back straight, raised her head to look at Commissar Yang, who was concerned about her. She didn't say anything and only nodded lightly to show that she would remember it. Colonel Liu looked at Yarrow Jing's parents with a sharp gaze and said, "Little Jen is feeling terrible right now. I'm afraid she won't be able to accept Deputy Commissioner Yarrow's daughter's apology in such a short period of time. You guys should calm her down and let her vent her anger. She will naturally accept her apology." In the army, the regiment commander and the commissar always played the role of good cop and bad cop. When the mother and daughter cooperated, the two of them also cooperated tacitly. Chapter 465. Political Commissar Yang tried to persuade Yi Qian while Regiment Commander Liu defended Yi Qian. The two of them sang the same tune, making Father Yarrow and Mother Yarrow's expressions a little awkward. The words of these two military officers made it seem like a family of three was forcing Yi Qian to forgive Yarrow Jing. "Yarrow Jing, sit back down." Father Yarrow's face darkened as he reprimanded, "Do you think your mistakes can be resolved with an apology? You don't know your place and you need to be taught a lesson. If you don't teach you a lesson today, you'll only make it worse in the future." "Dad, I'm apologizing to her. I know I was wrong." Yarrow Jing didn't listen and stood stubbornly beside Yi Qian. She lowered her posture and said again, "I'm sorry, Yi Qian. I won't ask you to forgive me. I only hope that you can hear my sincere apology." If she didn't get Yi Qian's approval today, she would become the target of all the students' sympathy and she would become the villain in the eyes of all the teachers and students. He wanted to step on Yarrow Jing's shoulders and help himself. No way. Yarrow Jing, when Njusin told you that my mother was a martyr, if you had immediately apologized to me instead of threatening me, I would have chosen to forgive you. Yi Qian, who hadn't spoken since Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yang came to the office, finally spoke. But to Father Yarrow and Mother Yarrow, it was better not to speak. "You don't have the sincerity to apologize. From insulting my mother to threatening me, Yarrow Jing, you don't have the sincerity to apologize to me or my mother. Even if you're standing in front of me now, you're only apologizing for your mistakes. Instead of apologizing to my mother." Yarrow Jing's face turned pale. She didn't expect Yi Qian to not let go of the time she apologized. At that time, she was furious and only wanted to teach her a lesson. She didn't think of apologizing. Now that she said it, it made it seem like she didn't have the sincerity to apologize. "She still threatened you? What did she say, Yi Qian? Say it now." Teacher Tong wanted to persuade Yi Qian to forgive Yarrow Jing's unintentional mistake, but when she heard this, her expression became serious and she said, "Speak slowly, don't rush." A glint flashed across Yarrow Jing's eyes. Her body trembled slightly. She seemed afraid and regretful at the same time. She said softly, I'll say it myself." She did not dare to let Yi Jian continue. If she continued, she would be punished. "I said I won't let's go, but I heard someone say that Yi's mother was a martyr, but I thought it was false, so I—" At this point, she could still find a reason to make others believe her. Yi Jian sneered in her heart and looked at her with clear eyes. Yi Ying said that in order to protect you, she stood up and said that you didn't know. It was unintentional. You can choose not to believe in Jiaxin's words, but Yi Ying is your friend. Do you think that your friend's words are false? But you still didn't apologize to me. Instead, you remained silent when you saw my classmates standing up for me. Yi Jian's voice was very clear, and her words were very clear. Her speed was neither fast nor slow, and at the same time, her words were powerful and powerful. Every word she said could make Yarrow Jing's expression change continuously. Her gaze was cold, and there was a sternness that could not be violated, forcing Yarrow Jing to take a few steps back. Chapter 466. Yarrow Jing, why won't I accept your apology? The reason is that you only think that you shouldn't have said the wrong thing and landed yourself in this predicament. You shouldn't be apologizing for hurting me. Your apology is only for yourself. It has nothing to do with sincerity, so, I definitely won't accept your apology. No matter how many times you say sorry, I won't accept it. Yarrow Jing was a smart person. Her threats were much more credible than Yi Ying's threats. The smart thing about her was that she would definitely not put herself in harm's way after harming someone. When dealing with people like Yarrow Jing, taking a step back was definitely not a sign of generosity. It was a sign of weakness. She would take an inch and want a mile. Her threats would be pervasive. It would be best if she understood now that she, Yi Qian, was not someone to be trifled with. The consequences of provoking her were not something that Yarrow Jing could bear alone. Just like now, Yarrow Jing did not dare to say another word. Even though her face was still burning with pain, she knew that she had picked on the wrong person. She thought that Yi Qian would be easy to bully like Yi Ying. Who knew that the seemingly obedient and well-behaved Yi Qian was the most untouchable person. She was like a flower of a cactus. She looked slim and elegant, but in reality, who dared to touch her or provoke her? She would stab you until you bled profusely and did not dare to act rashly again. She lowered her head and did not see that her father's anger had reached an uncontrollable level. If not for Mother Yarrow's pleading gaze, her father would have stood up and slapped her. Yi Qian looked at the couple who loved their daughter dearly. Her cold voice instantly became gentle. She politely said, "Uncle, Auntie, if I humiliated you first and threatened Yarrow Jing to get out of school, would you forgive me so easily? I only slapped Yarrow Jing because I wanted to protect my mother. This was for my mother. As a child, if I can't even protect the dignity of my deceased parents, how can I face the world? I don't forgive Yarrow Jing. Please forgive me." She wouldn't leave an aggressive impression on the elders, but she would let them understand that young people shouldn't be bullied. After the Yarrow parents let Yi Qian say this, let alone get off the stage, even if someone gave them a ladder, they still wouldn't be able to get off the stage. Yi Qian's neither servile nor overbearing attitude, and his polite yet unyielding words, only made the couple feel even more ashamed. Leaders of the two military regions, it's our fault for not teaching our daughter well and raising such an arrogant daughter. It was normal for classmate Yi not to forgive her. We'll definitely discipline her strictly and won't let her run wild anymore. If anything happens to Yi Qian, as long as we find out that it has anything to do with Yarrow Jing, I will personally send her to the juvenile detention center to be reformed. We can't let her come out and harm others again. Since Father Yarrow had said it himself, it was a layer of protection to suppress Yarrow Jing. Yi Qian lowered his eyes and said calmly, "I'm only here to study, not to cause trouble. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them for no reason. I'll remember what happened today. No matter how classmate Yarrow Jing treats me in the future, I won't sit still and wait for death." The pale Yarrow Jing stood alone at the side with her head lowered. Her fingers were constantly twisting. No matter how unwilling and angry she was, there was nothing she could do. She was smart enough to know that she had kicked an iron board. Chapter 467. At 1:30 p.m., a group of people walked out of Principal Cao's office. Yi Qian and Yarrow Jing left the principal's office after Mr. and Mrs. Yarrow apologized profusely. At 2 p.m., the students returned to their classrooms, but the adults continued to sit in the office. Walking out of the office building, Yarrow Jing looked at Yi Qian coldly. Her usually smiling face was cold. "I underestimated you. Compared to Yi Ying, you are indeed much smarter. Never provoke someone who is smart and knows their own limits. She was too careless. I will never use my intelligence to deal with my classmates. Today, you came to me voluntarily. I have never been a tolerant person. If anyone dares to provoke me, scold me, or humiliate me, I will pay them back double." Yi Qian did not have an overbearing arrogance, but he had an irresistible sharpness. Even though he said it casually, Yarrow Jing's heart trembled slightly. Snorting softly, the proud and arrogant Yarrow Jing crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. She smiled coldly and said, "That's right. You're indeed someone who can't tolerate things. So, you've provoked Luo Ran, the little tyrant. Just wait and see, Yi Qian. I don't need to do anything. Someone will avenge me." Luo Ran was indeed a hidden danger. She knew this without Yarrow Jing's reminder. Of course, it was impossible for them to leave together. Yi Jian took a shortcut back to the classroom and saw several students surrounding Injusin, talking about something. "Yi Qian, are you okay?" A classmate saw her and immediately stood up from her desk. She looked at her worriedly. "Did Yarrow Jing's parents make things difficult for you?" Yi Qian had only known her for a month, but she had already established friendships with her classmates. Although they were not very deep, at least when she was in trouble, her classmates were willing to help her. The corner of her mouth curved into a beautiful smile. She looked at her concerned classmates with a smile. "It's okay. Yarrow Jing was in the wrong first. With Principal Cao and Teacher Tong here, I am fine. But I didn't accept Yarrow Jing's apology because I'm still angry with her. I don't want to forgive her so easily. Rather than having Yi Ying misinterpret the facts and spread rumors of her being petty, it was better to make things clear in class so that even if Yi Ying found out something from Yarrow Jing, she couldn't make sarcastic remarks in class." From today's confrontation, it could be seen that Yarrow Jing was far smarter than Yi Ying. Perhaps she had already seen through Yi Ying's true colors, but the two of them were just using each other. After all, when they were in the same class, Yi Ying's grades were there for all to see. Yao Jing's intelligence lay in the fact that she would never jump out like Yi Ying after harming someone. She was afraid that others wouldn't know how powerful she was. She would hide and stand behind the scenes, letting others do the dirty work. She wanted to use Yi Ying, and Yi Ying wanted to maintain a good relationship with Yarrow Jing. Even if she was unwilling, she could only be used. Once the two of them wallow in the mire, it was absolutely possible for them to spread some rumors. This was not a baseless guess by Yi Qian. It was an experience that he had exchanged with his life in exchange for seeing Yi Ying's true colors in his previous life. The classmates agreed with Yi Qian's actions. If it were them, they wouldn't forgive Yarrow Jing so easily either. Yi Ying applied for sick leave, saying that she had a chest ache and needed to go to the hospital. The whole class knew that she had a heart disease, and they had never seen her apply for sick leave. Who would believe that she had applied for sick leave after today's incident? Chapter 468. The last physical education lesson in the class was not held. Everyone surrounded the field and received their camouflage uniforms for military training. The rest of the classes in class received their camouflage uniforms in the classroom. When school ended, Teacher Tong reiterated that the military training would start tomorrow. All students had to bring their daily necessities to school before 7 p.m. They could not forget their camouflage uniforms. Whoever forgot would have their marks deducted. The bell rang. All the first-year students on the 7-day break were like birds released from cages. They went home happily from school. And Jiaxin watched as Yi Qian stuffed her clothes into her small camouflage travel bag. She gritted her teeth and said, "What should I do? I really want to take out all your clothes, Dang, dang, dang. Does it look good? Does it look good? Does it look good? Yang Yi, who was hiding behind the door to change his clothes, was wearing a camouflage uniform with long sleeves and trousers. He walked out happily and said, "So handsome. I already like military training." Li Qian and the other girl, Liu Lizhen, also changed into camouflage uniforms and walked over. They put on their hats of the same color and the three of them stood in a row and laughed. "How is it? How is it? Handsome, right? Add me, add me." The girl sleeping on the upper bunk of Yi Qian, Zhong Yuyang, ran over. The four of them stood in a row and raised their chins. Before Yi Qian and Jiasin could speak, they were already laughing. "I don't know if I'm handsome or not, but I know that if you wear these clothes, you won't have to walk with your breasts in your mouth, especially Li Qian." And Jiasin blinked. The meaning behind her words was to make everyone laugh. Meanwhile, Li Qian took off her hat and threw it at Jiasin with a red face. Li Qian was slightly chubby and had developed very well. She was also shy, so she would walk with her face in her mouth, as if she was afraid that others would see her breasts. And Jiasin had said this countless times. She directly said, "What a waste." The five of them were in a mess. Yi Qian had also packed her luggage. The military car was waiting outside. The flight to the capital was at 8 p.m. tonight. She had to take the car straight to the airport after school. Everyone in the class knew that Yi Qian couldn't participate in the military training because of her patient. The five of them walked her to the school gate before returning to the dormitory. Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yang were already in the car. They did not need to accompany their leader abroad, but they needed to go to the capital to report on the training of the automobile soldiers and attend a large military conference. Therefore, they could take the same plane as Yi Qian to the capital. Deputy Director Yaro's comments on the political scene are not bad. He's not so muddle-headed as to protect his own daughter without any principles. As for Director Hu, I'm not sure about that. Yaro Jing got into a fight with a girl during her junior high school days. In the end, the girl was expelled while Yaro Jing was fine. In the car, Political Commissar Yang told Yi Qian about some of the things they had found out in the afternoon so that Yi Qian could be mentally prepared. "But you don't have to be afraid." Since Deputy Director Yaro dared to say that as long as Yaro Jing makes another mistake, he will send her directly to the youth detention center. It means that they all know that you are not someone Yaro Jing can afford to offend. We also said that if something similar happens again, we will send a military letter to the city's political commissar. For the sake of Deputy Director Yaro's future, Director Hu will not dare to act rashly. So, Jen Lass, just focus on your studies in school. If anything happens, Commander Liu and I will take care of it for you, understand? Chapter 469. This was the military's concern for Yi Qian. It was also the military's high regard for her, and more importantly, it was training her. As the orphan of a martyr, in the hearts of Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yang, she was like a sun that was heading in the right direction. That place also had the faith left behind by her mother, and it also influenced Yi Qian. The daughter continued her mother's legacy and continued to guard the country's borders. Yi Qian was also worthy of the military and the country's training. She would surpass her master and definitely not embarrass her mother. She would only bring glory to her. "Silly girl, why are your eyes red? Don't cry. Political Commissar Yang and I only know how to scold people, we don't know how to coax people." Commander Liu turned his head from the co-pilot seat and saw Yi Qian's red eyes glistening with tears. He immediately joked, "You're our soldier. No matter if it's a male or female soldier, we'll bleed and not cry. I can't help it. Once you cry, I can't do anything. I can only pass you tissues. Old Yang, why are you still in a daze? Send her tissues. This girl is so sad. TSK, she fought with a male soldier until her body was bruised, but I didn't see her cry. I even wondered if she was born with an undeveloped tear gland and couldn't cry. So it's not that she can't cry, it's just that her emotions aren't right. She needs the right time to cry." Yi Qian, whose heart was filled with gratitude, was teased by Commander Liu. She was no longer in the mood to cry. Instead, she laughed out loud. The plane rushed into the starry sky and began a 3-hour journey from south to north. The weather in the capital was not bad. Similarly, the stars were twinkling, and the moonlight was clear and cool. Individual weapons and equipment: 1 American-made carbine G Sauer handgun, 4 magazines, 1 MP5 submachine gun, 3 tear gas grenades, and 3 smoke grenades. In a certain armory in the capital, Xia Jinyuan, J5, G3, and Z7 counted the weapons they carried with them. These were all guns and ammunition that had to be prepared when going abroad, just in case. And because the country they were visiting this time happened to be a country that needed to be rebuilt due to war, the risk factor was greater, and the weapons they had prepared were more abundant than before. From the equipment of the entourage, it could be seen that in addition to the soldiers sent by the Ministry of National Security and Zongnanhari, there were also soldiers from the Special Forces of the Snowfield Brigade as personal protection. Special Forces are the trump card of every country in the world when it comes to emergencies. They are the dagger of the country, and also the guardian of the country, especially Special Forces like the Snowfield Brigade. As long as they show up, it means that they are the highest level of security. Complete, correct. That's right. That's right. 3 similarly cold and hard voices rang out one after another. They put away the weapons that had been placed on the table and confirmed that there were no problems with them. They were the accompanying staff, wearing dark suits and ties. Their meticulous image was very much in line with the image of accompanying staff going abroad. The guns and ammunition were placed on their bodies, and then they put on the suits that were ironed to the point that there was not a single wrinkle. Each of them were 189 meters tall, and in an instant, the rigorous and formal suits were the temptation of a uniform. The well-ironed suits were tailored according to their height and physique. Years of training made their muscles extremely well proportioned. Their chest muscles rose and fell slightly in the shirts, and they were exceptionally strong. But when they put on the jackets, each of them stood tall and straight. Their wide shoulders and narrow waists showed a sense of strength and thinness. Chapter 470. The 4 of them were dressed in the same way. Even the way they tied their leather shoes was exactly the same. They were clean, neat, and mighty. Each of them had their own merits. Visually, it was already a feast. Coupled with their fierce auras, they could become a shining point just by standing at the side. J5 was scholarly and had a slight smile on his face, which suited his identity as an instructor. He also looked more like a civilian staff member. On the other hand, K7's gaze was cold. His handsome face was thin, and his facial features were three-dimensional like those of Westerners. When he wore a formal suit, he looked like an attending doctor who had just walked out of a conference room. He was so cold that no one could easily approach him. He was indeed a doctor accompanying a leader. Q King's murderous aura was heavier than the rest of them. Zhu Zheng's cold facial features were carved with a metallic coldness. His every movement was firm and unyielding, with a mighty and unyielding sharpness. Xia Jinyuan buttoned his suit and turned to look at his comrade who had been in the army for more than a year. This was the first time he saw him wearing a suit. He raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. From tomorrow onwards, we will be accompanying staff members. Staff members don't have the aura of bloodthirstiness that we have. We have to restrain ourselves. I'm a doctor. I don't need to disguise myself. K7 slowly buttoned his suit and raised his cold gaze slightly. He said indifferently, "You guys are the ones who need to change. Especially G3. You're now a staff member. You haven't carried out any special missions for more than a year. Have you forgotten how to disguise yourself?" G3 adjusted his bow tie that felt a little tight. His slender hands were originally used to hold guns, but now he used them to adjust his bow tie. Even such a small action had the masculine charm of a man and a unique aura. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He revealed a rare and interesting smile. "Don't talk about me. Look at Q King. Why do I feel like I'm his accompanying staff member when he's dressed like this? No wonder I felt that something was wrong and was still looking for my own problem. Now that you've said it, I finally know what the problem is." J5, who had been adjusting his clothes, suddenly realized. "Aren't we his accompanying staff? Who else could wear a suit like him, exuding the arrogance of a young master. The most important thing to improve is the Q King. Stop, stop, stop. Don't wear the watch first. You can slowly tidy it up after we leave. Otherwise, we will look more like attendants serving the young master. The black slim-fit suit not only accentuated Xie Jinyuan's tall and straight figure, but also perfectly accentuated his reserved and cold aura. Confidence, calmness, elegance, and nobility were all displayed with just a slight smile. His facial features were handsome and magnificent, and he had a decent smile that was neither too close nor too far. There was no more warmth, no less indifference. His noble temperament was just right, making people want to get close to him for no reason. However, they were afraid of the indifference in his eyes, so they could only stand far away and hesitate. J5's gaze swept back and forth on Xie Jinyuan no less than 5 times. As if he had remembered something, a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. He changed the topic without leaving a trace. Come, our Q King. Don't you want to check this unclaimed pistol? There was a small pistol on the steel table. It was a QSZ 92 9mm semi-automatic pistol that could be put in a briefcase. Chapter 471. The other two glanced at the handgun and immediately understood that it belonged to Yi Qian. One of them had mentioned it many times during the meeting and finally submitted her file to the leader's office to be confirmed as one of the students traveling with them. Xie Jinyuan picked up the QSZ 92 9mm semi-automatic handgun and tested it to see if it was fully loaded. After confirming that there were no jams, he signed the gun receipt form. Your little fox should like this kind of handgun. It's small and delicate, easy to use, and extremely lethal. J5 smiled and patted Xie Jinyuan's shoulder. He finally remembered why Q King gave him a familiar feeling. An image flashed through his mind. When he joined the military, the commander of the military region had come to inspect the troops. The young and handsome face in front of him overlapped with the majestic middle-aged face in his memory, and he understood the key point. The family members of the military region's leaders were rarely exposed to the public. This was to effectively prevent criminals from targeting innocent family members. Take Q King for example. If he didn't sense a sense of familiarity, he wouldn't have thought that this Q King, who could get along well with all his brothers and didn't have the slightest arrogance of an official's son, actually had such a prominent family background. However, the Snowfield Brigade didn't lack children from high-ranking military officials. For example, Z7 and K7 were also descendants of generals, and their family backgrounds were only slightly inferior to Xie Jinyuan's. After putting away the handgun, Xie Jinyuan looked at his watch and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up. His little fox had already boarded the plane and was expected to arrive at the airport in 2 hours and 11 minutes. Unfortunately, he couldn't pick her up at the airport. I still need to meet with Yi Qian. I'll go back and look at the information of the entourage. At the mention of Yi Qian, Xie Jinyuan's expression softened a lot. He looked even more refreshing and handsome. The private plane will depart at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. Gather an hour in advance and secretly cooperate with the brothers from the National Security Bureau to clean up the area. Make sure there are no problems. It was impossible for a leader to announce the time of an overseas visit to the public, and the departure time and location could not be leaked. Security had to be kept strictly confidential and unrelated people were not allowed to come close. It had to be to the point where even a fly couldn't fly in. And the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade wouldn't easily show up. For this mission, they knew which brothers of the National Security Bureau and Zongnanhari were involved. However, the soldiers of the two teams didn't know that the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade were among the staff. That was why Xie Jinyuan said that they were secretly cooperating. The four left the armory and then left. Xie Jinyuan drove alone S.E. The plane arrived at Beijing Airport at 11 o'clock in the evening and didn't arrive at the military zone until 12:30 in the morning. At this time, there were only 3 hours left before the visit of the neighboring country. Girl, this is as far as Liu Tuan and I can send you. After you get off, go to the sentry post. Someone is waiting for you there. When they arrived at the entrance of the military headquarters, Political Commissar Yang smiled at Yi Qian, who had closed his eyes to rest for more than 2 hours on the plane. If you have any problems after you leave the country, you can report to the secretary at any time. If you find something urgent, don't make the decision yourself. Try to report it first and then deal with it later. There's only one thing you can make a prompt decision on. Other than that, you must be careful. Before leaving, Chun Chun reminded him. She was afraid that Yi Qian would be impulsive and leave a bad impression in front of the leader. Chapter 472. Yi Qian knew that there was only one thing she could decide for herself, and that was when it was time to draw her gun. Facing Liu Tuan and the political commissar's instructions, she smiled faintly and said, "Political commissar, Liu Tuan, please don't worry about me. I will not make any mistakes." Yi Qian was quite confident in herself. She was best at not making any mistakes. The two regimental commanders believed her words. This girl was smart and eager to learn. When she was quiet, her temperament was tranquil and distant, like a landscape painting. She gave people the impression that she was well-behaved, obedient, and didn't need people to worry about her. She was well-behaved and clever. At such a young age, she was still calm and composed in the face of such an honor. She didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. Just this calmness alone was enough to make people feel at ease. Liu Tuan and the political commissar said a few words to Yi Qian to take good care of herself. Only then did they let the driver drive them out of the military area and towards the military area guest house. They had a meeting tomorrow. It was already the middle of the night, so there was no need for them to go in. Yi Qian held her camouflage luggage in one hand and a permit to enter the military area as well as a military letter in the other as she walked towards the sentry post. At 12:30 in the morning, the sentry post at the entrance of the military area wore a neat military uniform and held a Type 95 handgun. His expression was as solemn as a pine tree. When he saw Yi Qian walk over, his gaze first fell on the camouflage luggage in her hands. Although he didn't point the gun at Yi Qian, he said in a dignified voice, "This is a military area. Do not come near." The importance of the sentry post was to deter enemy agents, gang members, and miscellaneous personnel. It was to prevent them from carrying out sabotage activities and create a huge psychological impact on the bad forces. The steel guns in their hands didn't have live bullets, only 5 empty shells. Even so, no matter who it was, they would be in or when they saw the sentry post with a gun. It made the people feel at ease and safe. Yi Qian placed her luggage by her feet and gave a very standard military salute. "Hello. I am a student who is here to report to the military area. This is the military letter and my permit." Yi Qian handed the military letter and pass that he had been holding in his hand when he got off the carriage to the other sentinel. Facing the 2 steel guns, Yi Qian did not feel fear, but a sense of familiarity. The sentry took the letter and read it carefully, but did not let them go immediately. His gaze was still cold and stern as he said, "Please wait at the side. We need to confirm it again." This was normal procedure. Yi Qian smiled and stood to the side as the sentinel confirmed and let them pass. Didn't he say that someone was waiting for him at the sentry post? Why wasn't there any? In the middle of the night, the military area was heavily guarded. The street lamps were lit up, illuminating the majestic corner of the military area. In the hazy night, it showed the mystery, grandeur, and inviolable majesty of the country. The national emblem in the center of the gate was illuminated by a snow-white lamp. It was the brightest and most solemn scenery in the entire night. Someone's footsteps were slightly hurried as he strode through the military zone. The tall and straight figure exuded an awe-inspiring aura as he walked out from within. Yi Qian watched as the figure walked out of the darkness, passed through the sentry box, and came before him step by step. The familiar scent of mint, the familiar face, and the most familiar, soft smile that made his heart tremble. "You are the person who is here to pick me up?" After asking, Yi Qian felt a little silly. Since he came out, he was naturally the person who was here to pick him up. Xie Jinyuan took the luggage from her hands, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "That's right. I am the person who is here to pick you up." Chapter 473. Pick her up. Yi Qian couldn't help but take another look at him. He was wearing a black suit, yet he said he was here to pick her up. Shouldn't he be wearing a military uniform? Why was he wearing a suit and leather shoes? He looked so elegant, as if he had just walked out of a cocktail party. Yi Qian's focus was on why he was wearing a suit, while Xie Jinyuan's focus was on why this girl was so calm when she saw him coming out. Couldn't she be a little surprised? He smiled and asked, "Come, let me see if you're a little surprised." "Why do I feel that you're not surprised at all? Every time we meet, Captain Xie, you don't give me a surprise. You always give me a shock." The more she didn't want to have too much contact with him, the more likely they would bump into each other. They could even enter the same hotel together. Hearing such words again, Xie Jinyuan was immune to them. He had left for less than 5 minutes because of a small matter, but the person he had been waiting for hours just happened to arrive when he was about to leave. He felt a little regretful that he didn't greet her immediately, but now that he saw her, he felt quite satisfied. However, this little mouth of hers never said anything that made him suddenly happy. She always said something that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. She was so calm that it made him feel helpless. Xie Jinyuan's thin lips curled up slightly as he looked at Yi Qian, who had followed him into the military area. Under the dim moonlight, she looked more gentle than she did during the day. She was so well behaved that she looked like a little fox that had just walked out of a fox's den. There was no craftiness, only obedience. Xie Jinyuan only felt a feather gently tickling his heart, tickling it. He raised his hand and stroked her hair gently. "Don't worry, Miss Jiyu. But I'm pleasantly surprised, and I'm very happy that you're here." He spoke softly, causing Yi Qian to look up at him. The moment their eyes met, Yi Qian's breathing quickened slightly. Under the misty streetlights, he could see a small flame flickering in his calm eyes. It also seemed to contain an expression that he couldn't understand. It was an expression that made him a little flustered. Yi Qian's dark eyes moved slightly. He forced himself to look away calmly. As he clenched his fists, he smiled and said, "Extremely happy. You must be overjoyed to see that I'm finally here and you don't have to be scolded anymore." When they met, she had to get used to his ways and slowly learn how to deal with him. Yi Qian gently loosened his clenched fists and smiled faintly. "My flight was at 8. I rushed over immediately after I got off the plane. I didn't waste a single minute in between. I think the leaders also know that I can only come over at this time. They probably won't let Captain Xie get criticized." Overjoyed. Let's see what he has to say if I understand it this way. What was there to say? He felt that every time they met, this little fox was becoming bolder and bolder in front of him. The way she avoided him was also becoming more and more spirited. He began to properly spar with her, and then they would meet again to counter each other's moves. Xie Jinyuan was pleasantly surprised to find that he really liked the way they got along. He laughed deeply, and his gaze became increasingly gentle like water. His deep eyes seemed to shine with the moonlight, so bright that it was as if he could see through her thoughts. "My overjoyed mood really has nothing to do with the leaders. It's just that I'm overjoyed because you're here." There was some distance between the entrance of the military zone and the office building, so Xie Jinyuan had enough time to slowly chat with Yi Qian, who he hadn't seen for nearly a month. It was about love, but it was close to liking. That was how overjoyed he was. Chapter 474. But to Yi Qian, she didn't want to continue chatting with him with a smile. That night by the Swan Lake in school, she clearly saw the gleam in his eyes as if he was hunting prey. He was like a ferocious beast waiting for an opportunity to strike. And she was his prey. At that time, his smile was just a facade. Even if such a person stood still, he would still be like a lofty mountain that could not be reached. Even if he was as easygoing as a spring breeze, after a short moment of confusion, as long as he smiled faintly, one would immediately remember how far away he was from him and how dangerous this man was. Yi Qian wasn't afraid that he was unapproachable. What she was afraid of was his easygoing manner and his low chuckle. She pursed her lips and said coldly with a faint smile, "I was just happy that I arrived in time. Captain Xie won't be unable to report to the higher-ups." Every time he said a sentence, he would laugh in a low voice. His laughter made her heart tremble. In the silence of the night, listening to his gentle laughter, Yi Qian kept reminding herself that she must always keep a distance from this dangerous and elegant man. She couldn't give him the opportunity to tease her at any time. She had to change the topic to something serious. I can wait even if you came a little later. I can wait until. He bent down slightly. His minty breath brushed past her cheek. He was so close to her. Yi Qian's body tensed up. Even her breathing seemed to follow the rhythm of his breathing, rising and falling. Her entire being was enveloped in his scent. She heard his elegant voice, which was as mellow as red wine. I've been waiting for you to appear. No matter how late it was, I was willing to wait. He knew that her body was tense. No matter how calm she pretended to be, he could see that her expression was slightly trembling. The smile on his elegant and handsome face deepened. His deep and intoxicating voice was as gentle as water, causing Yi Jian's helplessness to spread once again. After all, she had lived 2 lives. Why couldn't she face Xie Jinyuan calmly and composedly? Yi Qian looked up at this handsome face that was even more elegant in the moonlit night. His heart was thumping, and his eyes were clear as he replied calmly, "Of course you have to wait for me. If you don't, the leader will scold Captain Xie first. Only when you wait for me will you be able to report to your superiors." Hearing this, Xie Jinyuan laughed again. Yi Qian looked at the familiar handsome face that was only a fist away from her. As he smiled, his hot, minty breath sprayed onto her face, causing her to tremble and making her even more guarded. "That's right, I do need to wait for you to complete my mission. The leader was afraid that a young lady like you who had just arrived in the capital would be too shy to come over after being blocked by the sentries. When he asked me to come out to receive you, he repeatedly reminded me that the sentries were all black tigers and that there was nothing to be afraid of. In the end, you came after I left for a while. I almost couldn't complete my mission." Xie Jinyuan knew that she was avoiding the topic. He stopped teasing her and went along with the topic. "There's a small meeting inside. You don't have time to rest, so you have to attend it immediately." Yi Qian was finally able to look at him calmly. She nodded and said seriously, "I rested for more than 2 hours on the plane. I'm not sleepy now. I can attend it immediately." Chapter 475. Okay, an important leader will ask you some questions later. You just have to answer them one by one. Don't be afraid, it's just a normal question. Just as they were about to enter the office building, Xie Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's hand and squeezed it gently. "Look at me if you're really nervous. I'll sit opposite you." Her palms were sweaty. Xie Jinyuan thought she was nervous, but in reality, Yi Qian was nervous because she was facing his gentle smile. Facing him, compared to facing a leader. Why did she feel more nervous? Sitting in the conference room, Yi Qian answered the questions of a lieutenant general. He was indeed an important figure, but she was not nervous at all. "Young lady, you've got guts. The army needs bold young ladies like you." The lieutenant general of the army was one of the accompanying leaders. He was wearing a military uniform, and each of the golden stars on his epaulets exuded a military aura that could not be looked at directly. Other than the military aura, there was no other fluctuation in the entire conference room. As soon as Yi Qian entered the conference room and faced several military leaders, she immediately adjusted her position. She was no longer a student, but a soldier. "When the Southern Province Military District recommended you, all of us were very surprised. From the photo, we saw that you were wearing a school uniform. You were pretty, obedient, and not aggressive. None of us expected you to be a soldier trained by Chen Dongfeng. A soldier trained by a world-class sniper has the aura of a soldier. I feel comfortable looking at you. Don't worry." The lieutenant general was obviously more satisfied with Yi Qian than when he saw the photo. He asked her in detail how her training in the military was going. Did she have any good suggestions? He even asked her about Yi Qian's future. Yi Qian answered unhurriedly. She completed every sentence without any hesitation. Her answers were as gentle as a spring breeze, and she did not have any stage fright. Sitting opposite her, Xie Jinyuan's handsome face was cold, but he was smiling in his heart. Occasionally, he would look at Yi Qian with undisguised admiration. He wanted to look at her gently, but there were 3 leaders around after all. The little fox had just arrived, so he didn't want to add to her troubles. Restraining his gentleness, there was no need to hide his admiration. A 16 or 17-year-old little fox was received by a lieutenant general of the army, and at the same time, there were 3 colonels. These were all important figures who could shake the entire army with a stomp of their feet. Seeing that his little fox wasn't afraid and was still calm and collected, not everyone had this kind of composure. He admired her openly, so why would he need to hide it? On the surface, Yi Qian appeared calm and composed, but the man's gaze was burning like fire. It made her mouth dry up. In front of a lieutenant general and 3 colonels, he actually didn't restrain himself. Yi Qian, whose head was throbbing with pain, had the urge to have a good fight with Xie Jinyuan after the meeting. Let's see if he still has the face to show up in front of me after I beat him black and blue. There are still 2 hours until 4:30. Colonel, show the information in your hands to Yi Qian. The lieutenant general picked up the military cap on the conference table and smiled at Yi Qian. This colonel is also one of the accompanying staff. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Finally, the lieutenant general finished his questions. Before he left, he didn't forget to say to Yi Qian, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Good luck. Chapter 476. It was just a meeting, but the lieutenant general had already acknowledged Yi Qian's capabilities and expressed his admiration for her in every way. When the 3 colonels saw Yi Qian off with a military salute, they all returned the salute with a serious expression. After they put down their right hands, they smiled at Yi Qian and gave her a few words of advice before leaving. After the 3 important leaders left, the air in the large conference room became much smoother. Xie Jinyuan watched as she secretly patted her chest and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and laugh. I thought you weren't afraid, but it turns out you hid it well. Sit down, I'll get you a glass of water to moisten your throat. You talked so much and stayed up all night. Don't lose your voice when you board the plane early in the morning. You're going to build a bridge of friendship between the students of our country. You have to let them know our country's sincerity. Yi Qian only knew that she was going to a country that had just calmed down, but she didn't know which country it was and why the country's leaders chose to go there at this time. Hearing this, she sat down in the large conference chair and sighed deeply. She smiled and sighed. I wasn't afraid at all, but you. Captain Xie, are you also so presumptuous in front of the leaders? You keep staring at me. I was fine at first, but when you looked at me from time to time, I became very nervous and thought I said something wrong. Xie Jinyuan, who was pouring water, heard this and a dark light flashed across his deep eyes. Then, a faint smile appeared on his thin lips. He walked over and handed the cup to her. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in a low voice, "That's strange. Leader, you're not nervous. Instead, you're nervous because I look at you. This doesn't make sense." It does, because you. Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Jinyuan, who was leaning against the conference table, suddenly bent down. Yi Qian, who was drinking water with her head lowered, was caught off guard. He suddenly bent down and she instinctively raised her head to look at him. At this moment, the distance between them was really close. They were so close that the tip of his handsome nose was only half a finger's width away from hers. Her starry eyes widened slightly as she looked at the man in front of her. Even though she immediately held her breath, she still couldn't help but inhale his breath. Her pupils gradually constricted, to the point that he was the only existence in her world. Yi Qian bit his lower lip a little unnaturally. He steadied his mind and said, "Stand up first. Let's talk nicely. Don't get too close. From a medical point of view, it's not good for breathing when 2 people are too close to each other. They will inhale the carbon dioxide exhaled by each other, and there will also be cross-infection." What was she trying to say? Yi Qian, who was unable to take it, leaned back, his head tilted back, and his legs stomped on the floor, trying to move him and his chair away. He couldn't move at all. The floor was covered with a grey carpet, and the chair was a fixed bow-legged chair. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. That's not right. My military rank isn't as high as the leaders, and my military might isn't as strong as theirs. Not to mention my military experience, I can't compare at all. Then why are you afraid of my gaze? This doesn't make sense. As he spoke, he raised his hand and used his thumb to gently stroke her smooth and delicate chin. Yi Qian's entire body froze. Her pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. She was so frightened by his ambiguous actions that her toes curled up. Was he crazy? This was a military base, a conference room. Were there any cameras? Would anyone see it? Chapter 477. Yi Qian was so nervous by his actions that her brain was stretched taut. She stared fixedly at him. If he dared to do anything else, should she directly knee him and teach him a lesson? What if he made a commotion and attracted the attention of the sentries? Wouldn't both of them be in trouble? No matter how capable Yi Qian was and how calm she was, this was her first time entering the heart of a country's military power. She was really shocked by Xie Jinyuan's bold actions. But she didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Qian began to force herself to calm down. Only by calming down could she face him calmly. His fingers did not move away. As he rubbed her chin, he lifted her chin so that she could look into his eyes. Yi Qian didn't avert her gaze. She listened quietly to his deep voice and said with a faint smile, "And we're so close. How could you be afraid of my gaze? Unless what?" When he paused intentionally, Yi Qian's blood finally began to flow back to her body. She finally suppressed the palpitations in her heart. She raised her hand and brushed away his right hand that was rubbing her chin. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the handsome face in front of her. She said calmly, "It's precisely because we're so close that I'm afraid that I'll say something wrong and disappoint the leader when you correct me in front of him. Your gaze is very sharp. Every word I say needs to be taken seriously and carefully considered before I say it. I'm afraid you'll think I'm exaggerating. After all, we're so close that I know a lot." If what she said was true, then Xie Jinyuan's smile gradually disappeared from his handsome face. He slowly straightened his body and looked at her quietly. After a long while, he smirked and said in a low voice, "No, Yi Jian, you can't be afraid even if you're facing someone you're familiar with. At the very least, you can't easily say that you're afraid. Outside, danger is everywhere. Once you're afraid, you'll definitely reveal your weakness." His gaze was even colder than hers, so cold that even his bones were bursting with sternness. When carrying out a mission, your fear will become your weakness. Your every move will become the best target for the enemy. His aura was no longer gentle and refined. When he faced her, there was a coldness that only soldiers would have. Yi Qian felt a chill in his heart as he slowly stood up and collected all his emotions. The ambiguity between the two of them disappeared instantly, leaving only a heavy and solemn atmosphere. "I understand what you mean. Were you testing me just now?" Hearing her question, Xie Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said, "That's right, I was testing you. That's because I've noticed that whenever I look at you, your eyes will flicker unnaturally. Yi Qian, if you want to become a special forces soldier, first of all, you need to maintain a perfect state of mind in any non-personal situation. Don't let your emotions affect your gaze. Instead, use your gaze to control the emotions in your heart." When Xie Jinyuan poured the water, he thought of testing her. If he wanted to take her forward, then he had to personally correct some of her small habit. A little fox who would become alert at the slightest movement, a little fox that he had his eyes on. He wanted to take her to a higher and further place, so he had to correct any problems that he discovered. Yi Qian didn't expect that his ambiguous action just now was actually a test. She hated that she didn't realize it at all and instead had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Her gaze sharpened as she stood up straight like a long spear and accepted Xie Jinyuan's harsh criticism and advice. Chapter 478. Don't let your ability be ruined by the emotions you occasionally reveal, especially when you're on a mission. There's no one else in your eyes, only vigilance. Do you hear me, Yi Qian? The last sentence could be said to be the harshest words and the coldest tone Xie Jinyuan had ever spoken to her since they had known each other. Flirtatious, teasing, and romantic relationships all disappeared from her mind. All that was left was the calmness before a mission, the calmness that would never be swayed by others again. Yi Qian stood up straight and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I hear you." She felt a thin layer of sweat on her back. She couldn't see through this man who was like a spring breeze one second and cold the next. Just like now, she had yet to walk out of his cold voice, but he had already restrained his sternness and revealed an intoxicating warm smile. Okay, you can relax now. I believe that with your intelligence, you've already remembered my words and will definitely correct them. He smiled as he picked up the glass of cold water and handed it back to her. Here, finish the water in the glass. It's cold, refreshing. His deep and dark eyes contained a deep meaning that Yi Qian couldn't figure out. After taking the glass, she lowered her eyes slightly and took a sip of the cold water. It was indeed refreshing, and even her mind was much clearer. Xie Jinyuan was a mysterious man. She had too many things to learn from him. Thanks to his timely reminder, she understood that no matter who she faced, as long as it wasn't in private, she should maintain a certain distance and not let her emotions be swayed by the gazes of acquaintances. He was a good teacher and a good friend of hers. It was her fortune to have such a good teacher and friend as she grew up. The plane leaves at 4:30. Now, you need to rush to the airport with me immediately and arrive early to make preparations. Xie Jinyuan was very satisfied with Yi Qian's attitude. After being intimidated by him, she didn't run away, but chose to accept it and recognize the truth. This was the good thing about her. Business was business, personal was personal. Even if he was strict with her on business, it would never affect their private interactions. A person who separated business from personal matters was also a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He wasn't worried at all that being strict with her would make her stay away. The more she fought, the braver she became. How could she possibly run away? She took small sips of water and put her hand into the side pocket of her suit. She elegantly took out an object that emitted a metallic coldness. It was a QSZ 92 9mm semi-automatic pistol that could be put in a briefcase. This pistol was transferred from the military's arsenal. It's brand new and has never been used before. It's just right for you. He placed the pistol on the conference table and slowly pushed it in front of her. 2 spare magazines. Including the one in the pistol, there are a total of 35 bullets. If no shots are fired, all 35 rounds of ammunition must be handed over to the firearms stockpile. Yi Qian picked up the pistol. As he gripped the handle, he pressed down on the trigger and removed the magazine. The magazine fell into the palm of his left hand. Touching the gun, Yi Qian's eyes were cold and sharp as he carefully checked the magazine's capacity. It was indeed full of 15 bullets. Then, he reloaded the magazine. Then, she coolly pulled the sleeve and raised her hand. With a cold expression, she looked through the camera and saw the crosshair. She aimed at a moth flying in from outside the glass of the conference room. No problem. Yi Qian put away the pistol. Her eyes were as calm as a mirror as she looked at Xie Jinyuan, who had a slight smile on his face. Can we go now? Chapter 485, The Attacking Hearts Telepathy Group. Of course. Xie Jinyuan was not in a hurry to deal with a little fox who was so cold to him. A hint of mockery flashed across his elegant and handsome face. He calmly walked out of the conference room. As he walked, he said calmly, "You need to change into a new set of clothes. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has prepared a brand new school uniform for you." I need to change into a brand new school uniform? Yi Qian took the bag he took out from the cabinet. She glanced at him and went into the walk-in closet to change. It was a Western-style student uniform. The bottom was a grayish-white, navy blue, and dark red checkered skirt. The top was a white shirt and a navy blue blazer with grayish-white edges. The top was a pair of black leather shoes and a pair of white laced socks. Yi Qian suddenly had the urge to go back to the bathroom and change back into the provincial No. 1 middle school uniform. This student uniform. Why did it feel a little strange when she wore it? Xie Jinyuan, who was waiting outside, saw her tugging at her skirt uncomfortably. His eyes darkened and his sexy Adam's apple involuntarily slid up and down. The little fox's student uniform made the blood in his body restless. He pursed his thin lips and contacted the logistics department through his earpiece. Change into another set. Her legs were too long. What was supposed to be a knee-length plaid skirt had turned into an extremely short skirt. Her straight and slender legs were exceptionally smooth and fair. They were so shiny that his eyes were a little dazzled. Yi Qian immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Wear pants. This skirt is too short. I'm afraid it'll be rude if I bend over. Wear pants. Xie Jinyuan agreed that it was better to wear pant. Soon, the logistics department sent over a pair of pants from the same series. At the time, he had considered the difference between a skirt and a pair of pants. He felt that a skirt would be more suitable for a girl, but he was afraid that it wouldn't work, so he bought both. Luckily, he had a pair of pants. After changing into a pair of pants, Yi Qian's expression instantly became much more natural. He swept his legs across the changing room. Not bad, the pants were elastic. When she came out again, Xie Jinyuan really felt that his little fox looked very beautiful in the school uniform. Her legs were long and her waist was slender. Her shoulder-length hair was tied up high with black elastic bands, revealing her beautiful face. Her watery eyes faintly revealed a cold and ruthless expression. She was the kind of beauty that he liked. It's getting late. The car is waiting for us downstairs. Xie Jinyuan cleared his throat and discreetly narrowed his eyes. At the same time, he hid his amazement at her in his heart. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the office building in the military district was exceptionally quiet. There were no soldiers in military uniforms coming and going. Yi Qian felt that this place was filled with an inviolable solemnity. After walking out of the office building, Xie Jinyuan took a briefcase from a soldier. He nodded slightly to express his gratitude before taking Yi Qian to the airport. In one night, Yi Qian had already made a round trip to the airport. We'll arrive at the airport in an hour. You can rest for now. I'll wake you up when we arrive. Xie Jinyuan also sat in the back seat. His every move was a soldier's code of conduct. He didn't tease Yi Qian with words or actions. This was a time for Yi Qian to accumulate experience. He wouldn't tease her to the point that she would put all her attention on him. The distance from the sentry post to the office building was the only time they had private time. After that time, the two of them had to restrain themselves and focus on the mission. Chapter 479. It was almost 2:00 in the morning, and there were still 2.5 hours before the plane took off. All the departments were in position. The State Security Bureau and Zhongnan Hari had already arrived at the private jet building, and the security personnel were conducting a thorough inspection before the plane took off. The flight route inspection team had finished all the work before the plane took off in China. They were just waiting for the plane to take off, and they would immediately start preparing for the arrival of the plane from abroad. They would then hand over some work to the Foreign Affairs Department. The 4 soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade had also arrived at the private jet building and were secretly inspecting the place. They even checked the surveillance cameras to prevent anyone from spying on the leader's route into the airport. The flight crew in the private jet building were all on standby, and they all cooperated with the security personnel's inspection. Once again, they confirmed that there were no dangerous items on them. It could be said that the entire private jet building was under high security. This was not only the case in China, but also abroad. When the plane landed abroad, it was also under high security. Yi Qian arrived at the airport 53 minutes later, and it was getting closer and closer to the boarding time for the leaders. After entering the private jet building, she and Xie Jinyuan went through layers of strict inspection, and finally entered the private passage after confirming that there were no mistakes. Go directly to the departure lounge and wait. You can take a look at this document first, in case the leader. Xie Jinyuan had only taken a few steps into the private passage when he was interrupted by a voice from the headset. This is Q King. J5's voice came from the headset. The civilian staff accompanying the Lieutenant General of the Army is calling. Please inform Yi Qian that the highest-ranking leader accompanying the leader will meet her in the departure lounge. The Lieutenant General will introduce her. How long will the meeting be? Are there any other leaders accompanying the leader that need to be met? Xie Jinyuan directly handed all the documents in his hand to Yi Qian. He gazed at her with a deep smile, and there seemed to be a glimmer in his deep eyes. We are in the private passage. We will arrive at the private jet building in about 2 minutes, and enter the departure lounge in 5 minutes. As Yi Qian was an exchange student between the two countries, the leader naturally needed to meet her to understand the situation. Yi Qian took all the documents related to the culture and customs of other countries. She glanced at Xie Jinyuan, who was calmly talking to someone on the phone, and lowered her eyes slightly, elegantly flipping through the documents quickly. Okay, I will take her there now. Wait for me in the departure lounge. After cutting off the communication, Xie Jinyuan glanced sideways at Yi Jian, who was flipping through the documents very quickly. She flipped through the pages very quickly, but he knew that she had already memorized the information in her heart. His thin lips curved into a sexy curve and his black eyes were filled with approval. Little fox, the Lieutenant General has a very good impression of you. He mentioned you in front of the higher-ups and the higher-ups will have 5 minutes to meet you. Hearing this, Yi Jian's reading speed slowed down a little. She looked up at him with her bright black eyes that were like a pool of clear water. She said calmly, "What do I need to pay attention to?" "Nothing. You are a student. The leader will not talk to you with the strictness of an inspection." Xie Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her calm expression. This girl's calmness. She did indeed have the demeanor of a general. Uncle Jen and Uncle Chen had really trained her well. She was calm and collected, and the more chaotic the situation was, the calmer she would be in danger. She would never drop the ball at a critical moment. Chapter 480. Previously, he had said that she was a qualified soldier. Now, he had to say that his little fox had already stepped into the threshold of the special forces. Relax, be calm, have a logical train of thought, speak clearly, and have a good grasp of the rhythm. There's still some time before 3:50 p.m. Read the information in your hands carefully first. The leader will probably ask about this. Xie Jinyuan spoke unhurriedly, not giving Yi Qian any psychological pressure. He even helped Yi Qian to calm down. It was obvious how important a mentor and helpful friend was. Not only would they not drag you down, but they would also help you at any time and give you pointers. Yi Qian smiled and looked at him with a faint smile in his eyes. The Xie Jinyuan at work was completely different from his usual self. Even though he was speaking softly to her now, he did not hide the sword-like sharpness between his eyebrows. Every look in his eyes was cold and full of masculine charm. She could calmly face Captain Xie like this. She did not need to spend too much effort to guess what he would do next and what he would say to her. She could not help but sigh. "Captain Xie, you're really good to me, especially when I have a question to ask you during work. I feel very at ease. Instead, you're not serious when you're resting and make me worry." "Not serious? Make her worry?" This sudden comment made the corner of Xie Jinyuan's mouth twitch uncontrollably. How was he not serious? Why did he make her think that way? If he was really not serious, he could do whatever he wanted to her immediately. Oh, he could not. He could not do whatever he wanted. His little fox's claws were sharp and would scratch him until he was covered in blood. Xie Jinyuan narrowed his eyes, curled his lips, and said calmly, "Why would you think that? Did I do anything impolite? I don't think so. Other than that time in the military conference room. I really don't remember anything else. I didn't do anything impolite. I won't let Captain Xie do anything impolite to me. It's just a feeling. That's how I feel. Captain Xie, don't you think that, sometimes you really like?" Yi Qian closed the 10 pages of documents that he had finished reading. He frowned slightly as he looked at the flawless, handsome face. He smiled faintly and said, "You really like to say things that will cause misunderstandings. I didn't take it to heart the first or second time, but after a while, I can feel that you like to tease me the most and find it amusing. It's so sad. It turns out that I'm not serious in your heart and I'm just teasing you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little fox, your crude way of speaking is really hurtful." How could Xie Jinyuan be sad? In fact, there was even a hint of joy in his tone. A dark light began to flow in the depths of his ink-like eyes, and occasionally, there seemed to be sparks bursting out, making him look dangerous and mysterious. "Then can you think carefully about why I'm like this?" The color of his pupils was really very deep, so deep that it was like the sea, and the bottom could not be seen. The color was especially dark, and it hid everything about him. No one could guess what he was thinking. Yi Qian admitted that she did not have the ability to figure out what he was thinking. There seemed to be an answer that was on the verge of appearing, but when she thought about it carefully, she felt that it was impossible. In the end, after her gaze moved slightly, she shook her head and smiled. It's not good to think about it, and I don't dare to think about it. Then don't think about it. Study hard and get into the military academy. One day, when you're in uniform, I'll tell you the answer. Also, I'm very serious with everyone. I've never been in a relationship since I was young. You can rest assured about this. Chapter 481. Yi Qian stiffened and turned her head. She tightened her grip on the documents and looked at him calmly. Why are you telling me this? I don't need to know. The smile on Xie Jinyuan's face deepened. He glanced at her indifferently. After a low laugh, he changed the topic. Let's not talk about this now. Give me your ID card and wait in the departure lounge. Our other comrades are already in the departure lounge. We need to meet them. Indecent. He had to change that. How could he leave the impression that he was indecent? He was the most decent man in the world. The departure lounge was very quiet. The staff and security guards maintained absolute silence. Even if they needed to talk about work, they would speak softly so as not to disturb them. Yi Jian thought that she wouldn't need to be checked again when she arrived at the departure lounge. However, when two security guards stood out and blocked her way, she realized how strict the security was when the leader went out. Xie Jinyuan opened the black briefcase in his hand. There were no documents inside. Instead, it was a briefcase gun developed for covert security. The trigger and safety could be operated through a linkage on the handle of the briefcase. The gun could be fired directly from the briefcase. All the guns and ammunition had official documents. The security guards looked at them carefully and checked the list of names in their hands. Only when they were sure that the person in question would they let them go. This was the last checkpoint. There was no need for further checks. The atmosphere in the departure lounge was relatively solemn. Several airport staff saw the two of them enter and lowered their heads to flip through the folders in their hands. A male staff member walked over without any footsteps. Hello, please take your boarding passes. Yi Qian took the tickets and said, thank you. He looked down and asked Xie Jinyuan, are we sitting together? No, I'll be in the back cabin. You'll be in the business class. You'll be sitting with the leader. Xie Jinyuan tapped his ticket with his slender fingers and said with a smile, the accompanying staff are all in the passenger cabin. In the business class, there will be an interpreter, a doctor, and a clerk who can communicate with foreign tower lights at any time. The two of them chatted as they walked. J5, G3, and K7 of the Snowfield Brigade came out from various places. When they saw Yi Qian, they raised their eyebrows slightly and walked over with faint smiles on their faces. Yi Qian knew the three of them. Their appearance made Yi Qian realize something. He said to Xie Jinyuan softly, even you guys are here. Why do I have a feeling that something will happen after we leave the country? It's hard to say. This is a country that just went through a war. There are bullets everywhere on the streets. There are also tanks destroyed by artillery shells. It's hard to say what will happen. Xie Jinyuan and smiled. Or why would they need a special student to accompany the leader? Little fox, your responsibility is more important than ours. His voice was soft and only the two of them could hear him. Hearing this, Yi Qian's heart calmed down and his expression became calmer. I see. It seems that even the itinerary of this visit is confidential. No one in the country knows about it. You're only realizing now? Is this something I can think of? Yi Qian glanced at him and saw J5 walking faster. He was dressed in a black suit and looked elegant and capable. Even his hairstyle was trimmed to match the image of an accompanying clerk. Chapter 482. In special situations, even when they met, J5 merely smiled and nodded. When they got closer, J5 smiled and said, every time we meet, we always fight side by side in unexpected places. Then, he gestured at Yi Jian's height and said to K7 and G3, who were more reserved, did you notice? That little girl in Australia has really grown up. She's grown from a little thing to a tall one. Yi Qian's height was indeed considered tall in the south. She was 1.67 meters tall and slender. She had a gentle temperament unique to southern women. She was indeed no longer the little girl in Australia. Faced with their warm and friendly greetings, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Long time no see, comrades. I hope that we can continue to fight side by side like before. We are invincible." "I love to hear that." G3, who had always been cold, opened his mouth. His gravelly voice contained a hint of a smile. "I look forward to your performance. Let us see how much you've improved." Ever since they knew that Xie Jinyuan had the intention of letting Yi Qian graduate and join the Snowfield Brigade, they were very clear about their expectations. The Snowfield Brigade had been established for a long time and had never had a female soldier join it. In the past, they didn't feel that there were any problems when they didn't have a female soldier. However, as more and more missions went abroad, they felt that female soldiers had more advantages. If Yi Qian was really qualified, they would be very happy to welcome her. K7 looked up slightly and nodded. He was a man of few words. "Me too." Then, he added, "I'm the accompanying doctor. If the leader feels unwell, you can look for me at any time." What he meant was that he would follow closely by the leader's side. If anything happened, Yi Qian could look for him immediately. One had to be able to immediately understand the hidden meaning of a person who cherished his words as if they were gold. Fortunately, Yi Jian was quick-witted. Upon hearing this, her black eyes were filled with understanding. She said softly, "Okay, I understand." The accompanying doctor was also sitting in business class. Did that mean that J5 was also sitting in business class? Xie Jinyuan saw that Yi Qian didn't feel any pressure interacting with his comrades. The expression between his brows was even similar to that of soldiers who had blood on their hands. There was a hint of coldness in his elegant and handsome face. His eyes were focused and gentle as he gazed at Yi Qian. He was like a guardian angel. This made Yi Qian feel at ease. 10 minutes past 3, the guard in front of the airport contacted all the security personnel in the departure lounge. The leader's car arrived at the airport in 15 minutes. And 20 minutes later, they arrived at the departure lounge. It was 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. They were going abroad for a secret visit. Only the accompanying security personnel knew who the leaders were, and one of them was from the Snowfield Brigade. As a student, Yi Qian didn't have to be on high alert like Xie Jinyuan. Instead, he obediently sat in a soft chair and quietly waited for the leaders to arrive. As the time drew closer, Yi Qian memorized all the information about the countries he was going to visit. He also looked at the itinerary and detailed maps of the surrounding areas. As a diplomatic staff member, Qin Xiu, who was the designated translator for the leader, walked in and saw the girl who stunned him under the morning sun. She was also the girl who patiently waited for him when he got lost. Yizhong High School, Yi Qian.